Chapter 920. After the pleasant surprise of the profound umbrella, the materials refined from the three immortal swords seemed somewhat shabby in comparison. However, it was better than nothing. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed the Big Dipper banner in the sky. Starlight shone on Xiao Chen's face, making him look like a star venerate in the night sky. Xiao Chun weighed the flagpole. There were no divine materials in it, only thousand-year-old mysterious iron and a few other rare metals. The scarlet banner with the 7 astral pearls on it fluttered in the wind. Although it used many materials, it did not contain any divine materials. The clan behind I Ching was probably not a major faction. The resources they gave Xiao Chun were only enough to refine the astral pearls. They did not care much about the flagpole or the banner. However, the might of the Big Dipper banner lay in the 7 astral pearls. Only an extremely wealthy person would spend the effort to refine the flagpole and banner. Xiao Chun had other plans. He needed divine materials infused into the flagpole and banner as well. There were 81 divine materials, each weighing 250 kilograms. Xiao Chun planned to use half of them on the flagpole and banner. The remaining half would be used on the astral pearls. That way, the quality of the entire Big Dipper banner would increase several-fold. Xiao Chun had long since memorized the refinement method. He showed a cautious expression, not daring to get distracted. He was extremely focused on the summit. The instant the sun rose, the brand new Big Dipper banner was finally refined. The black flagpole gave off a dense glow. It no longer looked as light as before. With just one look, one could tell that it looked solid. Xiao Chun held it in his hand and waved it around. A dull, heavy sound immediately rang out at the summit. The humming sound spread for 50 kilometers around, shaking the trees and startling the birds and beasts. Flap, flap, flap. The dense forest at the foot of the mountain was filled with the sound of birds and beasts flapping their wings, looking very majestic. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Just a casual wave of the flagpole could cause such a commotion. The 81 divine materials had not been added for nothing. With a turn of his right hand, a red aura spread out, bright and glistening. The color of the flag was much deeper than before, fluttering in the wind at the top of the mountain. 7 stars were imprinted in the middle of the flag. The bright starlight overshadowed the rising sun. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan are indeed astonishing. Just one profound umbrella allowed my Big Dipper banner to increase by more than 2 grades. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with joy, and a thought occurred to him. If I have a few more Peak King Grade Secret treasures, my Big Dipper banner might be able to reach the peak of quality comparable to the Big Dipper banner that the cyclic Astral Lord has. However, this was just a thought. With this lesson, the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans would not be able to defeat them. Without reaching the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, these noble clan disciples would definitely not come alone. If they came, they would definitely invite older generation experts. How unfortunate! I lost such an opportunity for nothing. However, if I succeed in the next step, my Big Dipper banner will definitely blaze a new path, surpassing the seniors of the Cyclic Astral Palace and reaching another peak. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned, turning into a mental energy flame and starting to melt the massacre throne. According to the jade strip that Long Fei gave Xiao Chun, if he wanted to refine the throne into a weapon, he needed to circulate a secret technique and temper it with the mental energy flame. Long Fei had trained for a month before he managed to refine the destruction throne into a trident. Xiao Chen's mental energy turned into an even stronger magic energy, more than 10 times stronger than Long Fei's, comparable to the blue-robed emperors. The refinement went smoothly. In less than half a day, he had already melted the throne. However, he did not refine it into a weapon. Xiao Chun shouted coldly and sent the melted massacre throne into the Big Dipper banner's dubby star, merging it with the Big Dipper banner's first astral pearl. After repeating this process 3 times, Xiao Chun merged the Death Throne and the Destruction Trident into the Merak and Fekta astral pearls. After letting out a long breath, Xiao Chun stared at the banner. The surface of the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls changed colors. Massacre, death, and ruin chi intertwined. However, they did not merge perfectly and still needed to be adjusted. Xiao Chun sent out the Big Dipper banner, and it soared into the clouds. As the banner fluttered, it absorbed the drifting starlight in the sky. The starlight shrank and turned into an astral cocoon surrounding the banner. When sufficient astral energy was gathered, the three thrones and the Dubhe stars would merge perfectly. Then, they would break out of the cocoon and undergo a complete transformation. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he rummaged around in the universe ring for a while and took out all the astral cores of the three heaven and earth sect intersect elders, refining them into 7 inferior grade astral pearls. Then, he set up a small constellation around the astral cocoon, increasing the speed at which it absorbed astral energy. Now that he was done, there was nothing left for Xiao Chen to do. All he had to do was wait for the Big Dipper banner to break out of the cocoon. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of anticipation. Since ancient times, no one had done this before. Furthermore, no one had the conditions to do so. He wondered what the brand new Big Dipper banner would look like. Would it be able to accompany Xiao Chun in dancing through the winds and clouds, carving out a bloody path to kingship amid the many strong enemies? It was clearly noon, and the sun was high up in the sky. However, the summit of Xiao Chen's mountain was filled with starlight. Stars appeared, decorating this ordinary summit like an astral palace. Xiao Chen remained calm as he sat on the stone bench. Then he took out the blue dragon body nourishing art and started reading it. Xiao Chen's physical body had reached peak rank 3 sage body. However, his vital chi remained stuck at half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force, unable to improve. The blue dragon body nourishing art was undoubtedly a timely help to him. After roughly reading a few pages, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Sha! Sha! As he flipped through the pages, Xiao Chun frowned. His lips twitched involuntarily. When Xiao Chun finished reading, he smiled bitterly and tossed the blue dragon body nourishing art onto the stone table. It was not that this blue dragon body nourishing art was not strong. After successfully cultivating the first layer, one could burst out with 5,000 tons of force with 1 dragon force. Rather, the method of cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art was simply incredible, flabbergasting. Nourishing the body. The word nourishing was very appropriate. Cultivating this blue dragon body nourishing art required consuming large amounts of divine materials to nourish the body and nurture dragon energy. The number of divine materials required was extremely vast. Just the first layer required close to 5,000 tons of divine materials. The divine materials required to condense the dragon armor body for the second layer were even more astronomical. Aside from the Dragon's Gate, which swept through the place back then, no one else could provide so many resources for such a cultivation technique. Xiao Chan felt that no one in the current sect could provide so many divine materials. After putting away the blue dragon body nourishing art, he temporarily gave up on cultivating this cultivation technique. Then, Xiao Chun took out a heavenly soul pearl and started to absorb its energy to strengthen his magic energy. The words of the two from the One Dao Palace were indeed true. The heavenly soul pearl of this evil demon was a great supplement to cultivators. In the past 10 days, Xiao Chun had consumed 20 heavenly soul pearls. The sea of magic energy in his sea of consciousness had doubled in size, occupying most of his sea of consciousness. Now, when Xiao Chun used the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, he could easily control 100 mutated beast images. On this particular day, just as Xiao Chun prepared to consume the Jade White Evil Demon's Heavenly Soul Pearl, a large group of figures flew out of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Killing chi soared into the sky and gathered together. Even Xiao Chun, who was at the summit, felt a strong wind blowing, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Xiao Chun put down the jade-white heavenly soul pearl. Then he stood up and looked at the astral cocoon above him. What should have come has finally come. If only it had come a little later. The Big Dipper banner would have broken out of the cocoon. Xiao Chun, you are really in a good mood. Right now, the entire Primal Chaos domain knows that you have a peak Immortal Spirit Ring and a rank 9 Spirit Tree. The people who want to kill you can line up from the foot of this mountain to the summit. Yet, you are still thinking about refining a secret treasure. Many people flew up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the summit and met Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao Chen squinted and discovered that these 3 people were not very old. They were all early-stage, superior-grade martial sages. The one in the middle was particularly powerful. He was already a peak superior-grade martial sage, only lacking the air of a grandmaster before he could advance to grandmaster-level martial sage. These 3 people wore clothes similar to Lang Taoyuan's. They should be disciples of the Xianshui sect. Xiao Chan had heard that the sect master of the Xianshui sect had a few final disciples. He wondered if the person who spoke was one of them. That's not right. This is a secret treasure of the Zodiac Hall. It actually condensed into an astral cocoon. Ha ha ha. I was right to come this time. I can kill you and snatch this secret treasure. Then, I can use your head to ask Master for a king-grade secret treasure. The expression of the youth in the middle changed slightly as he laughed maniacally. Ji Zong, it is not your turn to collect the secret treasure of this astral palace. Do you think there is no one else in our primal chaos domain? A strong wind blew, and a beam of light flew over. Then, a youth in azure robes appeared. His entire body radiated a bloody sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more people gathered. Soon, hundreds of people surrounded the summit filled with starlight. These people were all experts of the primal chaos domain, loose cultivators, or elite disciples of large sections. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only looked coldly at these people. Then he looked back and saw 3 old men with extremely strong auras hiding in a cloud several dozen kilometers away. Mr. Qin. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. The person in the middle was the Medicine God Valley's Grandmaster-level alchemist, Mr. Qin. At this moment, he was smiling coldly as he looked at the summit. Of the 2 people beside Mr. Qin, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man in hempen robes. Both of them had the air of grandmasters that surpassed ordinary people. These were grandmaster-level martial sages who had surpassed the threshold of superior-grade martial sage and had a unique understanding of the martial Tao. They were grandmaster-level martial sages who had already touched the top of the pyramid. They were only one step away from the word emperor and becoming influential people like the blue-robed emperor. A grandmaster-level alchemist indeed had great connections. He could even invite grandmaster-level martial sages, 2 of them at once. Mr. Qin really put in a lot of effort and hated Xiao Chun to the bone. Aside from a youth called Ji Zong, Xiao Chun did not care about the others. No matter how many of them came, he would not care. What Xiao Chun cared about was Mr. Qin and the 2 grandmaster-level martial sages beside him, who were several dozen kilometers away. Normally, he could just leave. Chapter 921. However, the Big Dipper banner happened to be at a crucial moment. Xiao Chun could not leave unless he gave up on this secret treasure that he had spent so much effort on. After putting in so much effort and holding so much hope, how could he give it up just like that? The various experts before him all treated him like a dead man, arguing about who would get their secret treasures and immortal spirit rings after they died. Xiao Chun found this funny. He said calmly, "Speaking of which, are you all done arguing? Are you all going to attack together or one by one?" White Robe King Xiao Chun, you are rather graceful. Even in such a situation, you can still remain calm. There are rumors everywhere that your strength is already equal to that of Di Wuk Sun of the 3 holy masters and those peak geniuses of the ancient races. I, Yisu of the heavenly music sect, do not believe that. A scholarly youth stepped forward and walked out of the crowd, a boundless fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. The heavenly music sect, the Muddy Sky Gate, and the Frost Moon Palace were the 3 peak sects of the primal chaos domain. They dominated their regions, and their disciples were very proud in the primal chaos domain. Clearly, this Isu was not convinced of Xiao Chen's fame. An ancient-looking 36-string zither appeared in Yi Su's hand. When the cool breeze blew, it gave off a tinkling sound like that of flowing water. It was clear and melodious, intoxicating everyone. Xiao Chun revealed an interested expression as he took a step forward. Based on the name of the heavenly music sect, he could guess that it was a sect that specialized in using sound to kill. Yi Su held the zither with both hands. Together with his scholarly air, he looked like an elegant young master of the secular world. White-robed King Xiao Chun, today I will use you to establish my, Yi Su's, reputation and obtain an invitation to the Heroes' Convention. Ding, ding, dong, dong. Yi Su played the zither with one hand, plucking the strings. The clear, flowing sound suddenly changed into a demonic sound that could kill. Many weapons leaped out of the zither like a storm, tearing through the air and charging at Xiao Chun. The zither music reverberated endlessly. It was just a simple test, but Yi Su already displayed such might. The cultivators who originally looked down on him immediately looked at him in a different light. Yu Qin is the most famous person in the Heavenly Court sect. I heard that he has long received an invitation from Diwuk. I didn't expect that Yi Su, who is not famous, has some ability. With him dealing with Xiao Chun, he should be able to probe Xiao Chen's true strength. Seeing that someone was trying to probe Xiao Chen's strength, the others were happy to do so and began to comment on it, as if they were pointing out the state of affairs. A few cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was Xiao Chun using his finger as a saber. His fingertip flickered with light as he gently tapped the incoming weapons, shattering them one by one. Winding River, 9 revolutions. Yi Su's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chun to break it so easily. The tune changed, and the surging zither music soared again, surging like a river. With the sound of rushing water, Yi Su materialized a surging river, which flowed down from the 36-string zither. It was like Yi Su stood at the peak of a tall mountain. With a casual wave, he made the river descend, giving off a tyrannical aura that suppressed the world. However, while Yi Su was tyrannical, Xiao Chun was even more tyrannical. A bright light flickered on Xiao Chen's body, and the sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out. Kassier, Kassier. 7 strings of a zither in Yi Su's hand broke, and the zither music stopped. Yi Su's heart sank. What a strong saber intent. It is about to condense into a saber soul. A saber light flew over and instantly chopped the surging river in half. You dare to test me with just this bit of ability? I will defeat you in one move. The saber wind arrived extremely fast. Yi Su could not care less. He raised his zither to block. Ka, ka, ka. The remaining zither strings all broke under this saber strike. However, he still managed to block this sharp saber strike. Yi Su felt confident. He smiled coldly and said, "Although you are strong, you are dreaming if you want to defeat me in one move." Kassier. Right after Yi Su spoke, a bright moon rose behind Xiao Chun. The zither in his hand directly broke, and a flawless saber light shot out from Xiao Chen's hand. Before Yi Su could cry out, the saber chopped him in half, and blood sprayed into the air. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind, looking cold and proud. He swept his gaze over the shocked crowd and said, "Just a motley crew. No matter how many of you come, it is useless. Attack together." How arrogant! How arrogant! After being looked down on by Xiao Chun, these people could not help but feel enraged. They turned into beams of flowing light and charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. His long hair and clothes fluttered. He used his body as a saber, bringing out an unparalleled saber edge as he charged into the crowd without fear. His entire body was covered in sabers, and the 4 seasons flowed around him. Xiao Chun materialized the flawless saber Dao. Aside from immortal arts and magic skills, he did not hold anything back as he started a massacre in the crowd. Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed with blood, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Miserable cries rang out. These people discovered that Xiao Chen's strength was completely different from what Mr. Qin had said. They had completely misjudged the situation. Jizong led the three disciples of the Xianshui sect to try and delay Xiao Chun several times. However, Xiao Chun managed to shake them off, not bothering with him at all. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. Soon, the peak filled with starlight became much quieter. Aside from a few who fled, only Jizong and the three disciples of the Xianshui sect remained. Jizong felt a chill in his heart. Probably only his first senior brother could defeat this Xiao Chun before him. Bang! Just at this moment, a dazzling meteor-like light flew over and clashed with Xiao Chun. An earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as he was blasted back to the peak. When his feet landed, cracks spread out on the summit. The entire mountain looked like it would crumble. The middle-aged man beside Mr. Qin, who had been waiting patiently, made a move. With his Grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, he knocked back Xiao Chun the moment he made a move. Then, another huge hand flew over and grabbed the astral cocoon in the sky. The other Grandmaster-level martial sage, the hemp-robed old man, made a move as well. Mr. Qin laughed loudly as he walked over. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was on the summit, and said, "Xiao Chun, did you enjoy killing earlier? These fools really thought that you were only a medial-grade martial sage. After I tricked them, they could take your head and make a name for themselves. The people you killed were all sects with at least the blue-robed emperor in the primal chaos domain. Among them, there were also disciples of the three great sections. Even if the Haotian emperor came, he would not dare to act rashly. This time, you caused a huge disaster. No one will be able to save you." When Jizong saw the three people who suddenly charged out and the laughing Mr. Qin, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. This old fellow's schemes were actually so deep. At the summit where strong winds blew, there was no starlight. Only the lonely bright moon shone down cold moonlight. The hemp-robed old man's quintessence hand grabbed the astral cocoon, and he revealed a smile on his old face. "I feel a complete constellation in there. The secret treasure inside is definitely very powerful. If he had succeeded in refining it, it would have been difficult to kill him this time. However, now it has benefited me. A king-grade secret treasure from the Zodiac Hall is sufficient to raise my strength by another level. Only Grandmaster-level martial sages could bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. This was something that everyone knew. After obtaining a king-grade secret treasure with a raise of his hand, the hemp-robed old man was clearly in a good mood. With a flip of his hand, he placed the entire astral cocoon into his spatial ring, preparing to refine the spiritual mark in it when he returned. At the summit, Xiao Chun exchanged punches with the middle-aged man. All his law energy was knocked back. The blade-like energy immediately tore through his body, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Now, Xiao Chun finally knew what the superior-grade martial sages he fought with felt like. The energy of the flawless Saber Dao was simply too torturous. Mr. Qin smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chun, just stand there obediently and let me slap you 10 times. Then I can leave you with an intact corpse." The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man stood silently beside Mr. Qin, like two protectors protecting him. They looked at Xiao Chun coldly and expressionlessly. Grandmaster-level martial sage. Xiao Chun felt somewhat sad. All along, he had thought that he could remain undefeated before Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, the difference was so great. The difference in cultivation caused a qualitative change. No matter what technique Xiao Chun used, it would crumble before the other party's overwhelming strength, unable to withstand a single blow. Xiao Chun's peak rank 3 sage body did not cause him much injury. The difference was too great. He could not block the other party at all. Unless Xiao Chun circulated deities descending, it would be very difficult to block a strike from a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The trump card that he had prepared for a long time was snatched away by the other party. Xiao Chun's thoughts raced. At this moment, even if he used 2 magic skills, he would only be able to flee. He would not be able to snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Xiao Chun felt very dissatisfied. After putting in so much effort and exhausting all his resources, he ended up with nothing in the end. This won't do. Even if I have to leave, I have to kill this undying old thing. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold as he said to Mr. Qin, I'll stand here. If you dare, then come over and slap me. Mr. Qin did not get angry. At this moment, everything was within his control. He smiled faintly and said, Since you want to get slapped so much, this old man will grant you your wish. Brother Feng, Senior Liu, I'll break this brat's legs and feet. Let's see how he can remain arrogant then. The middle-aged man with a family name Feng smiled and said, Old Qin, you are a martial sage. Why would you need the two of us to work together? Brother Liu, watch carefully and don't let this brat escape. I'll deal with him alone. The hemp-robed old man nodded and landed behind Xiao Chun, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Brat, your physical body is pretty good. Take another army-killing fist of mine. The middle-aged man grinned maliciously. His body grew in size, and crackling sounds resounded as he transformed into a bloody battlefield. He charged forward like a commander of 1,000 troops on horseback. Kill! Kill! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out from the middle-aged man's body. Before the fist arrived, millions of soldiers with surging blood chi arrived before Xiao Chun, shouting, Kill! Chapter 922. These soldiers did not look like materialized phantoms at all. If one looked carefully, even some of the soldiers' beards were different. These soldiers wore blood-stained battle armor and held their combat weapons, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chun. When the great rock spreads its wings, it hates the sky for being too low. Xiao Chen's face sank. He also used his most tyrannical punch to clash. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a Grandmaster-level martial sage. A huge shadow descended as Xiao Chun turned into a Kuan Peng and spread its wings to soar. Miserable cries resounded. The soldiers in front turned into clumps of blood mist and scattered in all directions. The two clashed in the air. The middle-aged man was like a powerful overlord sweeping through the surroundings. Xiao Chun was like the holy beast Kuan Peng soaring into the sky. The two's moves were extremely ferocious, without much finesse. Thunderous sounds resounded. The mountain below could no longer withstand the tremors. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain peak turned into rubble and scattered everywhere. Xiao Chun took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he did his best to circulate his quintessence, digesting the energy of the Kuan Peng fist. A strong wind blew around him, and his clothes and hair fluttered wildly. The Xinshui sect Jizong, who was watching from the side, was mildly startled. What's going on? Could it be that even a Grandmaster-level martial sage is forced back by him? Amid the wind, the middle-aged man did his best but still took a step back in the end. The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. Unexpectedly, his punch did not manage to blast Xiao Chun apart. Instead, he even took a step back. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he wiped off the blood with his right hand. Then, he looked straight at the middle-aged man and smiled. Huh, the gap is not as big as I thought. It looks like you had the initiative in the earlier punch. That's why I ended up in such a sorry state. Stubborn. The middle-aged man became slightly angry. The scarlet light in the surroundings entered his body. With an explosive flash, he chased after Xiao Chun and punched. Xiao Chun materialized flawless 4 seasons. In the end, the spring saber, summer saber, and autumn saber were all shattered by his opponent's punch. Only the repaired winter saber managed to hold on for a moment. The two of them fought intensely in the air. Xiao Chun was knocked back by the other party's punches, and his face was completely drained of blood. His internal organs were torn apart by the army-killing fist's tyrannical might. If Xiao Chun had not cultivated the firmament body tempering art to consummation, his internal organs would have shattered long ago. He would not have been able to hold on. The hemp-robed old man smiled and said, Brother Feng, since when did a medial-grade martial sage become so tiring? It has already been almost 20 moves, right? F***CK. The middle-aged man's rage was completely ignited. He no longer held back and punched out with the army-killing fist, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble and bloodlight to soar into the sky. The pressure on Xiao Chun multiplied, but when he saw Mr. Qin's position, he gritted his teeth and held on. Endure. There was only one thought in Xiao Chen's mind. No matter what, he had to kill this Mr. Qin. Even if the medicine god of the Medicine God Valley came personally, he would not be able to save him. Xiao Chun, weren't you very arrogant all along? Why are you being beaten up like a dog now? Bring out the arrogance you had in the merfolk race. When Mr. Qin saw Xiao Chun struggling miserably on the bloody battlefield, he felt very pleased. Bang! Another punch knocked Xiao Chun back. His blood-stained white robes combined with his pale face made Xiao Chun look incredibly weak at this moment. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and chased after Xiao Chun, sending out 3 punches. Kassier! Kassier! The bones in Xiao Chen's right hand, which he used to clash with the middle-aged man, cracked. Joy appeared on Mr. Qin's face as he shouted, "Brother Feng, spare his life. I will slap him to death." Mr. Qin's figure flashed as he rushed over at lightning speed. He feared that the middle-aged man would beat Xiao Chen to death. The middle-aged man withdrew his fist and stood upright. He secretly shook his aching right hand, happy to stop. Mr. Qin raised his right hand and looked at the half-dead Xiao Chun. He said in a sullen voice, "No one has ever slapped this old man before. Back then, you sent me flying with 1 slap. Today, I will slap you to death with 1 slap." A strand of divine light flashed through the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. His left hand glowed with a golden light. Xiao Chun, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally had this opportunity. The deities descending that he had not used all this time erupted at this moment. "Slap me to death. Let me slap you to death." Pa! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's left hand, which glowed with a golden light, landed on the right side of Mr. Qin's face. Before Mr. Qin's incredulous gaze, he was shocked to discover that his eyes could see his back. Before he could figure this out, his thoughts were cut off. The sudden turn of events stunned the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. How could the extremely weak Xiao Chun still burst forth with such strength? "You're seeking death." The hemp-robed old man reacted. Killing chi surged in his eyes as a veritable essence hand instantly formed and descended from the sky, intending to smash Xiao Chun to death. "Damn, this is going to be big." The middle-aged man cursed and charged forward once more. Bang! Just at this moment, the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring burst open, and countless beams of starlight shot out. The Big Dipper banner, which had a 3-colored light flowing on it, flew out. The other items in the spatial ring also scattered in all directions like a celestial maiden scattering them. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. When he saw the Big Dipper banner illuminating 5 kilometers around, he laughed loudly. "Big Dipper banner, you did not disappoint me indeed. My efforts were not in vain." The explosion of the spatial ring produced a huge shockwave, catching the hemp-robed old man off guard. The veritable essence hand shattered. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Then, he grabbed the Big Dipper banner. Surging astral energy shot out. Massacre, death, and ruin. 3 different lights, changed unpredictably with the starlight. Xiao Chen used the banner pole as a spear and sent it out, clashing with the middle-aged man's fist light. The instant they clashed, Xiao Chen flicked his wrist, and the banner on the pole unfurled. Boundless starlight immediately burst out. The 7 astral pearls released resplendent light, forming a complete constellation. Ruin, death, and massacre, 3 kinds of astral energy, flowed together with the starlight. Bang! The middle-aged man took 10 steps back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His eyes filled with shock. The Big Dipper banner containing 3 states was unheard of since ancient times. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and waved the banner, collecting all the astral coins, medicinal pills, astral cores, and divine materials in the air. These were the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. "Damn it! How dare you snatch my treasures?" When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chun sweep away most of his treasures, he flew into a rage. He stretched out his hand, and a huge flaming hand smashed down. Xiao Chun did not even bother looking at the treasures that he collected. He simply tossed them into the universe ring. Then he shook the astral banner, and a beam of starlight shot out. This beam of starlight pierced through the quintessence hand that the hemp-robed old man formed, shattering it. At this moment, Xiao Chun felt his body brimming with energy. The abundant astral energy in the Big Dipper banner could actually replenish the law energy that he exhausted. Xiao Chun swung his right hand. With his strong recovery ability, he could move his broken bones with some difficulty. Holding the reborn Big Dipper banner, Xiao Chun held some initiative. As he swung the banner, he blocked the sharp attacks of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. Jizong's eyes went wide as he watched from the side. Who knew how many divine materials this astral banner contained for it to have such might? Furthermore, there were the three attributes of destruction, death, and massacre. Even the Big Dipper banner in the hands of the Big Dipper Palace's palace master could not compare to the one in Xiao Chun's hand. Massacre. With a thought from Xiao Chun, the massacre chi contained in the Dubhe star shot out together with the starlight. The surging astral energy immediately turned scarlet like blood. The astral banner fluttered, and the sound of massacre spread out for 5 kilometers around. There was only one sound in the sky, one word, kill. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. The Big Dipper banner spun again, and the scarlet light faded. The death chi in the Merak star surged, and the starlight turned pitch black. All the sounds in the world merged into one word, die. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the two. The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man were both shocked and enraged. When the black light vanished, Xiao Chun raised the Big Dipper banner and charged forward first. The destruction chi of the Fecta star turned the starlight grayish-white. Then, it formed the word destroy and surged towards the two. Rumble. The moment the word destroy appeared, many mountains collapsed. Cracks appeared on the skin of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man, and blood leaked out. You are seeking death. You are just a mere medial grade martial sage, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. The hemp-robed old man was thoroughly enraged. He opened his forehead and spat out a flaming palm leaf fan. Fiery clouds spread out for 50 kilometers above his head. The middle-aged man's expression turned sullen, and a scarlet military seal appeared in his palm. He pushed it out, and it became as large as a mountain hovering above his head. Groups of armored soldiers on war horses floated around the military seal. Their chi and blood soared into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. When Ji Zong saw the situation, he quickly turned around and led his disciples away, not daring to stay any longer. This Xiao Chun had really gone overboard. Grandmaster-level martial sages could already bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. Once they brought out their secret treasures, they were getting serious. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the shockwaves of the battle as earth-shattering. When one thought about it, Xiao Chun was rather capable. Unexpectedly, he forced 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages to take out their king-grade secret treasures. The light of the Big Dipper banner slowly faded. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He had gone overboard. Earlier, Xiao Chun had only cared about playing around, not holding back at all. He had used up all the astral energy in the Big Dipper banner to be able to force us, the demonic brilliant 2 elders, to use our life king grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun, you should be proud even in death. The hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and grabbed the flaming palm leaf fan. Then, he gently fanned it, and a strong wind carrying the flames formed 999 flame tornadoes, each one 1 kilometer long, surging towards Xiao Chun. A vast sea of fire filled Xiao Chun's vision. The might of one fan was already so strong. The full might of a king-grade secret treasure was truly terrifying. The middle-aged man formed hand seals and spat out the word command. The scarlet military seal flashed, and 100,000 soldiers charged over, accompanied by a flaming wind. As the horses galloped in the air, the surrounding 50 kilometers rumbled. The ground shook intensely, and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 923. Shao Chun withdrew the Big Dipper banner into his sea of consciousness. Then, he said sullenly, "This bit of ability is not enough to kill me. Demonic brilliant two elders, I, Shao Chun, will remember you. The mountains will not change. The rivers will flow forever. In the future, I will definitely take your heads." Great Sun incantation, burning the void. The magic energy in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness, which had already tripled in size, suddenly burned and drained. The blazing sun suddenly appeared in the night sky, turning into an ancient, Yang character as it soared into the sky. Boom! The flames of the sun spread out in the air, clashing with the towering flaming tornado and the 100,000 bloody soldiers in the air. Surging shock waves covered the sky and the sun. The tall mountains for 50 kilometers around were instantly flattened. All sorts of lights bloomed in the air like fireworks, lasting for a long time. When everything calmed down, Shao Chun was nowhere to be seen. The hemp-robed old man and the middle-aged man were stunned. After a long time, they put away their king-grade secret treasures. Mr. Qin died before our eyes. We will not be able to give an explanation to the Medicine God Valley. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. What explanation? If we go, we will definitely be beaten to death. I just feel heartache. The primal essence nature pill that Mr. Qin promised us ended up with this brat. That is a king-grade medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation by 60 years. The hemp-robed old man sighed and said, "This time, I suffered a great loss. Let's not care about this brat. Let's quickly go to the heavenly ruin wasteland and see if we can make up for our losses." How unlucky. If we had not agreed to Mr. Qin's request, we might have already gained a lot in the heavenly ruin wasteland. That might not be the case. The heavenly ruin wasteland has an immortal sect remnant buried there. It is a supreme sect of the immortal epic. Even the blue-robed emperor would enter. We're just minor characters there. After running for hundreds of kilometers, Shao Chun stopped in front of a majestic and imposing city. The words Zhu Gu were written on the city gates. This was one of the largest cities in the primal chaos domain. There were countless cultivators in the city, and it was very complicated. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere. Shao Chun pondered for a while. There were many people who wanted to kill him now. Rather than hiding outside, it was better to cultivate in this city for a while. Then, he rushed to Zhongzhou Bushin Palace to participate in the king conferring ceremony. If Shao Chun relied on the huge flow of people to hide, he would be like a drop in the ocean. Even if a major character knew divination, it would not be easy for them to find him. After putting on the heavenly sea cloak, Shao Chun headed straight for the city gates. He walked into the city as if he was air. Shao Chun paid the astral coins and reserved a superior room at a nearby inn. Only now did Shao Chun let out a sigh of relief. He was temporarily safe. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to recover from his injuries. The middle-aged man's army-killing fist was boundlessly tyrannical. His blood chi soared into the sky. There was always a surge of energy that could not be eliminated from the internal injuries, causing the injuries to be unable to heal automatically. Now that Shao Chun had calmed down, it was time to get rid of this scarlet energy. This energy was harder to get rid of than Shao Chun had expected. After the scarlet energy pierced into his internal organs for a short period of time, it became deeply rooted and extremely difficult to get rid of. Shao Chun only managed to recover after 3 days. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly checked Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Indeed, the heavenly secret divination disc floated quietly in the ring. After fiddling with the heavenly secret divination disc for a while, Shao Chun thought to himself, "After killing Mr. Qin this time, I have thoroughly offended the Medicine God Valley. This will be a huge problem in the future." The Medicine God Valley was a peak faction of the Profound Domain. They were much stronger than the Heaven and Earth sect. In terms of overall strength, they were no weaker than the Haotian sect. Hey, what is this? Xiao Qian's spiritual sense was attracted by a jade bottle in the spatial ring, interrupting his thoughts. That jade bottle gave off a spiritual light. It was transparent and overflowed with light. Unexpectedly, it could not block out the spiritual light of the medicinal pill inside. What medicinal pill is this for its spiritual light to be so intense? The spiritual light was too intense, so much so that Xiao Qian did not dare to take it out. He got off the bed and went to the cultivation room in the room before carefully taking out the jade bottle. This was an especially prepared for cultivators. Normally, the best rooms would have similar cultivation rooms that could isolate the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by cultivation. The crystalline jade bottle was transparent. Spiritual energy spread out and turned into dragons swimming around the room, moving through the clouds of spiritual energy. Xiao Qian opened his mouth and sucked in several dragon-shaped spiritual energy strands. Xiao Qian's body immediately felt very comfortable. The purple heavenly laws around his dantian churned. After absorbing this spiritual energy, he felt extremely satisfied. Bang! 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 10 brand new heavenly sage laws appeared. They were as thick as a finger, but they gave off a dense purple light and flickered with sparks. Xiao Qian was startled. What exactly is this medicinal pill? Spiritual energy turned into dragons. Just one breath, and my cultivation increased by a small amount. What would happen if I swallowed the entire medicinal pill? Xiao Qian's cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would have needed at least a month to raise his cultivation. Looking at the jade bottle, Xiao Qian's eyes lit up with excitement. He had not expected Mr. Qin to have such a medicinal pill. If Xiao Qian guessed right, this should be the reward for the demonic brilliant two elders. It was an extremely precious king-grade medicinal pill that could raise a cultivator's cultivation. Good. What I lack now is cultivation. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, you are really providing me with timely assistance. Xiao Qian opened the bottle cap and was about to consume the medicinal pill. Who knew? A beam of dim light shot out the instant he opened the bottle cap and headed for the door. Bang! The dim light crashed into the restrictions on the wall, causing Xiao Qian to groan in pain. That was a thumb-sized medicinal pill with a small face on it. It had eyes, a mouth, but no nose. Small hands and feet even grew out of the medicinal pill, rubbing its head in pain. It looked extremely cute. A pill spirit? In the past, Xiao Qian had heard of stories of medicinal pills gaining spirituality. Unexpectedly, he saw it for himself. Fortunately, this pill's spirit was not strong. Xiao Qian had the foresight to open the jade bottle in the cultivation room. Otherwise, it would have flown away. Come back. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand and grabbed. A strong suction pulled the medicinal pill into his palm. The tiny pill spirit stood pitifully on Xiao Qian's palm, crying out pitifully. It looked extremely aggrieved, making it hard to swallow. Xiao Qian remained unmoved. He said, "Don't feel aggrieved. Medicinal pills are refined for others to eat." Before Xiao Qian could finish speaking, the pitiful little pill spirit shook its head and swelled to the size of a watermelon. Then, it opened its ferocious mouth and tried to chew on Xiao Qian's head. Hee, after swallowing you, you idiot, I will truly become a pill spirit. This broken house will not be able to trap me anymore. The pill spirit laughed sinisterly. A pill spirit eating its master. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He threw a palm strike, and law energy surged out. Electricity flickered, and this pill spirit cried out miserably. A smooth medicinal pill appeared before Xiao Qian. He could even see a clump of primal chaos, qi, swimming around in the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill gained spirituality. Now, Xiao Qian was certain that the medicinal pill in his hand was a king-grade medicinal pill. However, he had only refined it for a short time, so this pill spirit did not have much growth yet. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to deal with. Xiao Qian opened his mouth and swallowed this primal essence nature pill without hesitation. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and frantically swallowed the primal essence nature pill. Beams of purple light shot out from his body. The 3,000 strands of black light all turned crystalline purple. The entire room was filled with a sea of electricity. All sorts of mutated beasts appeared in the sea, roaring at the sky. The medicinal energy of this pill made Xiao Chun feel incredibly carefree. All along, he had been like a child who could not eat his fill. The surrounding spiritual energy could not satisfy him at all. After swallowing this pill, his bones, flesh, and heavenly sage laws all felt extremely satisfied. After refining for 3 days, Xiao Qin opened his eyes, feeling like he had not had enough. His purple hair had not completely faded yet, making him look sinister. In 3 days, Xiao Qin's cultivation had risen from early-stage medial-grade martial sage to middle-stage medial-grade martial sage. Xiao Chun licked his lips. This medicinal pill was really good stuff. Unfortunately, there was only one. If he had another 8 or 10, he might have been able to push his cultivation to superior-grade martial sage. Then, he would be able to fight a grandmaster-level martial sage head-on. However, this was already pretty good. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to be so passive when facing the demonic brilliant two elders, unable to resist at all. After standing up and leaving, Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while before putting on a scarlet cloak. This was a sage-grade secret treasure from the hemp-robed old man's collection. It had the effect of increasing one's speed. A scarlet light flowed around the cloak, fluttering about. This scarlet cloak looked very cool. Then, Xiao Chun turned the blue Neptune headscarf into red and tied it around his forehead, matching his purple hair. Xiao Chen's aura immediately changed. He now looked like an elite disciple of an evil sect, exuding an evil aura. Unless one was very close to him, it would be hard for others to connect him to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's purple hair toppled many people's opinions. A folding fan appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. After sizing up his current attire, he smiled faintly and walked out. In the bustling inn, Xiao Chun ordered some food and wine as he listened to the conversations of the various cultivators. There were many people from all walks of life in the inn. He could hear the latest news of the primal chaos domain here. Did you hear? The profound domain's demonic brilliant two elders suffered at the hands of the white-robed Xiao Chun. They were invited by Mr. Qin to kill Xiao Chun. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would kill Mr. Qin and swagger off? The demonic, brilliant two elders are not ordinary grandmaster-level martial sages. They have been famous for many years. They have lived for 400 or 500 years, and their cultivations are ridiculously deep. They can kill a regular superior grade martial sage with one punch. This Xiao Chun is really bold. I heard that he even killed the disciples of all the big sects in the primal chaos domain. Now, several sects have already started to hunt him down. How unfortunate! The experts in my primal chaos domain are all rushing to the heavenly ruin wasteland. This Xiao Chun will be free and unfettered for a while. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt excited. No wonder the demonic brilliant two elders are so strong. It turns out that they have lived for 400 or 500 years. It is only natural that their cultivations far surpass mine. However, what is this heavenly ruin wasteland? To think that it would attract so many experts of the primal chaos domain. Curiosity stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. He raised his hand to that eloquent, skinny man and said, "This brother, would you like to come over and have a drink?" The skinny man was in the middle of speaking when he was interrupted. He was displeased, but when he turned to look, he saw that someone had interrupted him. However, when he looked over, he saw that Xiao Chun was covered in secret treasures and had an overwhelming evil aura. Chapter 924. He walked over with a smile and performed a cup fist salute. How should I address this brother? I am Xing Qingyun, a rank 1 loose cultivator from the primal chaos domain. Yi Chun from the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance. I was invited by Di Wuk to discuss the Heroes Convention and to meet Xiao Chun at the same time. I want to see how capable he is to dare to kill someone under the nose of a martial emperor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he spoke nonsense. No one could make out any flaws. So, it is the Northern Sea Alliance's young Master Yi. I misjudged you. When Xing Qingyun heard that Xiao Chen came from the Northern Sea Alliance, a peak sect of the heavenly starry ocean, and that he even received an invitation from Di Wuk, he quickly felt deep veneration for Xiao Chen. I heard that Di Wuk has already arrived in the primal chaos domain and met with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect. Now, they are heading to the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland together. Di Wuk also came to the primal chaos domain. It looked like he had put in a lot of effort for the sake of the Heroes Convention. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. He said, "This is my first time in the primal chaos domain. Recently, I kept hearing about the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. Since Brother Xing is so knowledgeable, can you explain it to me?" Xing Qingyin felt very pleased with Xiao Chen's flattery. He smiled and said, "You really asked the right person. The Heavenly Ruin Wasteland is a land of fortuitous encounters in the primal chaos domain. Occasionally, all sorts of remnants appear there. This time, someone actually discovered a large immortal sect, attracting the attention of many experts. Even the blue-robed emperor made a move." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. It looked like the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland was a place similar to the savage battlefield. I heard that young Master Yi wants to kill Xiao Chen." Xing Qingyun said hesitantly. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not kill himself. However, to deceive others, he had to put on a convincing act. He asked coldly, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not that strong?" Xing Qingyun smiled and said, "I'll be honest. Young Master Yi is not weak. However, it is far from enough to kill Xiao Chen. You should know that even the demonic brilliant two elders could not stop him." Xiao Chen saw that there was a hidden meaning in his words and directly said, "If you have something to say, just say it. In that case, I will be direct. Some of the disciples of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Sound Sect have formed a king-killing alliance. I feel that if young Master Yi joins them, you'll have a higher chance of killing Xiao Chen." "Kill the king? What king?" "Naturally, it's the white-robed king, Xiao Chen. This fellow has yet to obtain the title of Blue Dragon King, but the title of the white-robed king has already spread. There's no problem with calling him the white-robed king." "King-killing alliance?" A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked, "Brother Xing, how do you know Xiao Chen's location? Could it be that you're trying to hunt down the Hao Yin sect by forming the king-killing alliance so suddenly?" Xing Qingyin smiled and said, "Naturally not. Given Xiao Chen's character, given the appearance of an immortal sect remnant in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland, he will definitely go. Our alliance's people have been guarding the entrance. We will catch him sooner or later." Xiao Chen sighed softly. "This is really a coincidence. I managed to avoid some trouble. I wonder who the people forming the king-killing alliance are. True experts should disdain forming alliances." Suddenly, a plan appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Right now, there were many people who wanted to kill him. He might as well stir up trouble. "How about it, Brother Yi? Join our king-killing alliance," Xing Qingyun said with anticipation. Xiao Chen swung the folding fan in his hand and revealed a proud expression. He smiled coldly and said, "Brother Xing, are you looking down on me? With my strength, do I need to join someone else's king-killing alliance? To hunt down just one Xiao Chen, I also need to form an alliance. This king-killing alliance is just SOSO, in my opinion." Xing Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, "Then, I have something to do, so I will leave first. I wish young Master Yi good luck." Xiao Chen placed his hand on Xing Qingyun's shoulder. Then he smiled with narrowed eyes. "Brother Xing, what are you planning to do?" "I just got excited and decided to form a demon-slaying alliance to hunt down Xiao Chen. I will appoint you as the alliance chief." Xing Qingyun felt a strong energy enter his body, able to shred his meridians and internal organs at any moment. The hand that Xiao Chen placed on Xing Qingyun's shoulder was like the hand of the Grim Reaper. As long as Xiao Chen made any strange movements, he would instantly die. I am weak. I I really cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility, Xing Qingyun said, his voice trembling. There were many major characters in the King-Killing Alliance. Several outstanding talents of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there, as well as some famous loose cultivators. If Xing Qingyun joined this demon-slaying alliance, he would be slapping their faces. He would not have a good time. What's wrong, Brother Xing? Are you looking down on me? Xiao Qin's expression turned cold as he gently patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder twice. Xing Qingyun's heart thumped heavily as he showed a sullen expression. How could he dare to say no? An unexpected calamity. Originally, Xing Qingyun wanted to recruit an expert to raise his position in the alliance. Unexpectedly, he ended up offending such a fearless master. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. Together with his head of purple hair and scarlet headscarf, he looked as sinister as one could imagine. That's right. Let's go. Bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. We will go there to kill demons as well, to kill the white-robed demon Xiao Qian. Follow me and become famous. Xing Qingyun, why are you still here? The last batch of people in the alliance is about to set off. Now, you are the only one left. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps came from the inn. A group of cultivators with extraordinary cultivations arrived. The leader of this group spoke anxiously to Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun was about to answer when Xiao Qian stopped him. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please return. Xing Qingyun is now the alliance chief of my demon-slaying alliance. He has nothing to do with your king-killing alliance. You are seeking death. Where did you come from? How dare you poach the people of our king-killing alliance? I think you are Xiao Qian's accomplice." When the leader of this group saw that Xiao Qian was only a medial grade martial sage, he could not be bothered to speak with him. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Xiao Qian. When this person sent out the palm strike, a cold palace rose up behind him. A cold moon hung high in the distance. This person was actually an outstanding disciple of the Frost Moon Palace. Someone in the surroundings recognized this person and whispered, "That is the Frost Moon Palace's Xiang Xiaoyu. He is one of the top elites of the Frost Moon Palace. This young Master Yi of the Northern Sea Alliance is probably going to suffer." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Good timing. I will take your head and spread the name of our demon-slaying alliance." Xiao Qian did not use any martial techniques. He only relied on his cultivation. He leaped up and clashed with a palm strike. His body gave off a bright purple light, and clumps of electricity flickered. There was a berserk sound of thunder in the inn, causing the floors to tremble. Bang! Crisp sounds rang out continuously. That palace and the cold moon shattered one by one. Xiang Xiaoyu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably to the ground. A horrified expression appeared in his eyes. The others in the inn were shocked as well. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen defeated Xiang Xiaoyu in one move. This Yi Chen really had a great background. Let's go. You offended our king-killing alliance. There is no place for you in this primal chaos domain. Also, Xing Qingyun, you are very courageous. You are a traitor, Xiang Xiaoyu said ruthlessly as he climbed to his feet. Then, he led a group of people away. Leave? Our alliance chief did not say anything. Do you think you can leave just like that? Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and opened the folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived before Xiang Xiaoyu. Electricity burst out of the folding fan, and he knocked Xiang Xiaoyu back in a few moves. Xiao Qian did not let the others off, either, knocking them to the ground one by one. Xiao Qian's scarlet cloak fluttered behind him as he fanned himself. Then he smiled and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, how to deal with these people will be up to you." Xing Qingyun had a sullen expression as he complained bitterly in his heart. These people are finished. I will not be able to survive in the primal chaos domain in the future. Young Master Yi, I think we should let these people go. Xiao Qian closed his folding fan and smiled. Since the Alliance Chief has spoken, I will let you all go. Leave behind your spatial rings, and you can scram. Xiang Xiaoyu took the lead and tossed aside the spatial rings. Then, he said to Xing Qingyun, "Xing Qingyun, you are dead for sure." How dare you betray us and oppose our king-killing alliance? From today on, there is no place for you in the primal chaos domain. The others left behind their spatial rings and glared at Xing Qingyun hatefully before quickly leaving this place. Xiao Chun picked up the spatial rings on the ground and gave half to Xing Qingyun. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to the people in the inn and said, "The demon-slaying alliance is officially established today." The alliance chief said that when we see the people of the king-killing alliance, we have to beat them up like dogs. Whoosh! Xiao Chun grabbed Xing Qingyun and leaped out of the inn. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Xing, how did it feel earlier? From today on, your name will definitely spread throughout the entire primal chaos domain." Xing Qingyun smiled bitterly. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. However, he opened the spatial rings in his hand. When Xing Qingyun saw that he had obtained a large sum of wealth so easily, his heart pounded heavily. "Come, bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland." Xing Qingyun helplessly led Xiao Chun to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Along the way, Xiao Chun met with the people of the king-killing alliance. They did not show any mercy at all, and Xiao Chun killed all of them. 3 days later, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland appeared in the distance. A primal chaos whirlpool floated in the air. With a quick glance, one could see a multicolored light filling the sky behind the whirlpool. However, there were even more black flames that were blowing non-stop, making whooshing noises that struck fear into the hearts of those who looked at them. Xing Qingyun explained, "Young Master Yi, the entrance is in front." However, dark demonic flames spread for 50 kilometers in there. If you enter rashly, you will be burned to ashes. Of course, that is a different story if you are as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chun had heard of the dark demonic flames before. This was a kind of flame from the deep abyss demonic world, a type of inattributed flame. However, it was not as difficult as other flames. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would find it hard to deal with it. Xiao Chun frowned and said, "There should be a way to enter, right?" Xing Qingyun's mood improved slightly. He smiled and said, "Naturally, there is. Every evening, when the sun sets, the might of the dark demonic flames will be at their lowest. As long as one's cultivation is sufficient, one can slowly endure it. Alternatively, if you are fast enough, you can fly 50 kilometers in one breath. At that time, the dark demonic flames will not be able to catch up to you." Xiao Chun entered deep thought, considering which method he could use to enter. Since an immortal sect remnant had appeared in the heavenly ruin wasteland, naturally, he wanted to enter as well. When others obtained magic treasures, they needed to reforge them into secret treasures before they could use them. However, Xiao Chun could use them as he pleased. Even if he could not break them down into divine materials, he could use them to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 925. A few factions gathered in the sky at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyun pointed to one of them, feeling somewhat depressed. He said, "That is the king-killing alliance. The one standing in the palace is the Frost Moon Palace's Yun Tianhe. He is second only to the top true inheritor of the Frost Moon Palace, Lu Zheng. There are many white-clad women around him. The one with a set of bells in front of him is the heavenly music sect's Gao Baiyu. He is also the second strongest person of the younger generation in the sect. The king-killing alliance is made up of these two people." Xiao Chun took a look and discovered that there were indeed many experts among them. There was even a Grandmaster-level martial sage old man behind Yun Tianhe and Lu Zheng. However, Xiao Chun could sense that these three were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. "Xing Qingyun, you are really bold. We pulled you into the king-killing alliance, and yet you still dare to betray us and bite back at us." When Yun Tianhe saw Xiao Chun and Xing Qingyun rushing over from the cold palace, he led a group of people from the king-killing alliance to block the two. Xing Qingyun felt like crying. He really wanted to explain. However, he had already killed so many of the other party's people. There was no way to explain. Either way, he would die. Xing Qingyun threw caution to the wind and shouted, "What dogfart king-killing alliance? You have to gather so many people just to kill Xiao Chun. Before our demon-slaying alliance, you are nothing. Yin Tianhe felt stifled. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable person from 3 days ago actually dared to shout at him. Senior brother Yin, this brat is reckless. I'll help you take his head. A figure leaped out, and a horrifying aura soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds in the surroundings. The newcomer was an outstanding young superior-grade martial sage, much stronger than Xing Qingyun's. How dare a nobody like you speak to our alliance chief? Scram! Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he blocked the front and punched. After consuming the Primal Essence Nature Pill, although Xiao Chun was only a middle-stage medial-grade martial sage now, he would not fear fighting a Grandmaster-level martial sage. When he punched out, the sound of thunder rang out continuously. The newcomer was sent flying and coughed up blood. As Yin Tianhe stood above the palace, a cold moon rose into the sky, and the air suddenly turned cold. He looked at Xiao Chun, who had purple hair and a blood-like cloak fluttering in the wind. He frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for us?" Xiao Chun opened his folding fan and stood upright in the air. He smiled and said, "I will never change my name or surname. I am Xiao Chun of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance. Yi Chun, the bloody young master Yi Chun. The Frost Moon Palace's Yin Tianhe and the Heavenly Music Sect's Gao Baiyu revealed shocked expressions, turning grave. When Xiao Chun saw the two's expressions, he could not help but think, bloody young master Yi Chun. Could there really be someone in the Northern Sea Alliance called Yi Chun? I really made up this name. Xing Qingyun observed the two's expressions and felt that this Yi Chun seemed to have a great background. He laughed loudly and said, "Yin Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, the king-killing alliance is no longer as mighty as before. Now, our demon-slaying alliance is very popular. Xiao Chun will only die at our hands." Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Then, they turned their heads and said in a condescending tone, "The fame of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 young masters is very resounding. However, in our primal chaos domain, you have not reached the point where you can do as you please without fear. Yi Chun, you killed the people of our king-killing alliance. You have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, no matter how great your background is, you could forget about entering this heavenly ruin wasteland." Xiao Chun found it funny to think that a random name could have the same name. Xiao Chun's luck is really good. As for the real brother Yi Chun, I can only apologize. However, in any case, the other party is very far away. No matter what, there will be some connection. Xiao Chun can use the other party's name to do as he pleases. Apologize to you and ask our alliance chief if he agrees. Alliance Chief Xing, do you agree? Xiao Chun said as he turned his head to Xing Qingyun. Along the way, Xing Qingyun had killed people and snatched their treasures. He had shared many of the benefits with Xing Qingyun. Now, Xing Qingyun realized that Xiao Chun had a great background. Xing Qingyun felt very confident. He said in a tyrannical manner, "Apologize? Our demon-slaying alliance will definitely hunt down Xiao Chun and become famous. How can we apologize? You're the ones who should apologize for being disrespectful to our demon-slaying alliance." There were many people in the king-killing alliance. A rough count would be no less than 200, with some experts among them. When they saw that Xing Qingyun, who was originally a weakling, was so arrogant, they felt enraged in their hearts. "Young Master Yin, young Master Gao, we have never heard of this Yi Chun before. Why bother wasting time with him? Just kill him. Right, kill them. Otherwise, others will look down on our king-killing alliance." Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu remained silent, unable to make up their minds. Most people might not have heard of the Bloody Young Master, but that did not mean that these two had not. The Bloody Young Master was an outstanding talent of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's younger generation. He was strong enough to compete with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect, perhaps even stronger. Rumor had it that the Bloody Young Master was temperamental, alternating between good and evil. His strength was extraordinary. This Xiao Chun fit the rumors. Xiao Chun swept his gaze around and stared at the person who shouted the loudest. He smiled and said, "All of you are boasting shamelessly. To think that you dare to spout nonsense before our demon-slaying alliance." A light flashed. Xiao Chun held a folding fan in his hand, and the scarlet cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He looked like a scarlet beam of light, moving about without a trace. When Xiao Chun returned, he held a head in his hand. It was the head of the person who shouted the loudest. When Xing Qingyun saw the situation, he became even bolder. He took the head from Xiao Chun's hand and exploded it. He shouted, "This is the result of opposing our demon-slaying alliance." Xiao Chun's earlier actions were extremely fast. Less than 10 people could see his movements clearly. The only ones who could stop him were the two old men behind Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. However, without their orders, these two old men would not make a move. Xiao Chun killed one of them with a raise of his hand. The cultivators of the King-Killing Alliance could not help but feel horrified. When Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu saw the situation, they quickly gestured. The two Grandmaster-level martial sages behind them quickly leaped out, giving off an aura that could shake mountains and rivers as they flew over. The two old men threw a slap at the same time, wanting to send the two old men flying at the same time, thoroughly smashing away the arrogance of Xiao Chun and Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun could not retaliate and got sent flying. Xiao Chun dodged in advance and grabbed the falling Xing Qingyun. He smiled and said, "Alliance Chief, are you all right?" "Sob, sob. My face is swollen from the slap. It hurts," Xing Qingyun said pitifully, his right cheek swollen. He could not speak clearly. Xiao Chun carried Xing Qingyun and dodged the attacks of the two Grandmaster-level martial sages again. He smiled and said, "The two of you are dead for sure. You even dare to slap our alliance chief, Xing Qingyun. No one in this world can save you." What a joke. What can an insignificant, inferior grade martial sage do to us? Today I will slap you, the Dog's-It Alliance chief, to death right in front of you. The old man from the Frost Moon Palace said coldly. Xing Qingyun was so anxious that he nearly cried. He said, "Young Master Yi, please stop." Xiao Chun carried Xing Qingyun and easily dodged the attacks of the two. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. With me, the bloody young Master Yi Chun, protecting you, no one will dare to touch you." The bloody young Master Yi Chun? What a great reputation. You said not to touch him, but I will. The old man from the Heavenly Music Sect held a jade flute in his hand. His attacks could not help turning sharper as he charged at Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun already despaired. Under the pressure of the two Grandmaster-level martial sages, he felt like his heart would jump out at any moment. Just a bunch of dancing clowns. To think that they are not embarrassed to form the King-Slaying Alliance. How laughable. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came from the distance. A white figure holding a long saber approached from afar, quickly heading for the heavenly ruin wasteland. White-robed Xiao Chun. Suddenly, someone cried out when they saw the two old men attacking Xiao Chun and Xing Qingyun. The two old men paused, and a light flashed in their eyes. Then, they charged at the white figure at lightning speed. It really is the white-robed Xiao Chun. What a strong saber chi. His killing intent is also horrifying. The people of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance were all startled. Then, they suddenly reacted and charged at the white-robed figure. They executed all sorts of methods, either strong martial techniques or strong secret treasures, causing the winds and clouds to change color as they descended from the sky. That was not all. The experts hiding in the surroundings all leaped out at this moment. Xiao Chen's lips twitched as he counted. There were at least 10 Grandmaster-level martial sages who leaped out. If Xiao Chun had not hidden himself and headed for the heavenly ruin wasteland, he might not even have known how he died. Xing Qingyun covered his face and felt flabbergasted. Damn it, this Xiao Chun is really incredible. Unexpectedly, there are so many Grandmaster-level martial sages hiding there to kill him. Xiao Chun fanned himself and smiled. Alliance Chief Xing, you're not too bad yourself. Earlier, there were 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages, but they could not do anything to you. Xing Qingyun rubbed his face and forced a smile. It's just SOSO. After all, I am the Alliance Chief of the Demon-Slaying Alliance. In the future, I will personally kill the white-robed Xiao Chun and become famous. It is already dusk, and Xiao Chun has entered the heavenly ruin wasteland. Young Master Yi, should we go in? Xiao Chun nodded. He was rather interested in that white-robed person from earlier. He wanted to know whether the other party was dead or alive. Xing Qingyun took out a warship and carried the two to the primal chaos whirlpool in the air, heading for the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Many mutated beasts were carved on both sides of the warship. An ancient demonic energy cannon was mounted on the bow, the only sage-grade secret treasure that Xing Qingyun could take out. The instant the warship entered the entrance, it immediately sank into a sea of black demonic flame. The demonic flame howled endlessly. Occasionally, horrifying ghostly faces flashed by. Those are the mutated evil spirits of the demonic flame. They could even swallow up Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, it would be very difficult to run into them. Brother Yi, we need to walk out of this 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Otherwise, the sun will set in the west. When the might of this demonic flame returns to normal, my warship will not be able to block it. Xing Qingyun propped up the protective barrier of the warship. He did not appear to be in too much of a rush. As long as they did not run into any unexpected situations, they would not have any problems crossing the 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Chapter 926. What a coincidence to run into the two of you here. It looks like the heavens want you dead. Just as Xing Qingyun thought this, an old man walked out of the surging demonic flame. This was the Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Frost Moon Palace. This old man did not rely on any external items to move freely in this demonic flame. He relied on his own cultivation to move about freely. Xing Qingyun's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, why are you not chasing after that white-robed Xiao Chun? Why are you seeking trouble with us? That brat runs very fast. After killing many of our people, we still let him slip away. However, you are not that lucky. Alliance Chief Xing, this old man said that I will slap you to death, so I will keep my word." The Frost Moon Palace's old man parted the flames and approached the warship with malicious intent. Xing Qingyun paled slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, you must be joking. It's enough to make such a joke once." As the Frost Moon Palace's old man walked over, the demonic flame in front of him parted automatically. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, you're going to kill white-robed Xiao Chun. You will definitely become famous. Why are you so frightened by a Grandmaster-level martial sage? Go up and beat him up. My legs are weak. Big Brother Yi, go up. I'll hold the line for you." Xing Qingyun trembled as he moved back. "What are you afraid of? Charge forward bravely." Xiao Chun pushed gently, and a huge force pushed Xing Qingyun out of the warship. Then, Xing Qingyun shot towards the old man in the Frost Moon Palace's robes. This startled Xing Qingyun. Given his cultivation, the moment he left the warship, the demonic flame would immediately swallow him up. Even a significantly weakened demonic flame would not do. Xing Qingyun flailed his arms and legs, shouting. However, after shouting for a long time, he discovered a purple barrier flickering with electricity around him, blocking the surrounding demonic flame. Xing Qingyun could not help smiling. "You scared this old man. It turns out that you're fine." The Frost Moon Palace's old man stepped forward and raised his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, Alliance Chief Xing is so courageous that you really dare to challenge this old man." F***CK. The old man's figure was like a gust of wind, about to arrive in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Xiao Chun could not react in time, unable to dodge or evade. Just as the old man closed his eyes in despair, a resplendent saber light lit up in the surging demonic flame. A saber wind easily split the demonic flame in half and headed for the old man's back. An extremely dangerous aura appeared in the old man's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man quickly turned around and punched out. The aura of a master-level master permeated the air, and a strong wind blew. The devil flames scattered in all directions, clearing up an empty space around him. Bang! A folding fan pressed against Xiao Chen's fist, and surging quintessence surged out. Electricity burst out, and thunder rumbled in the surroundings. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes as he retreated 100 meters. He had used 50% of his cultivation in that punch. Although he had been caught off guard, he should not have been knocked back by a Grandmaster-level martial sage. In his arm, the blade-like energy scraped at his bones and flesh layer by layer, causing him to feel an excruciating pain. He had to use twice as much law energy as the energy to destroy this energy. Old man, I already said that since you offended our alliance chief, no one in the world can save you. Today is the day you die. As Xiao Chen held the folding fan in his hand, his purple hair fluttered about, flickering with a crystalline light. However, the color dimmed somewhat. The scarlet Neptune headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead made his delicate face look very sinister. Arrogant. The Frost Moon Palace's old man gave up on Xing Qingyun and charged at Xiao Chen while walking in the demonic flame. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. The earlier punch had already tested this person's limits. Compared to the demonic brilliant two elders, this Frost Moon Palace's old man was much weaker. Back then, Xiao Chen's defeat at the hands of the demonic brilliant two elders was indeed justified. Even if Xiao Chen had not consumed the primal essence nature pill, he would not have suffered too much from this old man before him. At this moment, Xiao Chen's cultivation soared. The earlier strike seemed to have activated the primal essence nature pill. The medicinal energy hidden in his body made him feel very comfortable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation had improved further. It looked like the true medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill was still to come. When Xiao Chen's purple hair turned completely black, he could be considered to have completely absorbed the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. Using the folding fan as a saber, Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Dao and started an intense battle with the Frost Moon Palace's old man amid the dense demonic flame. The immortal will of thunder encased Xiao Chen's entire body, making his aura no weaker than the other parties. Occasionally, the vague form of his saber soul followed Xiao Chen's gaze and stabbed at the other party, throwing him into a fluster. Peerless cold moon, freezing the surroundings. Suddenly, a cold, bright moon rose up behind the old man. The will of ice spread out together with the bright moon. Kassier, Kassier. Even the surrounding demonic flame was frozen into pieces. The old man roared ferociously, and a dazzling moonlight appeared on his right fist. Under the illumination of the cold moon, his entire being exuded a cold and emotionless intent. The cold intent lingered in the surroundings, vast and boundless. The old man's deep cultivation allowed this will of ice to suppress Xiao Chen's immortal will of thunder, multiplying the pressure on him. Xiao Chen closed his folding fan and casually tossed it aside. Then, he quickly formed hand seals. He materialized the chessboard of fate. The supreme mysterious phenomenon of the universe pushed 3 stars, and a black starry heaven storm descended from the sky. The starry heaven storm clashed head-on with the Frost Moon Palace's unique martial technique. The light vanished, and the cold moon in the sky swayed left and right. The black storm surged out in all directions, kicking up demonic flame tornadoes that formed berserk demonic flame tornadoes that surged in all directions. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the folding fan. Then, a bright moon rose up behind him as well, a flawless moon. Bright moon in the sky. Only I am flawless and indestructible in the world. Xiao Chen pointed with his folding fan, and the bright moon crashed into the swaying cold moon with a loud bang. The horrifying cold chi that spread in the air, which could even freeze the demonic flame, immediately vanished like smoke. The pressure on Xiao Chen immediately decreased, and he recovered his speed. Then, He turned into a beam of purple light and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's old man again. When the old man's mysterious phenomenon broke, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. When he saw Xiao Chun charging over, extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Who exactly are you? That was an immortal art magic skill earlier. Only immortal cultivators can use it. However, your saber intent and martial technique clearly show a strong martial cultivation. Xiao Chun waved his folding fan and smiled. I will never change my name. I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Chun. When old Mister goes to hell, remember who you want to take revenge on. The hair on Xiao Chun's forehead fluttered, giving off a crystalline light. He discovered that in this short period of time, his cultivation had improved significantly. Not only did his law energy not deplete, but it even increased as he fought. At this rate, when he completely absorbed the hidden medicinal energy of the Primal Essence Nature Pill, he would not have any problems reaching peak late-stage medial grade martial sage. One side grew stronger as they fought, their auras flourishing. The other side drained their law energy continuously. For every strand of energy that flowed into their bodies, they had to spend twice as much energy to resist. At this moment, it was clear who held the advantage. You are still too inexperienced to kill me. If you think that Grandmaster-level martial sages only have these few trump cards, then you are gravely mistaken. Today, I will show you that if there's a next life, never ever provoke a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The old man's forehead opened, and a Frost Moon Palace flew out. It gave off a bright light, and many figures holding swords flew out from it. There were both men and women. The men were handsome and elegant, and the women were fairy-like. As a cold moon rose into the sky, these ethereal, fairy-like figures radiated a sharp, killing chi. They turned into beams of light and shot toward Xiao Chun. Rumor had it that the Frost Moon Palace's main palace itself was an emperor-grade secret treasure. The palace master would bestow a replica of the Frost Moon Palace to the supreme elders of the sect. This was somewhat similar to the Heaven and Earth sect's 3 immortal swords. After all, king-grade secret treasures were very hard to find. The sect could only settle for the next best thing, using this method to mass-produce some inferior king-grade secret treasures. Of course, there would be 1 or 2 of the best, using hundreds of divine materials to refine them into peak king-grade secret treasures and give them to the most worthy elite disciples of the sect. Unfortunately, the Frost Moon Palace in the old man's hand was clearly not a peak king-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun opened his forehead, and the 10,000 beast cauldron flew out. He formed hand seals with both hands, and his magic energy surged. Deep-sea black flood dragons, heavenly phoenixes, thousand-feathered snakes, pie tigers, and many other ancient mutated beasts leaped out of the cauldron. More than 500 of them appeared before stopping. Although Xiao Chun only brought out 50% of the cauldron's might, the mutated beast images that leaped out were all nourished by the Holy Beast Medallion. The strength of each image more than doubled compared to before. It was no exaggeration to say that the 10,000 beast cauldron in Xiao Chun's hand was much stronger than the 10,000 beast cauldron that the Lin clan elders used at full power. Shattering sounds resounded as the mutated beasts tore apart the light images descending on Xiao Chun. Every time a light image was destroyed, the old man's expression became much more unsightly. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. After he destroyed all the figures descending from the Frost Moon Palace, he recalled the mutated beasts back into the cauldron. Stepping on electric light, Xiao Chun moved as fast as lightning as he raised the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, he tyrannically smashed the other party's Frost Moon Palace. Bang! The Frost Moon Palace shattered and floated away. The old man's mind was connected to it. He vomited blood, and his eyes turned listless. He felt incredibly weak. You are just an old man, and you dare to be arrogant before our demon-slaying alliance? Brother Yi, leave this old man to me. Just watch my performance. You should go and rest first. Xing Qingyun, who had been hiding somewhere earlier, leaped out when he saw an opportunity. He started punching and kicking the old man, grabbing his hair and slapping him. Awesome. Hee hee. Who could have imagined that a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be beaten up like a dog by my hands? I, Xing Qingyun, will definitely kill Xiao Chun and become famous. Xing Qingyun beat the old man to his heart's content, his entire body brimming with energy. Soon, the old man's face was swollen. His breathing was weak, and he cried out miserably. This pitiful old man had been awe-inspiring when he was alive, an overlord of a region. However, after falling into Xing Qingyun's hands, he died in such a sullen manner. Chapter 927. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he put away the old man's spatial ring and ignored him. Then, he started to collect the scattered fragments of the Frost Moon Palace. Xiao Chun circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed up the divine materials contained in the fragments. However, it felt like a drop in the bucket. He barely managed to gather a negligible amount of dragon energy. Oh no, Brother Yi, the 15 minutes are almost up. The might of the demonic flame will recover to its peak, Xing Qingyun said worriedly as he landed on the warship while carrying the half-dead old man. Xiao Chun sensed that the surrounding demonic flame was indeed slowly growing hotter. His rank 3 sage body could not endure it, and he needed to circulate his law energy to deal with it. It's fine. 50 kilometers cannot trap me. After landing on the warship, Xiao Chun spread his hands and lifted the warship up. He merged his vital qi, veritable essence energy, and magic energy, circulating them without any regard for the consumption. Then, he dashed wildly through the demonic flame. Xiao Chun was like a beam of light as he charged forward. Xing Qingyun, who was on the warship, swayed left and right, unable to gain a foothold. Before the demonic flame completely recovered its might, the warship finally broke through the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and landed in the heavenly ruin wasteland. As Xiao Chun supported the huge warship, he landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the ground. Xing Qingyun carried the half-dead Frost Moon Palace old man and stood up in a daze. When he breathed in the fresh air, he laughed loudly and said, "We are safe now." However, Xiao Chun slowly discovered that something was wrong. Cold gazes filled with dense, killing qi stared at him from high up in the sky. Xing Qingyun carefully looked up and saw Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu leading the King-Killing Alliance's large group as they looked at him expressionlessly. Strange, why are the Frost Moon Palace's people looking at me like my parents died? Xing Qingyun suddenly reacted, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly tossed the old man on his shoulder off the warship and explained, "Brother Yun, I really did not kill this person." Yun Tianhe said coldly, "Xing Qingyun, you are really capable now. For the past few hundred years, no one has dared to kill the inner sect elders of my Frost Moon Palace. From today onwards, you will be added to the Heaven Character Kill Command of my Frost Moon Palace. The Sky Character Hunting Order. It's over. This is too big." The last time the Frost Moon Palace issued a Heaven Character Killing Order was 100 years ago when a loose cultivator, the Blue-Robed Emperor, killed their Grandmaster-level martial sage for no reason. Their palace master personally chased it to the end of the sea and forged it into a bone weapon. Then he stabbed it into the walls of the Frost Moon Palace and displayed it to the public for 100 years. Xing Qingyun's heart sank. He felt so much regret that his intestines ached. It was clearly that Yi Chun who injured Xiao Chun. Xing Qingyun only casually dealt the finishing blow. How did he attract so much hatred? It is just a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If our Alliance Chief wants to kill him, so be it. Why would our Alliance Chief care about your Frost Moon Palace's dog's hit killing order? Xiao Chun pushed off the warship with both hands and smiled gently, appearing very arrogant and despotic. After that, he added, "If you have any problems, come at me, the bloody young master Yi Chun. Don't look for our Alliance Chief. You bunch of small fries are not fit to fight with our Alliance Chief." When Xing Qingyun heard this, he felt warmth in his heart. Yi Chun was really a good brother. At the crucial moment, he still stood out. Xing Qingyun giggled and said, "Everyone, did you hear that? Don't come at me. I am innocent. I really did not kill the Frost Moon Palace's elder. I only slapped him a few times." You're going too far. Xing Qingyan, you are really going too far. You do not care about our Frost Moon Palace at all. You are smiling so wretchedly, yet you still look innocent. Innocent your sister. Kill him. What dog's head alliance chief? If you say that I am not fit to fight with you, then this old man will take your head. The Frost Moon Palace's people could no longer hold back. They all descended from the sky and charged at Xing Qingyun, who was on the warship. Seeing an insignificant person like Xing Qingyun jumping around so happily, Gao Baiyu felt extremely upset for some reason. He waved his hand, and the Heavenly Music Sect disciples charged over as well. The other loose cultivators of the King-killing alliance followed suit, charging over like a swarm of bees. Such a scene frightened Xing Qingyun so much that his legs went soft. Damn, don't come at me. Everyone, I really did not kill him. I am innocent. Xing Qingyun trembled. Yichen had clearly blocked them already. Why was it that a large group of people still charged at him? Xiao Chan smiled faintly and flung hard. Half a dragon force suddenly burst forth, hurling the warship like it was a mountain. Bang! 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 The huge force caused the air in the capital to tremble. Several unlucky people bore the brunt of the attack and got smashed into meat paste. The luckier ones sustained severe injuries as well. Half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force combined with the weight of the warship, was no joke when it suddenly erupted. Xiao Chan had noticed long ago that these people gathered here as if they were guarding some natural treasure. The Grandmaster-level old man from the Heavenly Music Sect did not see Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan guessed that he had fallen to the white-clad man. Otherwise, he would have stayed by Gao Baiyu's side. That was to say, no one in this group could stop Xiao Chan. King-killing alliance? Xiao Chan smiled and opened his folding fan. Today, he could slaughter this group of people. He had long felt uncomfortable hearing that name. Furthermore, he could pin the blame on others. Honestly speaking, this feeling was very good. Xiao Chan glanced at Xing Qingyun, who was fleeing miserably on the warship. With Xing Qingyun distracting these people, he could save some effort. At the very least, he did not need to care about these shrimp soldiers and could directly deal with Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. Yi Chun, we respect you as a person of the Northern Sea Alliance. Just hand over Xing Qingyun and let us settle this matter. We do not have any conflict with you. As Yin Tianhe stood in the palace, a cold moon hung high above as he flew over to Xiao Chun. A set of bells floated in front of Gao Baiyu. When he gently shook them, they tinkled endlessly. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, Brother Yun is right. We have no grudge with you. Hand over Xing Qingyun and save the face of our king-killing alliance, and we can forget about this matter. Yin Tianhe continued, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. Even if the two of us work together, we would not lose to you by much. Our respective senior brothers also followed Di Wuk to the Immortal Sect Remnant. If you get into a conflict with us and go to the Immortal Sect Remnant, you will end up provoking a strong enemy for no reason. The bloody young master Yi Chun was too famous. Furthermore, the two Grandmaster-level experts protecting them were nowhere to be found. Right now, Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu did not have much confidence. It would be for the best if they could turn this matter into a small one. Xiao Chen found it funny. If he were really Yi Chun, he might agree to these two's request. Unfortunately, he was not. Xiao Chen's true identity was already a sworn enemy of this group of people. He would not have a chance to resolve this. Scram, are you even worthy of speaking to me, the bloody young master Yi Chen? You overestimate yourselves. Toss down the spatial rings in your hands, and these two king-grade secret treasures. I'll torture you until you die. With Yi Chen's identity, Xiao Chun could do whatever he wanted. No matter how big the commotion was, there was that distant brother to take care of it. I have long heard that the bloody young master Yi Chun is arrogant and conceited, considering everyone beneath him. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. When Yin Tianhe heard the word scram, as he stood in the palace, he trembled in anger. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Remember, the person who killed you is me, the bloody young master Yi Chun. A flash of electric light roared, and a scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind. Saber intent filled the air as Shao Chun charged at Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe pushed off the ground, and the palace carried him high into the air. Many ethereal figures shot out of the palace under the cold moonlight. Every figure radiated a boundless killing intent, materializing different killing moves. 1,000 figures meant 1,000 killing moves. Flashy, but impractical. The 1,000 killing moves looked mighty and mighty. However, in reality, every move was unrelated. Without a strong leader to lead these 1,000 people, they were like a plate of loose sand. Shao Chun now had a rough understanding of the Frost Moon Palace's secret treasure. The core of this secret treasure was not the secret treasure itself, but the person using it. A powerful, outstanding talent with great boldness was needed to truly subdue these light figures. At that time, one person with 3,000 experts would be sufficient to sweep through cultivators of the same generation. Right now, Yun Tianhe's secret treasure was just for show. It might be able to scare off regular geniuses, but it was insufficient before Shao Chun. Bang, bang, bang. 1,000 killing moves and 1,000 figures could not block Shao Chun for long. In one exchange, a figure's killing move broke, shattering into pieces. After breaking 1,000 moves, Shao Chun caught up to Yun Tianhe. Then, he started a huge battle with him above the palace. Shao Chun used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. Everywhere he went was a saber. In merely 3 moves, Shao Chun knocked Yun Tianhe back and vomited blood. Continuous chimes rang out. It was Gao Baiyu striking the set of bells, sending out musical notes as he charged at Shao Chun. Shao Chun had no choice but to give up on this opportunity to kill Yun Tianhe. He turned around and gently waved his folding fan. A strong wind blew at Gao Baiyu, carrying the musical notes with it. Gao Baiyu had not expected Shao Chun's cultivation to be so deep, comparable to a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage's. The force of his fan could kick up such a strong wind. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions resounded. A few of the small bells on the set of bells clashed with the returning musical notes and shattered. The originally relatively complete tune was immediately disrupted. Gao Baiyu paled slightly, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. "Let's go. We are not a match for him," Gao Baiyu shouted. Gao Baiyu called out and prepared to leave with Yun Tianhe. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Yun Tianhe, whom he had saved, had already taken the opportunity to run away. "Damn!" Gao Baiyu cursed. As he looked at the approaching Shao Chun, he steeled his heart and raised the set of bells with both hands. Then, he infused all his law energy into them. Dang, dang, dang. The small bells infused with divine materials gave off melodious notes, playing an impassioned war song that resounded in the surroundings. "Yi Chun, our heavenly music sect will not share the same sky with you. You had best not go to the Immortal sect remnant. Otherwise, you will not be able to return." Gao Baiyu, who was holding up a set of bells, tossed them at Shao Chun. A strong, storm-like war song descended from the 9 heavens. It was like a vast army surging toward Shao Chun. For the sake of survival, Gao Baiyu decisively gave up on this set of bells, hoping to buy himself some time. Chapter 928. Shao Chun smiled faintly and clashed with the incoming bells. He punched 8 times, each punch shaking the sky and earth, scattering the clouds in the surroundings and resounding in the sky. After the 8 punches, the purple color above Shao Chun's head dimmed slightly, and the bell shattered. Gao Baiyu's figure had already vanished from sight. Shao Chun did not chase after him, either. He circulated the blue dragon body, nourishing art, and moved his hands, turning the fragments of the bells into a bright light that he swallowed up. Shao Chun closed his eyes and digested the energy. Then he opened his eyes and said, "I feel something." That weak dragon energy is no longer indistinct. However, when Shao Chun thought about it, after swallowing 2 king-grade secret treasures, the blue dragon body, nourishing art, showed only such a small improvement. He could not help feeling dispirited. Brother Yi, save me. Sob, sob. They are chasing me to death. They're a bunch of bastards. I already said that I'm innocent. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw that Xing Qingyun's fortress ship had already been torn apart, leaving only a wooden plank. Xing Qingyun hugged the plank as he fled in the air. He was in a sorry state, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a refugee, looking very miserable. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief, don't panic. Yi Chen is here." Now that Xiao Chen had the time to deal with this group of useless soldiers, he naturally did not have to spend much effort. Aside from a few who could not be bothered to give chase, most of the king-killing alliance's people died. As Xing Qingyun tidied up the spatial ring that Xiao Chen gave him, he laughed until he cried. He could not do anything about it. When he moved his lips, the wounds on his body tore open. Despite the pain, he could not stop laughing. I'm rich. I've been a loose cultivator for 10-odd years, but I have never felt so happy before. Ouch! How painful! These people did not hold back at all. As Xing Qingyun laughed, he tidied up his belongings. For a moment, he felt some lofty aspirations. My current resources are more than enough for me to cultivate to medial-grade martial sage. After I kill Xiao Chen, my name will spread everywhere. Everyone in the world will know the name of the demon-killing alliance's chief, Xing Qingyun. If he knew that Xiao Chen was standing right beside him, how would he feel? Alliance Chief Xing, you are quite open-minded. You do not care about the Frost Moon Palace's Heaven Character Pursuit Order at all, Xiao Chen said coldly as he waved his folding fan. When Xing Qingyun heard that, his expression immediately changed. Heaven Character Killing Order? Why is my life so bitter? It was not easy for me to make a name for myself, yet I am going to die young. Right, I got it. Xiao Chen saw his eyes suddenly light up and said with a smile, Got it, got what? Xing Qingyun chuckled and said, Young Master Yi, I've thought of a way to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the Heaven Character Killing Order. At that time, after young Master Yi kills Xiao Chen, just lend me your head. With this head, you will definitely be able to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the Heaven Character Killing Order. Sure, it's a small matter. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, looking incredibly kind. Xing Qingyun patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yi. The one who kills Xiao Chen will definitely be young Master Yi. Hey, young Master Yi, why did your hair turn lighter? Xing Qingyun raised his head and accidentally glanced at Xiao Chen's hair. He discovered that Xiao Chen's purple hair was much dimmer than its initial crystalline and almost purple color. Of course, Xiao Chen still looked very sinister. That aura made it hard for others to connect it to the white-robed Xiao Chen's calmness. Xiao Chen's hair turned from black to purple because the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy had accumulated in his body and had not completely dispersed. As the medicinal energy was absorbed, his hair would turn black sooner or later. At that time, it would be very difficult to pretend to be Yi Chen. The medicinal energy would be completely absorbed in at most 10 days, at least 3. His cultivation should reach peak medial grade martial sage. He might even be able to break through to superior grade martial sage. At that time, Xiao Chen would not care about the demonic brilliant two elders, and he would not need to pretend to be someone else. However, Xiao Chen still needed the identity of the bloody young Master Yi Chen. He also needed Xing Qingyun's cooperation. Xiao Chen used his folding fan and knocked on Xing Qingyun's head. He said, You are too nosy. Let's quickly go and see what treasure Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, and the others were waiting for earlier. The two searched the vicinity. After a while, they discovered something. Purple jade bamboos of various heights grew on a slope in front. They piled up at the top of the mountain, and a clump of thunderclouds floated in the sky. One of these bamboos stood out from the rest. It had more than 1,000 segments and was 100 meters tall. It looked very special among the purple bamboos. Thunder bamboo. 1,000 segments of thunder bamboo. This is heaven-defying, Xing Qingyun exclaimed. The thunder bamboo was a natural divine material. With some trimming, it could be made into a thunder bamboo sword, which could rival a superior grade sage grade secret treasure. Using it to refine weapons could significantly improve the quality of a secret treasure. For a long time, it had been a priceless treasure. Every year, the thunder bamboo would undergo a lightning tribulation. If it succeeded, it would grow another segment. If it failed, it would vanish completely. Xiao Chun grabbed hold of Xing Qingyun, who was about to charge forward. Don't send yourself to death. Don't you see that the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo is about to undergo another tribulation? Xing Qingyun looked up. Indeed, more thunderclouds gathered in the sky, making it look gloomy. It looked like the entire sky was going to collapse. If Xing Qingyun charged forward rashly, he would be blasted to ashes on the spot. He could not help feeling fear when he thought about it. No wonder Yun Tian's group lingered here and did not make a move. They probably feared this thunder bamboo. Little friends, are you thinking of getting your hands on this thunder bamboo? I advise you not to think about it. Just at this moment, a short, grayish old man with shifty eyes, no more than 1 meter tall, arrived behind the two at some point in time. Xing Qingyun looked at this old man, who had crawled out from somewhere. He cursed. Where did this old thing come from? To think that you dare to cause trouble when you see our demon-slaying alliance here. Scram! Xiao Chun smiled and said, Alliance Chief Xing, your temper seems to have increased recently. You even do not care about Grandmaster-level martial sages anymore. This startled Xing Qingyun. However, his expression quickly recovered. He said with a smile, Grandpa, Senior, Grandpa, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. The shifty-eyed old man stared at Xiao Chun and said, Brat, your eyes are pretty good. This Lord Jiu hid so well, but it still did not escape your eyes. This old man before Xiao Chun was not human. Xiao Chun could feel the aura of a fiend race cultivator. Earlier, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense caught the other party crawling out from the mound. Based on his aura, he should be a rat-type spirit beast in human form. A playful expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said softly, I'm the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master Yichun. How should I address Senior? Why is this thunder bamboo not useful? Just address me as Lord Jiu if you give me face. The thunder bamboo is a natural treasure. It has never lived for more than 1,000 years. This is the rule of the heavenly Tao. It is like how a fish cannot leave the water. After 1,000 years, it will die. Not only that, but the 1,000-year lightning tribulation will also affect the other thunder bamboos. This entire patch of thunder bamboo will be destroyed. You are just wasting your time here. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of understanding. He smiled and said, In that case, we will take our leave first. Thank you, Lord Jiu. It's just a small matter. There is no need to thank me, Lord Jiu said generously, waving his hand. When the two were far away, it was indeed as Lord Jiu said. The 1,000-year thunder bamboo failed its tribulation, and even the patch of thunder bamboo disappeared. You two fools. For this 1,000-year thunder bamboo to be so outstanding, several times taller than the other thunder bamboos, its roots must be connected to a pure thunder origin. This Lord Jiu got lucky. The shifty-eyed old man kicked up a cloud of dust and arrived at the rubble of the thunder bamboo forest in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as the old man was about to dig up the roots, two figures descended from the sky. Xiao Chun waved his folding fan and smiled at the old man. This startled the old man, and his eyes went wide. You two fools, why are you back? The moment the old man said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. He immediately lowered his head and smiled. Young heroes, why did you rush back? This is a barren land with nothing to see. Xiao Chun sized up the old man and smiled. This young master saw that you have a dignified appearance and extraordinary strength, so I wanted to invite Senior to join my demon-slaying alliance. Unexpectedly, I heard some things that I should not have heard. Lord Jiu felt depressed in his heart. It looked like someone had tricked him. The other party did not believe him at all. Xing Qingyun scolded jokingly. Look at you, your eyes darting around when you speak. It would be strange if you could deceive someone. Lord Jiu's expression changed, and he unleashed the aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. He said in a cold voice, You two juniors scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Lord Geo for starting a massacre. Xiaoqin shook his head and smiled. Senior, stop pretending. Your legs are already trembling. Why are you still pretending to be an expert? Your clan should be the most sensitive to danger. You should know best what kind of strength I have. Xiao Chun took 3 steps forward, and the old man trembled in fear. How could he still have the air of an expert? He turned around and tried to burrow into the ground. Rats were always afraid of death. Most people said that rats were as timid as rats. Actually, this saying was not false. This old man before Xiao Chun was pretty strong. However, his nature was hard to change. His cowardly nature revealed itself at the crucial moment. The old man felt a dangerous aura from Xiao Chun for some reason. He understood that he was not a match for Xiao Chun. If he fought, he would definitely die. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be an expert and trick the two away. Who knew? His acting skills were not up to par, and he was seen through with one glance. Xiao Chun made a move at lightning speed, grabbing the old man's ankle and lifting him into the air. Then, his law energy turned into a blade-like energy and poured into the old man's body. The old man immediately cried out in pain. Xiao Chun tossed him to the ground and said with a smile, Senior, stop running. Quickly dig out the Thunder Origin. Otherwise, you will suffer more. The old man landed on the ground and looked at Xiao Chun with some fear. Earlier, the electric energy had been incredibly sharp. The old man had used nearly 10 times his law energy to barely block it. He knew that he had run into a powerful person this time. The old man no longer dared to have any other thoughts. He only wanted to dig out the Thunder Origin and quickly leave this little demon. The old man found the withered roots of the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo. Then his hands flashed, and he quickly dug out layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter deep hole appeared in the ground. After a while, the hole was 100 meters deep, startling Xing Qingyan. Damn, this old man really has the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. How come I can't tell at all? Xiao Qin smiled and said, It's simple. He is like you, bold and timid. If you had the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, your aura would be similar. Chapter 929. Xing Qingyun smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut his mouth, not saying anything more. The sound of thunder came from below, and the old man flew out, his entire body scorched black. In his hand was a small purple dragon. I almost let it escape. Sir Yi, I've given you the thunder source. Can this Lord Geo leave now? The Thunder Origin was the product of a spirit vein's origin becoming sentient. Similar to it were the Wind Origin, the Fire Origin, and the Ice Origin. Compared to the spirit vein's origin, these Thunder Origins were purer. To cultivators of the same attribute, they were even more valuable than the spirit vein's origin. Xiao Chen sealed the Thunder Origin, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This old man was rather capable. The Thunder Origin was sentient. Ordinary people would not be able to capture it easily. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and the ground under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly shook intensely. A multicolored light soared into the sky from an unknown distance. Ethereal, celestial music came from the multicolored light. Xiao Chen could vaguely see the image of an immortal palace with fairies dancing and playing music. Whoosh! 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 Countless figures immediately rushed towards the multicolored light in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland. The old man said with a fervent gaze, The protective formation of a large immortal sect is finally broken. Huh, this Lord Geo is going to get rich. I'll take my leave first. Old man, where are you going? This alliance chief did not even say you could leave. When Xing Qingyun saw this old man trembling before Xiao Chun, he was truly as timid as a mouse. Xiao Chen did not care about it. His figure flashed, and he blocked the old man's path with a smile. Scram! This Lord Geo, how dare you block me? When the old man saw Xing Qingyun blocking his path, he casually threw a palm strike. Bang! Xing Qingyun flew back, unable to resist at all. His chest ached. Ouch! Old thing, I'm not done with you. Xing Qingyun held his chest as he groaned on the ground. His facial features contorted. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. This Xing Qingyun was truly infuriating. He looked into the distance, at the multicolored light, and revealed a contemplative expression. The protective formation took so much time to break. It looked like this immortal sect remnant really belonged to a large immortal Dao sect. It would definitely attract many experts. Xiao Chan did not know how many more divine materials the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art would have to consume before he could improve. He had to go to the immortal sect remnant. However, Diwuk, the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there. Who knew how many elders of their sects follow behind them? There were countless loose cultivators who coveted his peak immortal spirit ring. With just one glance, Diwuk would probably recognize Xiao Chen's current identity. Then, Xiao Chan would immediately face a trap of death. Brother Yi, the immortal sect remnant has opened. Should we go take a look? Who knows, Xiao Chen might be there. Don't forget the true purpose of the demon-slaying alliance. In just a short while, Xing Qingyun arrived before Xiao Chen. Clearly, he was very tempted. Let's go, you lead the way. Indecisiveness was not in Xiao Chen's character. After weighing it in his heart, Xiao Chen decided to go. The immortal sect ruins were vast and boundless. There was no reason for him to bump into Diwuk the moment he saw him. The identity of the bloody young master, Yi Chun, could help Xiao Chen for a while. When he broke through to medial grade martial sage, he would no longer have to fear anything. Xing Qingyun immediately led the way joyfully, heading towards the land of rainbow light. The heavenly ruin wasteland was boundlessly vast. Aside from the immortal sect remnants, one could occasionally come across natural treasures like the thunder bamboo. Under Xiao Chen's incitement, Xing Qingyun would use the name of the Demon Extermination Alliance to intervene in the original disputes and reap benefits. Although his speed was slow, he had obtained quite a lot of benefits. As they got closer to the immortal sect remnant, more experts appeared, and the situation became increasingly chaotic. Xiao Chan found it hard to fully grasp the situation. However, Xing Qingyun had good eyesight. When he sensed that something was off, he immediately turned around and circled around. How miserable! Xiao Chen robbed me again. He stripped me of all my treasures, even my spatial ring. I'm even more miserable. He robbed me of my spatial ring and even called me a pauper, saying that I was wasting his time. This Xiao Chen is getting more and more overboard. He is ridiculously strong as well. I heard that he robbed several Grandmaster-level martial sages. White-robed Xiao Chen is really bold. A group of martial sages with miserable expressions walked past them. This was already not the first time Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun heard of someone being robbed by Xiao Chen. Xing Qingyun did not have much of a reaction. However, Xiao Chen had some misgivings. Could it be that the white-robed person I saw at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland really used his name? Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the ground in front exploded. A short figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. After he got up, he kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed over in the direction of Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun's eyes were sharp. He exclaimed in shock, "Old thing, you still dare to come?" This short old man was Lord Jiu, who had helped collect the Thunder Origin 2 days ago. At this moment, he was fleeing in a panic. Someone was chasing him, so he ran for his life. Xing Qingyun took a step forward and blocked the old man again. However, this time, he was in an even more miserable state. The old man knocked him flying and tumbled in the air. The old man moved like the wind, passing by Xiao Chen in a flash. However, he immediately returned at an even faster speed, looking at Xiao Chen in pleasant surprise. Xing Qingyun just landed in the air, and the old man immediately caught him. His face filled with a flattering smile as he said, "So, it is Alliance Chief Xing and young Master Yi. I was in too much of a rush earlier and did not see clearly. I really did not see clearly." Xing Qingyun's internal organs churned. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a white figure in front. This person held a long saber, and saber intent covered his entire body, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hum of sabers filled the surroundings, gathering together. Even the world trembled under his feet. Whoosh! The expressions of the old man and Qingyun changed. At the critical moment, they both hid behind Xiao Chun without prior consultation. Xiao Chun, he really came? Qingyun was greatly startled. Along the way, the demon-slaying alliance had gained some fame. Now, many people knew about this alliance that existed specifically to kill Xiao Chun. Even the king-killing alliance, which was originally very powerful, was destroyed in the hands of the demon-slaying alliance. However, when Qingyun truly saw Xiao Chun, he did not hesitate to cower. Xiao Chun looked up and sized up the white figure before him with interest. Without a doubt, this was the person Xiao Chun saw at the entrance. Xiao Chun had a photographic memory and would not confuse people he had seen before. The white-robed person before Xiao Chun looked very handsome. Furthermore, he exuded a sharp saber intent. Aside from the inextinguishable evil aura on his face, the white-robed person did look somewhat similar to Xiao Chun. However, this only worked on people who had not truly seen him before. If he met someone familiar, he would be able to tell with one glance. The white-robed person glanced at the old man hiding behind Xiao Chun. Then he sized up Xiao Chun. His lips curled up slightly. Interesting. You even dare to protect the person that I, Xiao Chun, want to kill. Have you not heard of me, the white-robed Xiao Chun? This person really used his name to kill people and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chun really wanted to say, if you were Xiao Chun, then who am I? However, this was naturally not the time to expose his identity. Xiao Chun opened his folding fan and smiled coldly. Xiao Chun, you came at just the right time. My Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Chun, has long heard of your great name. The demon-slaying alliance exists for you. Today, I can use your head to spread the name of my bloody young master. When Xiao Chun said this, his tone was very natural. His expression was cold, showing no openings, and his aura was very strong. In the past, people always said similar things to him. Today, when Xiao Chun said it himself, he found it rather interesting. Yi Chun. When the white-robed person heard the name Yi Chun, his expression clearly froze. He gave Xiao Chun a strange look before smiling in understanding. So, the demon-slaying alliance that caused such a commotion recently is the two of you. The two clashed with each other, neither giving way. Their strong auras clashed intensely in the air. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness released 4 strands of golden light. Xiao Chen's will of thunder and vague saber, soul, turned into a formless aura pressing towards the other party. A scarlet light flashed in the white-robed person's eyes. Immediately, a sea of blood surged, and a strong will of massacre spread throughout his entire body. He casually swung his saber and blocked Xiao Chen's aura. The sound of weapons clashing rang out in the air. Dang dang. The sound was ear-splitting, spreading in all directions for 5 kilometers around. The winds and clouds changed color, and thunder rumbled. The clash between the will of massacre and the immortal will of thunder was even more startling. When the scarlet light and purple light clashed, space twisted and gave off loud sounds. Cracks even appeared on the ground. Before the two started fighting, the auras of the two already pressured Qingyun and the old man, prompting them to quickly move to the side. Doubt appeared in the hearts of the two at the same time. As they looked at each other, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Bloody young master Yi Chun, you truly live up to your reputation. However, it seems like Yi Chun's forte is the massacre Dao. Are you still holding back? The white-robed person raised his eyebrows. The saber in his hand moved as he wished, looking like it could break the sky at any moment. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and closed his folding fan. White-robed King Xiao Chen's will of thunder and the flawless saber Dao. You seem to be hiding your strength as well. I will cooperate with you. Ha 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 ha. Heaven is indeed helping me. Unexpectedly, while chasing Xiao Chun, I even found the 2 bastards of the demon-slaying alliance. Just as the two were about to start a huge battle, a disharmonious voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Xiao Chun saw Gao Baiyu and Yun Tianhe standing side by side in the air above a palace. An old man stood behind each of them. Xiao Qian sensed for a while and frowned slightly. These two old men were actually great Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant two elders. Gao Baiyu looked at the white-robed person expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chun, you killed an inner-sect elder of my heavenly music sect, and you still dare to show off? You are really tired of living." Yun Tianhe stood in the palace and shouted coldly, "Xing Qing Yun, you killed an inner-sect elder of my Frost Moon Palace. Today will be the day you die." When Xing Qing Yun, who was hiding far away, heard this, he nearly fell to his knees. He had already kept a very low profile. Why did Yun Tianhe still not forget about him? Chapter 930. The white-clad man's lips curled up as he looked at the two in the sky. After chasing them for so many days, they are really tireless. "Brother Yi Chun, how about we work together to kill these flies before we fight?" Xiao Chun gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his right hand. His already much dimmer purple hair fluttered in the strong wind, giving off a startling evil aura. He smiled faintly and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." With their current strength, neither of them could defeat the two Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant two elders. However, if they each fought one-on-one, the outcome would be hard to predict. A scarlet light soared into the sky. The white-clad man held his saber and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's great Grandmaster-level martial sages, filling the air with saber intent. Electric light flashed everywhere, and rumbling sounds rang out. Xiao Qian stood on electric light, moving as fast as lightning, charging at the heavenly music sect's great Grandmaster-level martial sage. A startling battle soon started. A battle between Grandmaster-level martial sages would be very intense. There was no need to guess to know. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu had taken advantage of the palace to move to the side long ago. They could not participate in a battle of this level. On a small hill in the distance, Xing Qingyun and the old man, who were preparing to flee at any moment, sneakily watched the battle. "Speaking of which, Lord Jiu, aren't you a Grandmaster-level martial sage as well? Why are you not going up to help?" Xing Qingyun asked in confusion as he looked at the shifty-eyed old man beside him. Lord Jiu felt somewhat embarrassed. He smiled abashedly and said, "This Lord Jiu's air of a Grandmaster-level martial sage is too exaggerated. It is different from these proper Grandmaster-level martial sages. My cultivation also depends on time. Furthermore, this Lord Jiu's forte is not fighting but treasure hunting." Xing Qingyun's lips curled up as he suddenly understood, revealing a look of disdain. The old man smiled and said, "Of course, this Lord Jiu can still easily destroy a cowardly fellow like you with a wave of my finger." Xing Qingyun was upset. However, he could not defeat Xiao Chun, so he could only endure. He felt very depressed in his heart. "This won't do. I can't even defeat a scoundrel old man." The old man fighting Xiao Chun was Xiao Ju, a senior in the heavenly music sect's intersect. He wore azure-embroidered clothes and held a 7-string zither with both hands. His skin was smooth, delicate, and ruddy, unlike the skin of an ordinary old man, which was coarse and full of wrinkles. Ding ding dong dong. With a wave of his fingers, Xiao Ju began to play an erotic song. Compared to the disciples of the heavenly chord sect that Xiao Chun had met before, Xiao Ju had already reached another realm. As the zither music entered Xiao Chen's ears, an illusion appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He found himself in the sky, surrounded by spiritual fog. Before him, there were 10-odd voluptuous women wearing veils dancing in the fog. The cloth on his body, including the edges and corners, was no larger than the size of a palm. Her dancing body seemed to have a magical charm. It was extremely alluring, causing the fire in people's hearts to burn. Xiao Ju looked at Xiao Chun, who was trapped in the illusion, and revealed a cold smile. His fingers moved even faster, and the zither music rang out continuously. When Yun Tianhe, who was in the palace, saw the situation, he rejoiced. Just as he was about to charge over and kill Xiao Chun, Gao Baiyu stopped him. "Brother Yun, please wait." Any external force can break the illusion. Take your time and watch the show. This demonic lust song was created by an elder of my sect after he captured an abyss Eros demon and carefully savored it. The people trapped in it have only one fate: to suck them dry and feed them to Elder Shao. When Yin Tianhe heard that, he could not help feeling startled. This illusion seemed to be between reality and illusion. To think that it could use charm techniques to suck the other party's life essence. In the illusion, 8 beautiful women had already arrived by Xiao Chen's side. They stroked their hair coquettishly, occasionally making seductive movements that made him spit fire. This made him feel like he was in heaven, wishing that he could have a good time. After watching for a while, Xiao Chun found it boring. The only charm technique that could make him sink into it for a while was the one executed by the Eros demon, Lung Yu. With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help but recall the time he spent with Lung Yu in the deep-sea battlefield in the lower realm. Now, he didn't know where this mysterious woman was. The demonic calamity was approaching. If they met again, he did not know whether they would be friend or foe. Young master, this servant is not beautiful enough. As Xiao Chun pondered, one of the beautiful women removed her veil, revealing a pure face. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Her appearance was exactly the same as Lung Yu's. The woman smiled faintly and hooked her arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, she tried to kiss his lips. Just as her flaming red lips were about to touch his by an inch, a broken sword appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he pressed the sword against the other party's lips coldly. Xiao Chun casually flicked his left hand and pushed this beautiful woman far away. As Xiao Chun looked at the broken sword in his hand, he forgot where he was and entered a daze. Earlier, just as Xiao Chun was about to sink into oblivion, the broken Thunder King's mulberry sword in his universe ring suddenly trembled, startling him to his senses. Will I return alive? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Even if you die, you will not die. The words of the past resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. He felt disappointed and frustrated as he tightly grasped the broken sword. The blade stabbed into his palm, and blood flowed out. It is just a weak remnant thought. Do you still remember what you said back then? Not allowing me to die? But when will I be able to pull you back in the long river of fate? With a thought, Xiao Chen's head of purple hair disappeared, fluttering in the wind. The evil aura that Xiao Chun purposely showed no longer existed. The Scarlet Neptune headscarf also turned pure sky blue. In the past 3 days, Xiao Chun had already absorbed most of the Primal Essence Nature Pill's medicinal energy. If not for maintaining his identity as the bloody young Master Yi Chun, his purple hair would have turned black long ago. Now that he thought of the past, Xiao Chen's emotions fluctuated. He forgot to put on a disguise, and the evil aura he exuded vanished. Replacing it was that calm and cold apprehension. Boom! The folding fan in Xiao Ju's left hand shattered, and the entire illusion vanished. The scene before him changed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he looked at the broken zither. Shock filled his face. Xiao Chun pulled back his left hand and put away the scarlet cloak. His white robes and fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Under the sky-blue Neptune headscarf was a cold and delicate face. Xiao Chen's eyes were like a deep pool, unfathomable and unchanging. That's impossible. My demonic lust song has never lost to a cultivator of the same generation. Xiao Ju's eyes filled with shock. A light flashed in his hand, and he reconnected the 7-stringed zither. Then, his fingertips streaked across the zither, and a decadent music reverberated, sounding like a woman's moans. My body is like a saber. My thoughts are like a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as a cool breeze blew. When Xiao Chun took a step forward, the sound of a powerful treasure saber being unsheathed resounded in the world. With every step Xiao Chun took, a saber hum resounded. While it looked slow, the saber intent buzzed endlessly, reverberating in the air. Using sound to enter a berserking demonic Tao, using yin and yang to nourish one another. This is against the heavenly Tao. Elder Shao, You should not have existed in this world long ago. The melodious saber hum shattered all the zither music. As Xiao Chun walked over, his saber intent grew increasingly ferocious and unrestrained. In the end, all the saber sounds merged and formed a divine sound. Then, it tore through the barrier of the sky and soared into the clouds. The divine sound nourished the soul. Xiao Ju's seven-stringed zither shattered, filling the air with splinters. The vague form of the saber soul in the purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer as blurry as before. For strands of golden light became clearly visible, looking incredibly sharp. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. The vague form of the saber soul actually broke through at this moment. His saber intent was now at 100% complete, condensing a true soul. Elder Xiao, in the end, the demonic lust song is just an unorthodox Tao. You are also someone who will soon become a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Let's have an open battle and decide who is better. Xiao Ju could not be bothered with Xiao Chun. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he turned around, wanting to leave. Xiao Chen's demonic lust song was not some unorthodox Tao. He had easily toyed with several Grandmaster-level martial sages to death, replenishing their life essence. So, you're the true Xiao Chun. Don't get cocky. When I refine a good zither, I will absorb your life essence. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly, revealing some disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chun had already drawn out the remaining medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill without any reservations. His cultivation had already risen to peak consummation medial grade martial sage. His saber soul had formed, and his strength had soared. Xiao Chun had wanted to have a good fight. Unexpectedly, this person before him had been blinded by an external object. His cultivation was useless, just for show. Since that is so, I shall grant you death. Xiao Chun materialized the flawless saber Dao, and a bright moon rose behind him. With a flip of his hand, night fell, blocking Xiao Ju's path. With a flip of his hand, night appeared, and the bright moon appeared. Flawless night, flawless moon, and flawless saber. The bright moon turned into a resplendent saber light descending from the sky, blocking Xiao Ju's path. The saber light containing the saber soul had a special charm to it. The saber light seemed solid. A full moon rose amid the saber light. There were people and palaces in the moon, as if there was a small world inside. This was the soul, which gave a martial technique a soul. It was no longer just for show, but truly contained its essence. This allowed the saber technique to reach a whole new level. Xiao Ju's zither was destroyed. When facing this flawless bright moon, he could only use his own cultivation to clash head-on. Xiao Chun moved his hands, and musical notes rang out. Each note was sonorous and forceful, causing the sky to tremble as he composed an impassioned song. Dang! After clashing head-on with this move, Xiao Ju, who already suffered hidden injuries from the destruction of his zither, vomited another mouthful of blood and was forced back. Snowflakes danced in the air. The white-robed Xiao Chun charged toward Xiao Ju amidst the snowflakes filling the air. Every move he made contained a boundless saber intent. Xiao Ju, whose mind was already in chaos, held on bitterly. Up in the palace, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun and the white-robed person were so strong, completely surpassing their expectations. Let's go. Stop thinking about these two. Aside from our senior brothers, there is still Diwuk. A regular Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to suppress them. Damn it! If not for the main forces of my Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect entering the Immortal Sect Remnant, these two would not be able to be so arrogant. Chapter 9:31. As Yun Tianhe controlled his palace, he gave Xiao Chun and the white-clad man a deep look. When he saw that Xiao Ju and the Heavenly Music Sect old man were in a disadvantageous position and gradually losing ground, he quickly left. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun executed Subduing Dragon Profound Slash and finally killed Xiao Ju, whose mind was severely injured from the damaged demonic zither. Then, he took Xiao Ju's spatial ring. The impassioned war song came to an end. Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground. At this moment, he tossed aside his disguise. After absorbing the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy and grasping the saber soul, he would be able to hold his own against the demonic brilliant two elders. There was still a pure thunder origin in the universe ring. Xiao Chun hesitated over whether to take this opportunity to consume it and break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage in one go, advancing to superior grade martial sage. On the other side, the white-clad man's battle also came to an end. This expert from the Frost Moon Palace was much stronger than Xiao Ju. He was not like the Frost Moon Palace old man, who only had the demonic lust song and only had his cultivation, getting killed by Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw that he could not defeat the white-clad man, he used a killing move to force the other party back. Then, he quickly moved away, not giving the white-clad man a chance to continue pestering him. As the white-clad man watched the old man go far away, he felt somewhat disappointed. If he had exhausted some of his opponent's law energy, he would have been able to keep him here. Just thinking about the wealth of a Grandmaster-level martial sage was tempting. Unfortunately, Xiao Ju, whom the white-clad man originally found troublesome and did not want to fight, lost so quickly to Xiao Chun. After losing to Xiao Chun so quickly, his opponent became timid and left early. The white-clad man sheathed his saber, and the scarlet light in his eyes slowly faded. As he looked at Xiao Chun walking over, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "You finally revealed your true face? You have been having a lot of fun using my name these past few days." The person before Xiao Chun was the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master. Seeing that the other party had already revealed it, Xiao Chun no longer hid it. The identity of the bloody young master was no longer useful to him. He smiled faintly and said, "Likewise, Brother Yi seems to have gained a lot while using this Xiao's name." "Brother Yi, what the heavenly music sect old man said was true. You are the real Xiao Chun." Xing Qingyun, who landed with the old man, felt his legs go soft, and he could not stand stably. Originally, when Xing Qingyun heard the words of the heavenly music sect Xiao Ju, he planned to run away immediately. However, when he thought about Xiao Chen's strength, he knew that he couldn't outrun him at all. He could only cling to a sliver of luck and brace himself to descend. Who knew, the moment he landed, he would hear the white-clothed man's words, completely extinguishing the last bit of hope in his heart. It turned out that the so-called Xiao Chun had been by his side all along. Xing Qingyun thought about what he kept saying about killing Xiao Chun and making a name for himself. His entire body trembled involuntarily. He smiled shakily and said, "Brother Xiao." Xiao Chun patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder and smiled. "Alliance Chief, don't panic. You are the one who will hunt down Xiao Chun and become famous throughout the world." Xing Qingyun smiled awkwardly and said, "Just a joke, just a joke. Brother Xiao, don't take it seriously." Rumble. Just at this moment, intense sounds came from the Immortal sect remnant, which was less than 5 kilometers away. Ethereal, holy music came from the distance. A divine nation descended from the distant horizon. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light dazzled everyone's eyes, even from 5 kilometers away. Diwuk. When the white-clothed man, Yi Chun, saw this scene, he slowly spat out 3 words. He revealed a competitive look on his face. The old man smacked his lips and said, "He is probably breaking a restriction somewhere in the Immortal sect remnant. As long as there are natural treasures, there will be restrictions. That's normal. Without restrictions, after tens of thousands of years, all natural treasures would have rotted away," the white-clothed man said calmly. A cold moon hung high in the sky, and a cold palace appeared beside the divine kingdom. An azure-clad man stood on the palace, looking down on the world. 3,000 figures shot out of the palace, materializing 3,000 killing moves. Each move was different. However, under the illumination of the cold moon, they resonated with each other, drawing each other in. The azure-clad man on the palace looked boundlessly cold under the cold moon. He stretched out his hand, and the 3,000 killing moves soared into the sky like a blazing beacon. A strong aura spread out. A crack extended for 5 kilometers, extending to the feet of Xiao Chun and the others without slowing down. That is the Frost Moon Palace's outstanding talent, Xiao Qinghan. His strength rivals that of the older generation experts. He is an influential person in the primal chaos domain, Xing Qingyun said with a somewhat trembling voice. Xiao Chun was believed to have killed the Frost Moon Palace's intersect elder. It was very likely that this person would come to kill him. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a vast and majestic bell toll rang out. Rings of blue sound rings turned solid and spread out like ripples in the sky. Even from 5 kilometers away, the crowd heard the bell toll. It was ear-splitting, and their hearts pounded heavily. Needless to say, this person was definitely the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang, a famous person of the primal chaos domain's younger generation, someone as famous as Xiao Qinghan. Xiao Chun could vaguely see 7 beams of starlight descending, forming a complete constellation as they charged at the restriction below. The old man said with a fervent gaze, "The restriction that these people are charging at must have some valuable treasure. Otherwise, they would not have caused such a huge commotion." Yichen raised his eyebrows and smiled. "How about we go and take a look together?" The old man replied in a rush, "Sure. Lord Gio, I have long wanted to go in and take a look. Unfortunately, I keep getting chased out." Xing Qingyun felt conflicted for a while. Then he steeled his heart and decided to go and take a look as well. This time, he had gone overboard by following Xiao Chun. He could only try his luck and see if he could find some fortuitous encounter that could increase his strength and increase his chances of survival. Yichen looked at Xiao Chun. In the end, he still had to seek Xiao Chen's opinion. If he went alone, he would not have much confidence. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "No way." The older generation experts of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect are all present. Diwuk's 13 keepers are not far from them. We do not have much of a chance. Yichen revealed a disappointed expression. Then he smiled and said, "White-robed Xiao Chun, it turns out that you only have this much courage. In that case, I'll go alone." Seeing Yichen turn into a beam of scarlet light and flee, Xiao Chun shook his head and did not say anything. Then, he turned to Xing Qingyun and said, "When we reach the Immortal sect remnant, it will be hard for me to protect myself. I advise you not to go in, either. This is a tortoise spirit shield. I'll give it to you to protect yourself. It will allow you to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland safely." Xing Qingyun received the tortoise spirit shield, and his eyes immediately lit up. This was a bona fide king-grade secret treasure. Yet, Xiao Chun gave it away just like that. "Let's go then. Stop wasting time. If you cannot survive in the future, you can come to the Hao Yan sect to look for me." Xing Qingyun laughed dryly and put away the tortoise spirit shield. Then, he said in a heroic manner, "Let's go." Although I did not manage to kill Xiao Chun, I killed a Frost Moon Palace's intersect elder and entered the Heaven Character Wanted list. My name will spread throughout the primal chaos domain. When the old man saw Xiao Chun looking at him, he quickly said, "Little brother, don't worry. If I follow you, I will definitely be strong enough to protect myself. I will not be a burden to you. If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately." Xiao Chun was speechless. What is this fellow thinking? If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Why do I need you to follow me? You can follow me to gain benefits, but you have to listen to me. If you continue like earlier, running faster than a mouse the moment I fight someone, I will be the first to not let you off. The old man immediately showed a bitter expression. However, this Lord Gio is really not good at fighting. Furthermore, this Lord Gio is a mouse in the first place. Xiao Chen smiled and scolded, "Don't worry. I won't send you to your death. Given your sensitivity to danger, the restrictions of the outer sect should not pose a problem for you. Let's collect all the treasures of the outer sect first." Dilapidated palaces, pitch-black desolate land, corpses that no longer resembled humans, and a boundless bloody stench lingered in the turbid air. This was the Immortal sect remnant that Xiao Chen saw. The ground was littered with cultivators killed by restrictions. The heavy, bloody stench lingered in the surroundings, accompanied by the turbid air. Restrictions were everywhere, be it in the air or on the ground. There might be a hidden restriction somewhere that could claim a cultivator's life. Without the protection of a king-grade secret treasure, most of the cultivators were very careful, walking on the ground obediently. Of course, there were some bold and skilled people who did not care about the restrictions in the periphery. They forcefully pushed their way through, casually tearing apart all the restrictions. Xiaoqian saw 4 or 5 such people. They were all great Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the Haoyan sect's Elder Han Qinghe, unrivaled Grandmaster-level martial sages. Right now, Xiaoqian was not a match for such great Grandmaster-level martial sages. He could only leave calmly. The restrictions in the periphery could not stop them at all. They also did not care about the treasures in the periphery. They all headed for the inner layer, where there were several intact palaces. 9 heavenly palaces floated at the summit of the mountain in the middle. The 7-colored light came from there, inspiring one's imagination. Hee, this Lord Jiao is right? There is definitely a profound copper mine under here, the old man said to Xiaoqian in a cocky manner as he emerged from a hole in the ground. Relying on the old man's sensitivity to danger, the restrictions in the periphery could hardly injure the two. The gray-haired old man immediately noticed the slightest peculiarity in the surroundings. When Xiaoqian broke the restrictions and waited for the other party to dig in, he would definitely gain something. In merely half a day, Xiaoqian had already collected 3 earth dragon fruits, an incomplete peak spirit vein, and more than 5 tons of heavenly gold rock and other divine materials. Earlier, the old man saw a few unremarkable black flowers in a crack. He immediately concluded that there was definitely a profound copper mine below. Xiaoqian looked at the neat hole and praised, "This hole is really beautiful. It is wide, bright, and firm." The old man squinted his eyes and smiled proudly. This Lord Jiao has 3 great innate abilities: strong perception, fast digging, and sharp eyes. Indeed, it is just a mouse. The profound copper mine in there extends for 1 kilometer. After deducting the impurities, there's at least 10 tons of pure profound copper. Lord Jiao excitedly introduced the situation inside. Profound copper was a divine material equal to the black pattern gold. When refining a secret treasure, as long as one added a little more to it, it would immediately improve its quality significantly. A secret treasure without divine materials and a secret treasure with divine materials were worlds apart. Such divine materials were always in short supply. They could fetch a high price at any time. In some situations, they could even be used as currency. 10 tons of profound copper was a large sum. However, compared to the 500 tons of divine materials required for the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, it was still a long way off. With a thought, the strand of dragon energy that the blue dragon body nourishing art nurtured quickly circulated in Xiaoqian's body. Thunderous sounds came from his body, rumbling endlessly. Chapter 932. After swallowing tens of thousands of kilograms of divine materials, the blue dragon body nourishing art finally showed some use. Now, without burning vital qi, a casual punch from Xiaoqian could achieve half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force. Bang! He punched the ground, and in an instant the ground cracked open. Countless pieces of mud flew out and floated in the air, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Xiaoqian withdrew his fist and stood upright. A huge pit appeared in front of him, 1 kilometer long and 500 meters deep. A layer of hard yellow copper soil was exposed at the bottom. This was the profound copper ore. Xiaoqian revealed an expression of joy as he merged his vital qi, quintessence, and mental energy. Then, he shouted and punched the huge yellow copper soil. Xiaoqian's fist gave off a bright light as it descended rapidly. It was like a treasured saber descending from the sky. It was incredibly sharp, able to split mountains. Kassier. The yellow copper, ore that stretched for a kilometer, shattered into pieces of various sizes with the force of this punch. Lord Jiao was already numb to this. He sighed. Only this brat can be so reckless. Even if the other martial sages discovered the profound copper, or they would only be depressed, not knowing how to collect it. Xiaoqin stood in the air with his eyes closed. The swallowing power of the blue dragon body, nourishing art, started circulating. Thousands of pieces of yellow copper soil of various sizes floated around him. Xiaoqin's body turned into a spinning black hole. 360 acupoints opened, and a strong swallowing power sucked in the pure, profound copper in the yellow copper soil into his body. Shua, shua, shua. A pile of impurities fell like rain. The scene looked very tyrannical and spectacular. After a while, Xiaoqin opened his eyes. He felt like he was trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The strand of azure-colored dragon energy in his body had only grown slightly stronger. 10,000 kilograms of divine, profound copper materials were swallowed just like that. Lord Jiu blinked at the side and said with a bitter expression, "Old brother Xiao, didn't I tell you to leave some for this Lord Jiu?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot," Xiaoqin said calmly as he landed beside the old man. Xiaoqin's insincere apology upset Lord Jiu. However, he could only scold him in secret. When searching for treasures in the remnant, the most dangerous thing was not the restrictions, but the other cultivators. This was especially so in the primal chaos domain, where loose cultivators killed and robbed others of their treasures as if they were eating and drinking. If Lord Jiu came in and discovered any treasures, he would be chased out before he could do anything. At the very least, he would be able to stay with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin also left him some natural treasures related to spirit plants. Never mind, Lord Jiu would not lower himself to the juniors, the old man thought. Boom! In the inner area of the Immortal sect remnant, a beam of golden light suddenly tore through the sky, illuminating the entire place. The roars of 10,000 beasts resounded. Xiaoqin and the old man could not help but look over. One bird beast after another flew out of the golden light. In an instant, it was 1,000 meters. In an instant, it had flown far away. The strong winds of the mutated beasts easily shattered several of the hidden restrictions in the air. Thousands of cultivators soared into the air in hot pursuit. Diwuk, the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan, the Heavenly Music Sect Xia Dongyang, and the other experts all chased after the Heavenly Phoenix. They even seemed to see the bloody young master, Yi Chen's figure inside. Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, there are valuable treasures. Diwuk and the others broke the restrictions. These are all complete magic treasures. After refining them a little, they will become king-grade secret treasures. Xiaoqin was flabbergasted as well. There were at least 1,000 magic treasures flying out. Just this palace alone had so many magic treasures. Who knew how glorious the history of the sect under them was during the Immortal epic? Chi, an azure wolf flew over Xiaoqin's head. Then, Xiaoqin made his move at lightning speed. A strand of saber chi of flawless bright moon descended from the sky and struck down the azure wolf. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the azure wolf landed in his grasp. It was a sword with a wolf head infused with many divine materials. Its blade was as clear as water, flickering with a dim five-colored light. Xiaoqin placed a spiritual mark on it and infused his magic energy into it. The sword shrank and turned into a sword pill that landed in his palm. Brat, hand over the azure wolf magic treasure. The three old men who were chasing the azure wolf descended. When they saw Xiaoqin put away the sword pill, they immediately berated him. Xiaoqin glanced at them indifferently. They were all peak superior grade martial sages, so he could not be bothered to answer. Magic energy burned, and the sword pill enlarged. Then, as Xiaoqin pointed with his finger, it turned into a beam of azure light and flew out. Pu Ci. Before the three old men could react, blood spurted out of their necks. Their heads separated from their bodies, and they died without a complete corpse. Lord Jiu chuckled and quickly rushed forward. He quickly collected the superior grade spatial rings of the three old men, and even fiddled around with the corpses. After following Xiao Chun for so long, Lord Jiu was already very familiar with this set of actions. Soon he returned. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said somewhat craftily, "Sorry, the three of them do not have any divine materials on them." Xiao Chun caressed the flickering wolf head sword with a dim, five-colored light. He entered deep thought, ignoring Lord Jiu's words. The speed of the wolf head sword was extraordinary. However, it paled in comparison to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Given its speed, the other party could easily dodge it. Xiao Chun glanced at the situation in the sky. Nearly all the Grandmaster-level martial sages were attracted by that golden bright heavenly phoenix, chasing after it. On the other hand, no Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the other mutated beasts. This was normal. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages had king-grade secret treasures. Ordinary treasures would not catch their attention. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He said, "Old Jiu, can your eyes remember all the magic treasures in the sky?" Birds and beasts flew wildly in the sky. Immortal chi spread everywhere, and figures flickered. The entire sky above the outer sect turned chaotic. Lord Jiu casually glanced around and said in disdain, "How difficult is that? This Lord Jiu has a pair of shifty eyes. I might not be able to see other things, but when it comes to treasures, even the size of a mosquito, I can see them all." "Good. In that case, watch carefully. As long as someone snatches a magic treasure, immediately dig a hole and bring me over. Since those Grandmaster-level martial sages do not care for these treasures, I will reluctantly accept them all." When the old man heard this, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. More than 1,000 magic treasures? That meant that he would have to dig more than 1,000 holes. "Lord Xiao, I'm calling you Lord now. Although this Lord Jiu is very fast at digging holes, you can't really treat me like a mouse. After digging more than 1,000 holes, my hand will probably break." Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, "Strange. Didn't this Lord Jiu say earlier that you are a mouse? Now is the time for you to show off your skills." "Damn it, really damn it. I was just greedy for some divine materials earlier." The old man wanted to cry, but no tears came out. An aquamarine screen of light flew in the sky. Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu blocked a black tortoise. Gao Baiyu's speed increased, and he pulled the black tortoise into his palm. It was an ancient shield. Ripples of water flowed on the surface of a shield. The sound of gushing water came from it continuously. Gao Baiyu rejoiced as he carefully fiddled with the shield. "Great! It is actually a defensive magic treasure. The defenses of our heavenly music sect cultivators happen to be rather weak. If I turn this into a secret treasure, my strength will increase significantly." Envy appeared in Yin Tianhe's eyes. Defensive secret treasures were the most precious. Most cultivators hoped to have a good defensive secret treasure to protect their lives at a crucial moment. Gao Baiyu was in a good mood. When he saw the disappointment in Yin Tianhe's eyes, he smiled reassuringly and said, "Brother Yin, there is no need to be disappointed. There are many such magic treasures. Later, when we find another one, I will let you have it." "Ha! Many thanks, Brother Gao. Unfortunately, I do not know if it will still be a defensive magic treasure later." Yin Tianhe looked at the sky. The glistening golden heavenly phoenix flapped its wings in the distance, attracting the experts of the various sections. He said enviously, "That heavenly phoenix is the real good stuff. It is definitely a peak king-grade secret treasure. It has at least 100 divine materials infused into it, right? However, this is not the best treasure of the Immortal Sect remnant. The 9 heavenly palaces are the core of the entire Immortal Sect remnant. The treasures there will be even better. Perhaps even immortal tools will appear. That is possible. I heard that the 3 great sects sent the blue-robed emperor. A few major characters from the Penglai Sea also came. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something we can participate in. I still need to collect a few more magic treasures. That bastard Xiao Chun destroyed the chimes. We have to quickly make up for the losses. There is a huge snake over there. It is spitting out clouds. It should be something good. Let's go." As the two spoke, they continued to look for targets in the air. Just as they were about to get up, the ground suddenly rumbled, and a deep pit appeared. The two had not expected this at all. They immediately fell down. They felt very anxious and wanted to soar into the air. Starlight descended, and a fluttering scarlet banner blocked the two's path. The astral banner unfurled, and 7 resplendent and dazzling astral pearls completely blocked the sky above them. Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu looked around and discovered Xiao Chun and Lord Zhou not far away. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. The mountains and rivers meet, and the spring wind blows. The two of you, we meet again. When the starlight shone on Xiao Chun, it made his aura stand out. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face. He looked cold and desolate, not showing any murderous intent. Xiao Chun, you actually still dare to appear? Gao Baiyu exclaimed hatefully. While standing on the starlight, Xiao Chun slowly stepped forward. Why would I not dare? Without a Grandmaster level martial sage, killing you is as easy as killing dogs. When Yun Tianhe thought of Xiao Chen's horrifying strength, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. We are elite disciples of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. If you kill us, our fathers and seniors are of high positions. If you kill us, you will thoroughly offend the 9 ranks of the great families. Don't overestimate yourself. You are not as important as you think. I do not fear the Frost Moon Palace or the Heavenly Music Sect. After saying that, Xiao Chun did not waste any more words with the two. An azure light flashed. At such a close distance, the two could not dodge at all. The wolf-head sword chopped off their heads. Lord Zhou giggled and rushed forward. Then, he skillfully removed the two's spatial rings. When he returned, he respectfully handed the black tortoise shield to Xiao Chun. How many is this? Xiao Chun asked. Chapter 9:33. Lord Zhou quickly answered. That's 200 already. This Lord Zhou's hands are really sore. 200 is far from enough. Continue. Xiao Chun put away the astral banners, and Lord Zhou immediately leaped out, looking around with his beady eyes. He saw all the treasures flying around and immediately found his target. Then, he jumped down and moved his hands. In the blink of an eye, he dug out a tunnel hundreds of meters long. His speed was startlingly fast, simply breathtaking. Even Xiao Chun could not help but admire this. Some people's strengths could not be learned. Talent was talent. Even if a martial emperor came, he would be tongue-tied. The two worked very well together. After a few moves, Xiao Chun did not even need to show himself. Without anyone noticing, they collected more than 200 magic treasures, aside from the Heavenly Phoenix. Anyone who knew about this would be so startled that they could not close their mouths. Lord Zhou's innate talent was truly one of a kind. As the harvest increased, he became as tired as a dog. However, he was incredibly excited. Xiao Chun gave him all the spatial rings of the people he killed. There was only one condition. If there were divine materials in there, they would belong to him. The rest did not matter. While the Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the Heavenly Phoenix, Xiao Chun comprehended a saber soul and reached peak medial-grade martial sage. There was no one who could match him. As dusk approached, there were still 100 magic treasures that had not been collected. Lord Zhou was simply too tired. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun gave up. 900 magic treasures that could become king-grade secret treasures after some minor changes. This harvest was already frighteningly high. On a desolate mound in the Immortal sect remnant, all sorts of magic treasures floated around Xiao Chun. All of them glowed with brilliant light and flickered with light. With one look, it was clear that they were infused with at least a few divine materials. Magic treasures did not pose any obstruction to Xiao Chun. He had magic energy and could use them directly. However, aside from the wolf-head sword, none of these magic treasures caught his eye. It was not just him. Any one of these magic treasures would not catch the eye of any Grandmaster-level martial sage. Only a horrifying number would be shocking. 900 king-grade secret treasures were enough to equip a sect. On the other side, Lord Zhou was happily leaning against a rock. He took out a spatial ring and inspected it. If there were any divine materials, he would toss them out. Beside him was a 3-meter-tall pile of various divine materials. There were black pattern gold, profound copper, heavenly gold, ore, and so on. Strictly speaking, there were divine materials in the black astral coins as well. However, the divine materials were rather rare, so Xiao Chun did not care about them. Hence, Lord Jiu benefited. The old man's beady eyes occasionally glanced at Xiao Chun, who was devouring magical treasures and divine materials. When he realized that Xiao Chun wasn't paying attention, he sneakily took a few spatial rings containing divine materials and embezzled them. Hee, this can't be considered corruption. Lord Jiu is exhausted, so no matter what, I have to take a little more. Right at this moment, a mournful wail suddenly sounded from the horizon. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a streak of bloody light in the west that was like the setting sun, dyeing the sky red for hundreds of miles. Someone finally took down the heavenly phoenix. Blood flowed endlessly from its neck, making the sky look like the setting sun. There were too many people fighting over the heavenly phoenix. The scene was extremely chaotic. Occasionally, someone got knocked into the air. Only a few people could remain standing. Naturally, the most dazzling person was Diwuk. Lord Jiu laughed loudly and said, "What a bunch of fools. After fighting for so long, they did not obtain anything and got knocked into the air. There is only one heavenly phoenix. Only one person would obtain it. Most people would not end up with anything. All they hoped for was luck. However, how could there be so many luck in the world?" Right after the old man spoke, a beam of scarlet light landed on him. It was incredibly fast. Before the smile on Lord Jiu's face faded, he let out an intense, miserable shriek. His entire body smashed into the ground. The pile of several tons of divine materials at the side suddenly collapsed, burying the two of them. Pala, two arms stretched out and pushed the divine materials to the side. The bloody young master, Yi Chun, emerged with a pale complexion and a head full of red hair, coughing blood. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yi, unexpectedly, we met again so soon." Yi Chun was stunned. When he saw the hundreds of magic treasures floating around Xiao Chun, his eyes went wide. He could not even be bothered to answer Xiao Chun's question. Yi Chun rubbed his eyes vigorously before he was sure that he was not hallucinating. He asked in disbelief, "You, how did you do it? This is too ridiculous." "Ridiculous, my ass. But is above this Lord Jiu's head. Quickly go away." This Lord Jiu was just greedy for some divine materials. There is no need to suffocate to death. Curses came from below. Yi Chun stood up awkwardly and pulled Lord Jiu, who nearly fainted. When the two saw Lord Jiu's miserable state, the lips of the usually proud Yi Chun twitched a few times. Then, he apologized a few times. After the two rested for a while, Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity, "Who sent you flying? Based on your condition, you seem to be severely injured. Which great Grandmaster level martial sage did it?" When Yi Chun heard that, he coughed awkwardly. Then, he whispered, "I was sent flying by a woman. I was only one step away from obtaining that heavenly phoenix fan. However, for some reason, a woman appeared beside Diwuk and sent me flying with one palm strike." As Yi Chun spoke, he clearly felt dissatisfied. No one will be happy about being sent flying by a sneak attack. The one who attacked was Tian Yushi, the girl who always accompanied Diwuk. She was silent, but always made a move at the crucial moment. When Xiao Chun heard that, he immediately knew who did it. If nothing unexpected happened, the heavenly phoenix fan was in Diwuk's hands. The blood of the heavenly phoenix dyed the sky red for 50 kilometers around, not scattering for a long time. It was like the setting sun in the paper-white sky, a ghastly sight. The heavenly phoenix's wings flickered with golden flames, forming a beautiful folding fan. As the flames danced, the melodious cries of the heavenly phoenix could be heard. His voice was filled with holy might, causing everyone to feel a sense of pressure. As Diwuk held the heavenly phoenix fan, a smile appeared on his face. He moved his hand, casually toying with this powerful treasure fan. An indistinct divine kingdom appeared behind him. Several praises came from the divine kingdom, turning into the power of faith and pouring into Diwuk's body. Rings of golden light appeared behind Diwuk, making him look like a deity descending, exuding a supreme might. Congratulations, Divine Son. This fan contains at least 1,000 divine materials. There is even the holy spirit of a heavenly phoenix in it. If you refine it in the future, it will definitely become an Emperor-grade secret treasure. One of the 13 watchers stepped forward and praised. At the side, the heavenly music sects Xia Donyang and the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan stared at the golden bright heavenly phoenix fan with fervent expressions. Unfortunately, they were too late. In the end, Di-Wuk obtained the heavenly phoenix fan. Under the scarlet sun, several Grandmaster-level martial sages and loose cultivators of the various sects all looked at the heavenly phoenix fan with fervent gazes. However, they were very rational and did not make a move on Di-Wuk. If it were someone else who snatched the heavenly phoenix fan, the chaotic situation would not have calmed down so quickly. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Donyang went to Di-Wuk's side and performed cup fist salutes. Congratulations, Divine Son, on obtaining the heavenly phoenix fan. Di-Wuk had a head of white hair and an extraordinary aura. He gently closed the heavenly phoenix fan and tossed it to Xia Donyang. Brother Xia, take this heavenly phoenix fan as a greeting gift for agreeing to participate in the Heroes Convention. Xia Donyang was slightly stunned. He had not expected Di-Wuk to be so generous, giving away the heavenly phoenix fan that he just obtained. This was a peak magic treasure of an immortal sect. After refining it slightly and using it as his life magic treasure, it would definitely become an Emperor-grade secret treasure in the future. Xia Donyang received the fan, and joy flashed on his face. He said sincerely, Divine Son truly lives up to being an outstanding talent of this age, the leader of our younger generation. Donyang will definitely lead the disciples of my heavenly music sect to support you with all our might in the Heroes Convention 2 years from now. Xiao Qinghan felt somewhat upset in his heart. Di-Wuk invited him, but he did not immediately agree. He could not help feeling some regret. Divine Son, although there are many palaces in the inner sect, it will not be easy to find another heavenly phoenix fan. Why did you give it away? The leader of the Keepers sent a voice projection to Di-Wuk. There is no problem. These are all external items. As long as the Heroes Convention is held smoothly, I will be able to gather the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. At that time, I will be able to accomplish it without spilling blood. The Heavenly Phoenix fan is nothing compared to the ambition of my ancestors for tens of thousands of years. Di-Wuk replied in secret. With a flip of his hand, he took out a piece of 10,000-year-old profound copper. Then, he said politely to Xiao Qinghan, Brother Xiao, this piece of 10,000-year-old profound copper is equivalent to 50 tons of ordinary profound copper. Whether you agree to my invitation or not, treat it as a greeting gift. Xiao Qinghan thought to himself, this move of Di-Wuk is truly brilliant. Xiao Qinghan had a competitive heart. In this great age, he wanted to stand alone. However, from the looks of it now, the situation seemed to be on Di-Wuk's side. If Xiao Qinghan did not participate in the Heroes Convention and leave his name on the Hero Monument, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qinghan accepted the 10,000-year-old profound copper. He smiled and said, Divine Son is so polite. If Qinghan still does not know what's good for him, it would be inexcusable. 2 years from now, I will definitely lead the Frost Moon Palace disciples to support the Heroes Convention. A magic treasure easily subdued these two influential people of the primal chaos domain. Di-Wuk's means were indeed incredible. This attracted the attention of several older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages in the surrounding crowd. It would be hard for such a person not to rise up in this age. Di-Wuk glanced at the few people in Buddhist robes in the north and reminded, Brother Donyang, be careful later. I believe that those immortal cultivators from the Penglai Sea will make a move on you. Xia Donyang smiled and said, Many thanks for the Divine Son's reminder. I know that these people are not easy to deal with. However, this is not the Penglai Sea. They will not be able to do anything. In that case, I will not say anything more. Let's go to the heavenly palaces. I wonder if there are any great Grandmaster-level martial sages who can knock open the doors of the heavenly palaces. Diwuk's group stopped chatting. They all circulated their secret treasures to protect themselves, easily destroying the restrictions along the way. Then, they flew to the 9 heavenly palaces at the summit. When the others saw the situation, they locked onto a heavenly palace and flew over as well. On the slope, Yi Chun sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Lord Jiu was still tidying up the divine materials in his spatial ring. As for Xiao Chun, he was consuming magic treasures and cultivating the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 934. Each of the 900 magic treasures contained 10 kinds of divine materials, no less than 500 kilograms of each. However, refining them a second time would always result in a loss. Xiao Chun swallowed about 800 magic treasures before barely managing to cultivate the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. With the nourishment of the 500 kilograms of divine materials, the faint azure-colored dragon chi in Xiao Chen's body finally stopped being hazy and indistinct. It turned into a clear strand of dragon chi that swam around his body. With a thought, Xiao Chun opened all the acupoints in his body. Dragon roars rang out in his body, filling his entire body with explosive energy. Xiao Chun stood up and punched the ground. One dragon force, 5,000 kilograms of force, exploded out. A crack extended for 10 kilometers, splitting the flat ground in half. It looked extremely horrifying. Furthermore, this was just the force of one punch for Xiao Chun. When Yi Chun, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, saw this scene, he exclaimed, 800 magic treasures, and he swallowed them all. What cultivation technique is this brat cultivating? Why is the requirement so horrifying? When Yi Chun saw the strength that Xiao Chun displayed, he did not feel envious. Even if Xiao Chun had a cultivation technique like this, he would not cultivate it. 800 magic treasures were equivalent to the savings of a rank 8 sect. Such a cultivation technique would not last long in the end. No sect could afford it. 500 kilograms of divine materials nourished one dragon force. The second layer required 10 dragon force before one could condense the blue dragon battle armor. The amount of divine materials required was indeed astronomical. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and looked at the remaining 100 magic treasures. Then he stretched out his hand and placed them in his universe ring. He temporarily gave up on cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Brother Yi, what are your thoughts now? Xiao Chun asked as he walked over. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Naturally, catching up to Diwuk and returning the favor to that woman. I have never suffered such a huge loss before. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, in that case, I wish you success. I won't send you off. They're going to the heavenly palace now. Don't tell me you don't want to go. The bloody young master Yi Chun said as he looked straight at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said calmly, what's wrong? If I go, will I be slapped back like you? Yi Chun felt stifled. He said sullenly, indeed, you are still as cowardly as before. No wonder Yi Chun looked down on you for hanging out with this scoundrel. Lord Jiu had a depressed look on his face. In his heart, he felt that the burly man was innocent and had been shot while lying down. Xiao Chun didn't argue with him. Whatever you say, I won't go to the heavenly palace now. Yi Chun flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then, he picked up his saber and moved further away from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun watched as the other party disappeared from his sight. He shook his head slightly. What a pity. Xiao Chun opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then, he waved his hand and poured all the divine materials beside Lord Jiu into the cauldron. At the same time, the lunar true flame in Xiao Chun's left eye shot out. This was still not enough. Xiao Chun kept only half of the remaining 100 magic treasures. Then, he tossed the rest into the cauldron and melted them. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the Big Dipper banner flickering with tricolor light. After the divine materials in the cauldron were extracted, he tossed the Big Dipper banner into the cauldron. The Big Dipper banner started to undergo another transformation. Naturally, Shao Chun wanted to enter the heavenly palace of the immortal sect remnant. However, without strength, what could he do? Before a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, he could not even block one move. The great Grandmaster-level martial sage could send him out with one slap. He would just be seeking his own humiliation. Diwuk had roped in a group of geniuses, be it the 13 keepers behind him or the divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, who he would never abandon. Just Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang were already difficult to deal with. With such confidence, Diwuk dared to move around without fear. Even a regular great Grandmaster-level martial sage would have to retreat when they saw him. Shao Chun was alone, and there were countless people who wanted to kill him. If he did not prepare more trump cards, there would only be one result: death. The 9 heavenly palaces gave off a multicolored light, illuminating for 50 kilometers around. Rumor had it that there were immortal tools. Immortal tools and Emperor-grade secret treasures were existences on par with each other. The 3 basic symbols of the 9 ranks of the great families were Emperor Wu, an Emperor-grade secret treasure, and a Holy Spirit vein. Only with all 3 could one be considered the 9 ranks of the great families. The number of these 3 represented the strength and accumulations of a rank 9. If there really was an immortal tool, the various 9 ranks of the great families would definitely send out the blue-robed emperor to fight for it. In the past few days, explosions rang out endlessly in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Occasionally, one could see even more horrifying scenes of the sky tearing apart. That was when a great Grandmaster-level martial sage expert brought out the might of a king-grade secret treasure to 120%, creating a temporary tear in space. The space of the Kunlun realm was very stable. Without reaching the level of the blue-robed emperor, one could not tear space, no matter how strong one was, no matter how strong one was, no matter how strong one was. Now, before the blue-robed emperor appeared, he already saw the scene of space tearing. This showed how strong the restrictions of the 9 heavenly palaces were. However, all this did not have much to do with Shao Chun. He was currently infusing hundreds of tons of divine materials into the Big Dipper banner, allowing the 7 astral pearls to reach an unprecedented height. As the divine materials infused in, starlight fell from the sky. At first, it turned into specks of starlight. Finally, it turned into a curtain of starlight, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer in the night. This attracted several cultivators to come and take a look. They all thought that a strange treasure had appeared and were incredibly excited. Shao Chun used lightning-quick means, killing all the cultivators who came near. 3 days later, the Big Dipper banner finally gained new life. Its quality improved again, reaching the level of a peak king-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it had 3 different states of massacre, death, and ruin. It could suppress secret treasures of the same grade. With this astral banner, Shao Chun was confident of killing the demonic brilliant 2 elders, not giving them a chance to flee. He would also be able to hold his own against great Grandmaster-level martial sages. He would have no problem protecting himself. Withdraw. The starlight filling the sky gathered. Shao Chun grasped the Big Dipper banner. Red chi of massacre, black chi of death, and gray chi of ruin mixed with the starlight, flickering endlessly. The banner unfurled, and the 7 astral pearls gave off a dazzling light. This was especially so for the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls, which were infused with thrones. They looked even stranger. As Shao Chun held the banner, he casually swung it. Starlight spread out like the wind, surging out. Several hidden restrictions in the sky instantly broke, bursting out with dazzling light. Such might was obvious. However, Shao Chun frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. Compared to the previous fusion, when the 3 thrones underwent a complete transformation, this was only a quantitative change and not a qualitative one. If Shao Chun wanted a qualitative change, he would have to find the other 4 thrones or obtain the inheritance of the Big Dipper Palace and use the Astral Palace's secret technique to activate the Big Dipper banner. Only then could the might of the Big Dipper banner truly be brought out. Bang! Dirt flew everywhere on the ground. Lord Jiu leaped out with a shifty look on his face. He said excitedly, "It's broken. The restrictions of the 9 astral palaces are all broken. The strength of these great Grandmaster-level martial sages is truly horrifying." A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He carefully put away the Big Dipper banner and asked, "How many great Grandmaster-level martial sages did you see?" Lord Jiu thought for a while before replying, "4 of them are powerhouses of the primal chaos domain, infamous loose cultivators. 3 of them are intersect first elders of the Muddy Sky Gate, the Frost Moon Palace, and the Heavenly Music Sect. The other 2 seem to be experts from the Heavenly Starry Ocean. There should be some hidden great Grandmaster-level martial sages that I did not notice." On the surface, there are now 9 great Grandmaster-level martial sages, more than Xiao Chun expected. Xiao Chun looked at the 9 astral palaces in the distance. After a while, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He said calmly, "Lead the way then." Lord Jiu's eyes flashed with excitement. The restrictions of the 9 astral palaces had been broken one after another. He had been itching for a long time. However, Xiao Chun remained unmoved, focusing all his attention on refining the Big Dipper banner. Now, Xiao Chun was finally going to make his move. This was a person that Lord Jiu could not see through at all. To Lord Jiu, Xiao Chun was like a dormant true dragon. When he did not move, he would be indifferent. When he moved, his name would spread everywhere, able to pierce through the sky. Lord Jiu, who was already very familiar with the route, quickly led the way. Along the way, he saw dilapidated palaces everywhere. Occasionally, the light of treasures soared into the sky. However, these did not attract much attention. The 9 astral palaces floating at the top of the mountain attracted the attention of all the cultivators here. They could not wait to obtain stronger magic treasures. The higher Xiao Chun went, the more eye-catching the 7-colored light became, becoming dazzling and dazzling. The 9 astral palaces were arranged in a ring with the mountain as the center. As Xiao Chun stood at the summit, he sensed his surroundings. He felt that the 9 astral palaces seemed to form a formation, suppressing something at the top of the mountain. It was suppressing something at the top of the mountain. The flat mountain top was like a jade platform. Nothing could be seen. However, when Xiao Chun punched the summit, the force of 1 dragon force, 5,000 tons of force, struck it. It did not budge at all. Not a single rock on the entire mountain moved. It was as if the flat jade platform had absorbed his energy. This further confirmed Xiao Chun's guess. The 9 majestic astral palaces were indeed a formation. Since it was a formation, it had to have a formation core. He did not know which heavenly palace was the formation core. If he could control the heavenly palace where the formation core was, he would be able to control it. If he could control the astral palace where the formation core was, he would be able to break the seal and let the mysterious thing at the bottom of the mountain see the light of day again. It looked like the rumors of an immortal equipment here were not baseless. Xiao Chun was not the only one who figured out the secret of the 9 astral palaces. However, which astral palace was the formation core? Old brother Xiao, have you chosen? This Lord Jiu cannot wait any longer, the old man urged as he rubbed his hands together. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and laughed self-mockingly. So what if I find the formation core? When the immortal equipment appears, the blue-robed emperor will definitely make a move. A regular king-grade magic treasure would not be able to attract the blue-robed emperor's attention. However, when the immortal equipment appears, the blue-robed emperor will definitely make a move. Before the blue-robed emperor, even great grandmaster-level martial sages would be trash. Xiao Chun was just a peak medial-grade martial sage. What was the point of thinking so much? The current him could not compete for the immortal equipment. Xiao Chun leaped up and entered an astral palace. The sounds of intense fighting immediately entered his ears, and a vast world appeared before him. The astral palace was several times larger than it looked from the outside. A large number of magic treasures floated in the palace. The auras of several of them were no weaker than the Heavenly Phoenix fan. These were peak secret treasures infused with thousands of divine materials, treasures that even great Grandmaster-level martial sages would be tempted by. However, every magic treasure had strong restrictions around it. Breaking them would not be easy. Chapter 9:35. There were sword formations, flame beacons, illusion formations, baleful eyes formations, devouring demonic formations, and all sorts of horrifying restrictions, dazzling the eyes. A miserable shriek resounded. Xiao Chan turned his head to look and saw a peak superior grade martial sage using a secret treasure. This martial sage wanted to forcefully break a restriction to snatch the treasure. However, a sword chi pierced through him, instantly killing him. When Xiao Chun looked deeper, the light of treasures there became even more intense. Even when he extended his spiritual sense, he could not clearly make out what was happening. It was all Grandmaster-level martial sages fighting. Bang! Just as Xiao Chun and Lord Jiu were about to move forward, a white-haired figure suddenly landed at their feet. When Xiao Chun saw this person's face, he could not help smiling faintly. "Brother Yi, we meet again." This person was Yi Chun. However, he did not look like he was in good condition. He was severely injured and someone was chasing him. "Yi Chun, weren't you very arrogant in the heavenly starry ocean back then? Why are you lying down now?" Starlight filled the sky as a few people arrived on the starlight. The person leading them held an astral banner as he strode over with great strides, showing an incredibly arrogant expression. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. The astral banner in this person's hand had 7 astral pearls embroidered on it. It was the Big Dipper banner, a complete and flawless astral banner. When the girl beside this person saw Xiao Chun, she immediately cried out, "Senior brother Luo Qi, he is Xiao Chun. He's the one who snatched away our life Big Dipper banners." Yichen coughed a few times and stood up with a smile. "Luo Qi, you are only this capable. If not for Di Wuck and the 13 keepers injuring me, killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so stubborn." Luo Qi waved the Big Dipper banner. As the banner fluttered, a strong wind formed by astral energy surged over. Yichen swung his saber to block. However, he could not help vomiting another mouthful of blood as he crashed into Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stepped forward and placed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Then, he applied some force and removed the force from Yi Chen's body. Then, he pulled Yi Chun behind him. Luo Qi stood in the air and frowned. He held the Big Dipper banner and said arrogantly, "Xiao Chun, I've heard of you. All the experts in this hall want to kill you. Hand over my martial brother and sister's natal zhou, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said without a care, "However, I saw you." "But I saw you?" When Luo Qi of the 7 Stars Palace heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. This fellow was crazy. All he had to do now was shout, and a large number of people would immediately come to take his life. Yet, he still dared to be so arrogant. "I obtained 10 types of divine materials from Di Wuck, 5,000 kilograms of each. Now, this Big Dipper banner is no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the life flags of the Big Dipper Palace's elders cannot compare to mine." Luo Qi stretched out his hand, and the Big Dipper banner unfurled. Starlight flickered, and the 7 astral pearls gave off a dazzling light. The tip of the banner pointed at Xiao Chun. The starlight in the sky immediately gathered together, giving off a dazzling, cold light. It looked like it would shoot out at any moment, destroying everything before it. Luo Qi's gaze turned cold as he continued. "Where do you get your confidence from? To think that you dare to be so unbridled before me. Hand over my martial brother and sister's life flags. Otherwise, I will shout, and you will die a tragic death." Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "In that case, go ahead and shout. Try and see if you can shout my name, Xiao Chun." Luo Qi laughed loudly and said sullenly, "Is your name some kind of taboo? I will shout it now, and let everyone in the heavenly palace know. The many experts will crush you to bits." Luo Qi did not fear Xiao Chen at all. He took a deep breath and circulated his veritable essence energy, preparing to let the heavenly music sect, the Frost Moon Palace, the many loose cultivators, and the sects whose disciples Xiao Chun killed know. Xiao law energy surged, and veritable essence energy surged. The word Xiao resounded like thunder, deafening. However, Luo Qi could not say the final word. Chun, a resplendent starlight, several times stronger than the light of the astral banner in Luo Qi's hand, suddenly shot out from Xiao Chen's hand, instantly blinding Luo Qi for a short while. Boundless Massacre Qi surged out. The tip of the banner was like a spear tip, stabbing into Luo Qi's throat, preventing him from saying the last word he wanted to say. Before Luo Qi died, he did not see how Xiao Chen attacked. Bang! Starlight exploded, and the tricolored lights of massacre, death, and ruin flickered. Luo Qi's head directly exploded. Xiao Chen shook his wrist, and the Big Dipper banner unfurled. A red light flashed, and the fluttering banner swept through the mountains and rivers, turning Luo Qi's fellow disciples into bits. The newly refined Big Dipper banner, together with a massacre throne, revealed its sharpness and instantly dealt with this group of people. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, quickly flew over. His movements were extremely practiced, and he immediately pulled out the spatial rings of these people. Yi Chen was flabbergasted. The sharpness that Xiao Chan displayed earlier even made him feel some fear. This was completely different from Xiao Chen's calm and delicate air. This is why you refused to leave that day. What secret treasure is this? Yi Chen asked. The cycle banner. I refined it myself. Now is not the time to talk. The commotion that Luo Qi caused earlier will definitely attract some people over. Let's leave first. Xiao Chen put away the astral banner and led the two away. It was clearly inappropriate to call this banner the Big Dipper banner. After infusing the massacre, death, and ruin thrones into it, it was already very different from the Big Dipper Palace's Big Dipper banner. The word cycle happened to represent Xiao Chen's ambition. Not long after the three of them left, two figures arrived in a flash. One was a man and one was a woman, both with white hair and delicate faces. With one look, it was clear that they were from the deity race. One of them was the divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, and the other was a member of the Keepers. When the deity race man saw Luo Qi's headless corpse, he frowned and said, although this fellow was not strong, the divine son still needed him to establish a connection with the Zodiac Hall. If he just died like that, it will be somewhat problematic. We can only get Wuk to personally make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean. Tianyu, she said after checking the surroundings. Before he died, he said the word Xiao. Could the one who killed him be Xiao Chun? It doesn't seem like it. The lingering astral energy in the air is also the remnant of 3 high-rank states. It should have been 4 people working together to instantly kill him. Tianyu she analyzed rationally. However, the word Xiao is also a clue. Xiao Chun might be among them. Let's go back. Golden light flickered. The two ignored the magic treasures and the restrictions along the way and the cultivators breaking the restrictions. They flew directly to the center of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was vast, filled with restrictions and treasure lights. Xiao Chun led the two into an empty restriction. After searching through the spatial ring of the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin, he found a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries and handed it to the bloody young Master Yi Chun. Yi Chun was severely injured. After thanking Xiao Chun, he received the medicinal pill. After Yi Chun swallowed the medicinal pill, he felt his injuries recover quickly. His expression turned strange. In mere moments, his internal injuries had recovered by 80 to 90%. You gave me a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries? Yi Chen asked as he stood up. Xiao Chen nodded. Sage-grade medicinal pills were incredibly precious. However, as a Grandmaster Alchemist of the Medicine God Valley, Mr. Qin had collected quite a few. He had a bottle of medicinal pills for treating injuries, detoxifying, strengthening one's foundation, and strengthening one's essence. Each bottle contained 10 medicinal pills. To Xiao Chun, these were not very rare items. Yi Chen thought for a while before saying, in the future, when we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I will return this favor. Goodbye. Xiao Chun could not help feeling stunned for a moment. What is this fellow trying to do? Could it be that he still remembers Tianyu, she's palm strike, and wants to get into trouble again? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Yi-Chen returned. Xiao-Chen thought that he had thought things through. Who knew? Yi-Chen said, "Do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries? I'll keep one as a backup." Xiao-Chen smiled faintly. Then, he tossed all but one of the jade bottles containing medicinal pills for treating injuries to him. Yi-Chen caught the jade bottle and gave Xiao-Chen a deep look. Then, he turned around and left. Lord Jiu smiled heartlessly and said, "Soon, we will see him fall at our feet again." Xiao-Chen did not reply. He could tell that Yi-Chen was proud and arrogant. Wherever he fell, he would definitely climb back up. However, it was easier said than done to injure Tian Yushi. If it were a one-on-one fight, Yi-Chen might have a 50% chance of victory. However, the possibility of doing so while surrounded by a group of experts was practically zero. Boom! With one punch, one dragon force erupted with 5,000 tons of force. Xiao-Chen casually broke the restrictions of this place and grabbed a pagoda-shaped magic treasure. After taking a few glances, Xiao-Chen saw that there were less than 10 kinds of divine materials in it. He lost interest and tossed it to Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu happily received it. He thought to himself, no matter how bad a king-grade magic treasure is, I can sell it for a lot of money. Along the way, Xiao-Chen no longer hid his strength. He broke all the restrictions along the way and headed straight for the inner part of the palace, where the treasure light was the strongest. That was a Peak King-grade magic treasure. Xiao-Chen had magic energy and did not need to refine it. He could use it and bring out its might to its fullest. Xiao-Chen's possessiveness over it was stronger than anyone else's. The restrictions broke one after another, attracting the attention of the surrounding cultivators. However, Xiao-Chen was too fast. All they saw was a flash of white light, and the restrictions and the magic treasures in them disappeared. After passing the outer layer, Xiao-Chen stopped. In front of him was a restriction at the very edge of the inner layer. The restriction was a sword formation. 9 black swords stood in all directions according to a profound position, encasing the space. Black sword chi leaped out from the sword formation, carrying a dense death chi. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, deterring anyone from clashing with it. The sword chi was present at all times. Even if one had a king-grade secret treasure to protect them, they would find it hard to move. Xiao-Chen looked down and saw a few cultivators lying on the ground of the restriction. They were all Grandmaster-level martial sages, completely devoid of life force and in a miserable state. Xiao-Chen could clearly feel that the restrictions here were completely different from the ones he casually broke outside. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was a pair of white wings in the restriction made of an unknown holy beast bone. The wings fluttered in the air, moving strangely fast. 2 people chased closely behind the wings. However, they brushed past each other several times. They even nearly got injured by the sword chi containing the death chi. When Xiao-Chen clearly saw the appearances of the two, he revealed a smile on his face. As the saying went, it was a small world. Chapter 9:36. Most of the people in the inner hall wanted to kill him. Xiao-Chen had already made preparations. However, he had not expected that the first one he would face would be the demonic brilliant 2 elders, who had forced him to flee in a sorry state back then. Within the sword formation, the black sword chi whizzed over, roaring madly. A secret treasure hovered above the heads of the demonic brilliant 2 elders, blocking the attacks of the death sword chi. The hemp-robed old man held a red, flaming fan above his head. Xiao-Chen had experienced the might of this fan before. With one fan, the sky changed color, and flames burned for 50 kilometers around. These 2 were only slightly weaker than great Grandmaster-level martial sages, possessing the might of Peak King-grade secret treasures. The might of Peak King-grade secret treasures could be brought out at 100%. Compared to a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage, who could only bring out the might of an ordinary king-grade secret treasure, the difference was like heaven and earth. The middle-aged man's secret treasure was a scarlet military insignia. It contained the souls of many soldiers and materialized strong, killing chi. When combined with the army-killing fist that he cultivated, its might was unparalleled. The two's Life King grade secret treasures were not defensive secret treasures. They could only be used for offense. When facing the attacks of the Death Sword Chi, the two could not go all out. They had to divert some attention to block these Sword Chi. If the two had a strong defensive secret treasure, they could focus all the might of their life secret treasure on subduing the White Wings. They would not have to put in as much effort as they did now. Whoosh! The White Wings looked like they were alive as they flapped gently. Countless bright feathers fell down, giving off a crystalline light. Then they tossed the demonic, brilliant two elders aside. Damn it! Rage flashed on the middle-aged man's face. When he punched, boundless killing chi surged out, shattering the sword chi flying at him. However, the sword chi did not stop. The White Wings led the two to a tribulation point in the formation. When they landed, boundless sword chi surged over like a ferocious army of the dead. Illusions appeared before the two's eyes as they got trapped in the ancient underworld river battlefield. The sword chi was like a ferocious army of the dead moving around. Illusions appeared before the two's eyes as they got trapped in the ancient underworld river battlefield. With a thought, Xiao Chun, who was hidden in a small restriction, prepared to make a move to snatch the treasures. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, he sensed 4 powerful auras and retracted his foot. Ha ha ha! The demonic, brilliant two elders, who were somewhat famous in the profound domain, are only SOSO. We, the Black Mountain 4 bandits, will be taking this Peak King grade magic treasure. Within the Death Sword formation, 4 old men jumped in. The one in the lead was full of energy, his face was red, his hair was black, and he wore a large black robe with wide sleeves. His cultivation was unfathomable, no weaker than the demonic brilliant two elders. The other 3 old men were slightly weaker. However, they were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Each of them held a high-quality king-grade secret treasure in their hands as they destroyed the Death Sword Chi flying over. Lord Gio, who was cowering in the restriction, said with a grave expression, "To think that these 4 old fellows came as well." Xiao Chun was surprised. "You know him?" "Haha, I have never seen them before. However, most of the loose cultivators in the primal chaos domain have heard of these 4 old fellows. Their boss, Meng Bai, ranks in the top 20 of the primal chaos domain's evil cultivator ranking. With his demon-subduing staff technique, who knows how many aggrieved spirits he has killed. The primal chaos domain was the lair of all the evil cultivators in the world. For this Meng Bai to rank in the top 20 of the evil cultivator ranking, he definitely had something extraordinary about him. Xiao Chun started calculating in his heart. If it were just the demonic, brilliant two elders, he would still be confident of killing them and snatching their treasures. However, now that the Black Mountain 4 bandits had arrived, he would have to plan properly. Xiao Chun withdrew the killing chi in his eyes and focused his spiritual sense in his eyes. He peered through the layers of death, sword chi, and saw the situation of the sword formation. Bang! Although the demonic, brilliant two elders were trapped in the killing illusion formation, they were not ignorant of the situation outside. When they sensed a strong enemy approaching, they stopped hiding their strength. They quickly used their secret treasures and charged out of the illusion formation in one go. "Meng Bai, you old fogey, how dare you try to snatch treasures from us, the demonic, brilliant two elders? Are you tired of living?" The middle-aged man had a fiery temper. When he leaped out, he immediately threw a punch. The army-killing fist, which was accompanied by the army of heroic spirits in the scarlet military emblem, was like a huge army charging over. Meng Bai chuckled and did not stop, continuing to grab the White Wing. Meng Bai's 3 companions flew over and executed their various means. With the combined strength of the 3, they blocked the middle-aged man's tyrannical punch. The scarlet heroic spirits scattered in the sword formation. The death sword chi, drifting in the air, was easily shattered. The 9 black swords that formed the sword formation all trembled slightly. This showed how tyrannical the might of this punch was. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at one of the black swords for a while, before slowly shifting his gaze away. Just as Meng Bai was about to grab the White Wing, A huge flaming hand with clear patterns descended from the sky and smashed at Meng Bai. Bang! Meng Bai cursed, and a 2-meter-long black demon, slaughtering staff, appeared in his hand. He swung it through the air and shattered the huge, flaming hand into countless flames. The hemp-robed old man smiled faintly as he held the flaming fan in his hand. Then he blocked Meng Bai and said, "Brother Meng Bai, it has been more than 10 years since we last met. Your infamy has become even greater. Now, you even dare to snatch the things of us, the demonic, brilliant two elders." A ferocious glint flashed in Meng Bai's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You dog, 10 years ago, you beat me up like a dog in the profound domain. Now, I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Meng Bai's figure flashed, and his staff descended from the sky. An incredibly huge, ferocious, ancient Buddhist sect guardian deity appeared behind him. The guardian deity roared at the hemp-robed old man. With one roar, it shattered the death sword chi. The hemp-robed old man remained unruffled. He gently fanned the flaming fan, and 999 flaming tornadoes howled out, blocking the demon's slaughtering Vajra's sky-breaking staff strike. Be it the momentum of the burning clouds or the momentum of the demon slaughtering Vajra that Meng Bai materialized, they were nearly perfect, possessing great might. When the two forces clashed, the 9 swords buzzed and trembled. The battle was incredibly intense. However, the eyes of the two, everyone's eyes, were fixated on the white wings at all times. Suddenly, an old man leaped out of a restriction at the side, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to reap the benefits. While both sides were fighting excitedly, this old man used a defensive secret treasure and easily caught up to the wings. A look of joy flashed in his eyes as he reached out to grab them. Boom! Both sides stopped fighting at the same time. Immediately, all sorts of heaven-ranked martial techniques and king-grade secret treasures attacked like a gushing waterfall. The old man did not even have time to say a word. The king-grade secret treasure protecting the old man shattered, and his physical body exploded into a scarlet light. The death sword formation blew and swallowed up the old man's life essence. Both sides were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. They had long since gained intelligence and knew that they had been in the inner palace for some time. They knew that in this inner palace, someone would jump out and take advantage of the situation. Now that the battle had reached this point, naturally, neither side wanted such a thing to happen. If someone jumped out to take advantage of the situation, both sides would definitely work together to crush that person. When Lord Jiu saw this, his heart thumped heavily. He was flabbergasted. A Grandmaster-level martial sage who can summon wind and rain outside died, just like that. This is really cruel. Fortunately, this Lord Jiu did not charge in earlier. Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. He also found this somewhat problematic. Unless it was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage or an equal number of people, it would be very difficult to jump in and snatch the treasures. It was not easy to reap the benefits, especially before a group of intelligent old monsters. If one was not careful, one would die without a complete corpse, consigned to eternal damnation. Brother Xiao, let's go and try our luck in there. The earlier death of a Grandmaster-level martial sage had frightened Lord Jiu. However, Xiao Qin shook his head and did not say anything. If he could not clear the stage before him, how could he gain anything by going further in? There were a total of 10 strong restrictions in the inner palace. The competition in each one was extremely intense. Looking at the dried corpses littering the sword formation in front, one could easily imagine what kind of massacre the demonic, brilliant two elders had gone through to survive until now. Going forward, the surviving Grandmaster-level martial sages were definitely no weaker than the demonic, brilliant two elders. They might even be stronger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another intense clash took place in the formation. The demon subduing Vajra roared ferociously, and its staff swept out in all directions like a mountain, smashing the flames and hurricanes until Wei Wei trembled. The 9 swords vibrated violently once again. They buzzed and emitted a terrifying black sword chi. Now, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and punched, shattering the restrictions around him. Then he stepped on an electric light and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen's target was not the white wings, but the king of the sword formation, the Black Death sword that commanded the other 8 swords. As Xiao Chun charged at the sword, he only glanced at the white wings on the other side and ignored them. By the time the others noticed him, Xiao Chen's right hand had already grasped the sword hilt firmly. Xiao Chun, a white figure with fluttering long hair and a blue Neptune headscarf on his forehead, appeared. His facial features were delicate and handsome. The demonic, brilliant 2 elders immediately recognized Xiao Chun due to his familiar attire. Overwhelming rage and murderous intent immediately blazed in their eyes. When a middle-aged man saw Xiao Chun holding the Black Death sword, he laughed loudly and said, "What an idiot. The death chi in this sword can instantly drain all cultivators, aside from those of the ghost race and corpse race, into dried corpses." When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chun appear, a murderous intent surged. He wanted to toss aside Meng Bai and eliminate Xiao Chun. However, when the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chun recklessly grasping the death sword's hilt, he immediately smiled coldly and stopped moving. He is Xiao Chun. The Black Mountain 4 bandits stopped at the same time and looked at this famous person of the Kunlun realm, the descendant of the Qing emperor who would be conferred king in half a year. When their gazes fell on the immortal spirit ring on Xiao Chun's left hand, they all revealed greedy gazes. As they sized up Xiao Chun, they felt that he was a human-shaped treasure trove. Everyone in the world knew that the 3 holy masters did not support Xiao Chun. Now that they killed Xiao Chun, not only could they obtain the treasures on him, but they could also use his head to claim rewards from the various sections. They could also raise their own prestige. Just think about it. If news of killing the descendant of the Qing emperor spread, how glorious would that be? We, the Black Mountain 4 bandits, will be taking his head. Meng Bai smiled. The sinister and ugly demon vanquishing Vajra behind him also revealed a horrifying smile. Chapter 9:37. The hemp-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Is it your turn to collect it? This brat snatched our primal essence nature pill and has an irreconcilable grudge with us demonic brilliant 2 elders. You'd best be smarter. This old man will use the full power of the army-killing fist. Even if the 4 of you attack together, you will still be blasted into dregs." The middle-aged man clenched his fist and crackled loudly. Many heroic spirits appeared and disappeared in the scarlet military seal, turning into boundless killing chi. Meng Bai laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? If you really dare to use the full power of the army-killing fist before you can kill the enemy, you will be turned into an idiot by the killing chi first. This Xiao is really in high demand. I can kill anyone. It seems like anyone can trample on me and become famous. However, are you worthy of taking my head?" Xiao Chun, who was enveloped in a layer of black death chi, suddenly narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at the 6. The cycle banner in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness unfurled. The Merak star, which had merged with the death throne, gave off surging death chi like a surging river, flowing endlessly. This deathly aura instantly blocked the deathly aura coming from the longsword. Then it flowed into the longsword ceaselessly. Meng Bai and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. They saw the other 8 swords buzzing, and the black sword chi drifting in the formation slowly grew stronger, nearly turning solid. "Oh no, this brat is trying to strengthen the might of the sword formation to trap us." The hemp-robed old man's expression changed. Originally, he only needed to use the flaming fan to easily shatter the sword chi. Now it was incredibly difficult to deal with. He had to repeat it 3 to 5 times before he could destroy the sword chi flying over. "Kill him. We can't let him continue like this." The others felt that something was wrong. They either took out their secret treasures or directly sent out their killing moves. All sorts of attacks flew at Xiao Chun, giving off a terrifying might and multicolored light. With so many Grandmaster-level martial sages attacking together, Even with Xiao Chen's current physical body, if he got struck, he would end up no better than the old man who had been blasted into dregs earlier. However, they did not know that the sword in Xiao Chen's hand was the king of the swords in this sword formation. It commanded the 8 swords. They would have to face sword chi that was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than the sword formation. The death chi in the cycle banner poured in endlessly. The sword in Xiao Chen's hand emitted a black light that soared into the sky, suppressing the glow of the white wings in the formation. Chi chi chi. Sword shadows erupted like a mountain torrent. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, along with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. When the 10,000 swords merged together, they destroyed the killing moves of Meng Bai and the others, forcing them to retreat in a sorry state. Xiao Chun, have a fair fight with me if you have the guts. I'll blow you up with one punch. The middle-aged man roared furiously. His army-killing fist was a close-range combat technique. In the previous wave of attacks, he was the one who was injured the most by the death sword. The hemp-robed old man and Meng Bai's expressions were extremely unsightly as they faced the increasingly sharp death sword chi in the air. Looking at Xiao Chun, he gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Xiao Chun into pieces and grind his bones into dust. The cultivations of the other 3 Black Mountain 4 bandits were weaker in the first place. Their situation was even worse. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "A fair fight? To think that you're not embarrassed to say that. Back then, who was the one who worked together to bully me, willing to be Mr. Qin's lackey? Today, you demonic, brilliant 2 elders only have yourselves to blame. Just wait to be sucked dry by the death sword chi." Facing the increasingly stronger death sword chi, the situation of the 6 people trapped in the formation became increasingly difficult. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and a significant amount of their life force was immediately sucked away. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Just as he was about to add more force and pour in all the remaining death chi in the cycle banner to refine the 6 to death, a strong aura appeared in the inner hall. In the inner hall, a strong aura was flying towards them rapidly. Black light soared into the sky, and the vengeful spirits howled. Even a treasure light was suppressed. It would be hard for the cultivators not to be curious. Xiao Chun decisively stopped, giving up on this excellent opportunity to kill the 6. He turned into a flash of saber light and charged into the formation. Then he made a move at lightning speed and grabbed the white wings in the air. After losing the death chi that Xiao Chun poured in, the might of the sword formation immediately slowed. The 6 took advantage of this opportunity to attack together. Boom! The 6 broke through the death chi, filling the air, and charged out of the restriction. Their gazes turned cold. Ignoring their injuries, they chased after Xiao Chun. Whoosh! The 6 had just taken one step when a beam of 3-colored starlight flickering with the power of massacre, death, and ruin suddenly shot out from the direction Xiao Chun had taken. The starlight was like a pillar. With a loud bang, it knocked the 6 people to the ground. How reckless! Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? A cold voice came from the front. Xiao Chun had returned while holding the cycle banner. When he saw the death sword chi injuring the 6 people to the point where their life force was drained, he shouted coldly. The 6 were startled. They suddenly recalled that they were not even at half their peak state. They had not completely eliminated the death chi in their bodies. They were probably not a match for Xiao Chun. They all stood up and retreated, riding on their king-grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun purposely scared the 6 away. Then, Lord Jiu sneakily came out and said, "Brother Xiao, you are really something. You managed to chase away 6 Grandmaster-level martial sages." Xiao Chun put away the cycle banner and said, "Let's go quickly. Someone is coming." Clearly, Xiao Chun did not charge back on a whim. Instead, he wanted these people to follow him. The experts who came after hearing the news would definitely give chase as well. Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chun and Lord Jiu quickly left this place together. Soon, a large group of people arrived. Without exception, they were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Among them, There was no lack of experts on the level of the demonic, brilliant two elders. The few of them looked at the empty sword formation, and a look of pity appeared on their faces. They were too late. Someone had finally managed to subdue one of the 10 top-grade king-grade magic treasures. After walking for a long time, Xiao Chun and Lord Gio arrived at a small restriction. When they saw that no one was chasing them, they heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, that pair of white wings appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. When the wings spread out, they were 10 meters long. Dense feathers covered the frame of the wings, at least 10,000 of them. Xiao Chun looked carefully. The crystalline white feathers gave off a faint white light. A gentle breeze swayed gently between the wings. Each feather had small inscriptions carved on it, and immortal chi flowed through them. Xiao Chun felt the taste of freedom. It was like as long as he wore these wings, he could come and go as he pleased, no matter how big the world was. Suddenly, Xiao Chun exclaimed softly and sent his spiritual sense into the feathers. Then, his expression changed slightly. Each feather was actually a small king-grade secret treasure. That was to say, these wings were made of tens of thousands of small king-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chun looked at the frame of the wings, he found that there were at least 1,000 kinds of divine materials, each weighing 5 tons. The White Robe King, Xiao Chun, truly lives up to his reputation. With his own strength, he managed to snatch important treasures from the hands of the demonic Brilliant Two Elders and the Black Mountain Four Bandits. He even scared them into not daring to give chase. He truly lives up to his reputation as an outstanding talent who even dares to kill before Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he quickly put away the white wings and focused. He had already been very careful along the way. Furthermore, he had used his spiritual sense to scout. How could someone still follow him? The restriction in front broke, and a mirror-like water curtain appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. 2 youths and an old man walked out of the water curtain with large strides. Of the 2 youths, Xiao Chun recognized one. That was the Xinshui sect's Ji Zong, who once chased after Xiao Chun. Later, a Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move to scare Ji Zong away. The handsome person beside Ji Zong walked out of the water curtain. The water curtain behind him turned into a smooth mirror and landed in his palm. The profound water palace's people? The Xinshui sect's sect master had issued a warrant for Xiao Chen's arrest in the heavenly starry ocean. It was not strange for a disciple of the sect to come to seek revenge. The method of hiding their auras should be the work of the person beside Ji Zong. Ji Zong was not a problem. Xiao Chun could destroy him in one move. The slightly problematic ones were the youth beside him and the blue-robed old man from the Xinshui sect. However, they were just a little problematic. As Xiao Chun sized up the other party, the youth beside Ji Zong sized him up as well, revealing a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. That youth shook his head slightly and said, "A peak rank 3 sage body, the cultivation of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. Many treasures on you, unparalleled luck. How unfortunate! How unfortunate that you will die in the end, at the hands of me, Yao Chun." Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. He had seen narcissistic people before, but he had never seen someone as narcissistic as this. Even Diwuk would not dare to say such things. The people of the Xinshui sect are all so arrogant. Let's see how capable you are. Xiao Chen's footsteps flashed, and a trembling saber hum resounded in the air. A bright moonlight appeared on Xiao Chen's body. With his saber soul, a powerful sharpness spread out. Xiao Chun arrived riding the wind. With the support of his saber soul, the sharpness seemed solid, piercing through space. When Yao Chun saw Xiao Chun suddenly erupt, he frowned slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes, but he did not move. Xiao Chun looked coldly at Xiao Chun. In his eyes, Xiao Chun was a dead man. The blue-robed old man behind Xiao Chun took a step forward. With just one step, a thunderous sound of water resounded in the inner hall. The formless waves turned into huge pressure. The air became like waves, pressing down on Xiao Chun. The air was like water, and Xiao Chun looked like a reflection in the water. His body turned blurry and hazy. Within the water, Xiao Chun found it difficult to move. It was like he was moving backward, distancing himself from Yao Chun. That's not right. This old man's strength is at most on the level of the demonic, brilliant two elders. How can he give me such great pressure? Xiao Chun calmly analyzed in his heart. Then, he looked around and saw Yao Chun standing calmly at the side, as well as the mirror flowing with a watery light in Yao Chun's palm. The mirror reflected a holy river. It looked like a berserk dragon, surging and roaring endlessly, crossing the entire world in the mirror. A mirror. The problem was in this mirror. Bang! In the wave-like space, the blue-robed old man looked very relaxed. He raised his hand and punched, clashing with Xiao Chun's move that suppressed his sharpness, sending him flying. Xiao Chun's bones creaked as if they would be crushed by the waves at any moment. Chapter 938. Ji Zong smiled and said, "This time, my senior brother brought the Xian River Mirror. It can summon our Xian Shui sect's secret treasure, the Xian River Phantom." Xiao Chun, do you still think my senior brother is arrogant? After killing you, my name will spread throughout the world, and I'll plunder your karmic luck and treasures. Then, I'll take all the treasures in this sky palace and complete my senior brother's unparalleled ambition. During the Immortal epoch, there was a river in the heavenly court that the Immortals built. It was as famous as the underworld river of the netherworld purgatory, the Profound River. When the Immortal epoch ended, the Profound River broke into several pieces and landed in the Kunlun realm. Many famous rivers were once the Profound River. In the ancient era, the Xianshui sect master had obtained a profound river, which had fallen in quality and was not too powerful. He refined it into an emperor-grade secret treasure and gained some of the might of the immortal Tao Profound River. If the sect's disciples held the Profound River Mirror, they could summon the image of the Profound River and bring out some of this emperor-grade secret treasure's power. Under the Dusk River's pressure, Xiao Chun couldn't even use half of his strength. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have been beaten to death by the blue-robed elder. Yao Chun was also secretly alarmed. His master had once said that as long as this mysterious river mirror was activated, a grandmaster wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths inside. Only a great grandmaster could break free from it. As of now, Xiao Chun was only a peak medial-grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could endure for so long. Amid the heavy waves, Xiao Chun felt intense pain all over his body. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was a bladesman who had condensed a saber soul. After transcending the lightning tribulation and heart tribulation with just a thought, he would be able to get rid of all the distracting thoughts. Fear, cowardice, and panic would not appear on him. If my saber soul improves further and reaches small perfection, I can easily break through this profound river image. If my physical body improved further, reaching rank 4 sage body, this image would not be able to suppress me. However, it was a pity that they were still lacking a little, allowing these fellows to be so pleased with themselves. Could it be that he would have to use the Thunder Source here? Right now, Xiao Chun's cultivation had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. With the Purple Thunder Divine incantations accumulations, he could compete with Grandmaster level martial sages. As long as Xiao Chun took the final step and broke through the bottleneck of medial-grade martial sage, the image of an emperor-grade secret treasure would be easy to deal with. After dodging the blue-robed old man's attack with much difficulty, Xiao Chun peered through the watery space and saw Yao Chun toss a medicinal pill into his mouth. Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Chun revealed a smile. With Yao Chun's cultivation, it seemed that using the Profound River Mirror for such a long period of time was not as easy as it seemed. If that was the case, things would be much easier. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and circulated the dragon energy in his body. Under the suppression of this profound river image, Xiao Chun's usage of law energy was restricted. Only his vital qi was unrestricted and could circulate freely. The instant Yao Chun swallowed the medicinal pill and prepared to circulate his energy to digest, it was also the moment when the profound river image was at its weakest. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Chun shouted and burned his dragon energy. Then he punched the air. One dragon force was 5,000 tons of force. When Xiao Chun burned his dragon energy, he could exert 15,000 tons of force. Even mountains and rivers would crumble before this. Bang! The Dusk River collapsed, and the curtain of water shook violently, forming tiny cracks in space. Cracks appeared in the profound river mirror. The rebound of the Emperor-grade secret treasure forced Yao Chun, who had just swallowed the sage-grade medicinal pill, to vomit a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned incredibly pale. In an instant, his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Xiao Chen's aura recovered to its peak. He wished he could roar to the sky to vent the joy in his heart. Xiao Chen looked around and saw the blue-robed old man charging over with the sound of heavy waves. He shouted coldly, "How dare you be so arrogant?" Scram! With the addition of his saber soul, Xiao Chun raised his flawless saber, Dao, to its peak. His body became a saber, his thoughts became a saber, and a bright moon rose up behind him. Boom! After recovering his strength, Xiao Chun punched the blue-robed old man and sent him flying. A boundless saber intent shot out from Xiao Chen's body, buzzing and causing the palace under his feet to tremble. Before the saber intent, some of the small restrictions in the surroundings were like bubbles shattering bit by bit. "Let's go. This brat is too horrifying. I'll bring up the rear," the blue-robed old man said hurriedly to Yao Chun and Ji Zong as he wiped the blood off his lips. Yao Chun paled. After suffering the rebound of the Emperor-grade secret treasure, he was incredibly weak. He waved the profound river mirror, and a watery screen formed. Then, he and Ji Zong quickly jumped in. "You're someone who is about to die. Where are you going to bring up the rear? Cycle banner, come out." Xiao Chun waved one hand, and the cycle banner unfurled. A scarlet killing chi leaped out of the astral pearl and formed a bloody kill character. This easily broke the old man's martial technique, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood and take 2 steps back. The grayish-white destroy character and the black die character carried heavy starlight as they struck the old man's body, thoroughly grinding down his sharpness. The die character gathered dense death chi and sucked away a lot of the old man's life force. His complexion aged at least 10 years. Xiao Chun shook the tip of the banner and pierced through the old man's chest, killing him. The watery screen behind Xiao Chun grew dimmer. Yao Chen's blurry image said, "Xiao Chun, just you wait. On the day of your king conferral ceremony, I will definitely bring the profound river mirror and give you a big surprise." Thirsty, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and starlight gathered once more. 7 stars flickered, and the cycle banner flew towards Yao Chun at the speed of a meteor. This startled Yao Chun, who was in the watery screen, and he quickly pulled Ji Zong over to shield him. A miserable shriek resounded as the watery screen vanished with Yao Chun. The cycle banner pinned Ji Zong to the ground. He held onto the banner pole with both hands, dying with a remaining grievance. With this battle over, Xiao Chun relaxed. He immediately felt fatigued. The injuries suppressed by the profound river mirror earlier flared up like a torrential storm. After putting away the spatial rings of the two, Xiao Chun took out a rank 9 medicinal pill from Mr. Qin's collection and swallowed it. Then, he started to recover from his injuries. With the strength of Xiao Chen's physical body, as long as no one disturbed him, he could recover to his peak in less than an hour. If Xiao Chun had not given all the sage-grade medicinal pills to Yi Chun, his recovery would have been much faster. Just as Xiao Chen's injuries were about 80% healed, Lord Jiao, who had fled when he saw that the situation was bad, rushed back and said, Little brother Xiao, that fellow Yi Chun is about to be played to death by Diwuk." Xiao Chen's eyes widened, and a brilliant light flashed in them. He noticed that Lord Jiao said playing and not fighting. The difference of one word meant 2 different endings. Ignoring the fact that his injuries were still 20% healed, Xiao Chun stood up and took out the white wings. Then he sent his spiritual sense into them and placed his spiritual mark on them. Whoosh! The wings spread out and turned into thousands of pure white feathers that entered Xiao Chen's back and shoulder blades. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt like his body was as light as the wind. Every cell of his body, his flesh, his bones, and his skin became light. With a pu sound, he soared into the air. The 10-meter-long wings on Xiao Chen's back spread out, and a cool breeze circled around Xiao Chen, giving off a crystalline white light. Freedom. This word suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The wind was calling out to him. It was like there was no place in the world that he could not reach. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen in the air. Xiao Chen was clearly very close, but the other party seemed to be infinitely far away, going with the wind. This freedom wings also contained a magic skill. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He checked it and found that this magic skill was called So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Even the ends of the world were within reach. However, even if Xiao Chen drained all his magic energy, he would not be able to do it. As for how far this magic skill could be, it would depend on Xiao Chen's strength and how much magic energy he was willing to expend. Xiao Chen felt his magic energy flowing like a river in his sea of consciousness. He did not delay any longer. He grabbed Lord Jiu and said, "Show me the way." A cool breeze blew. Under Lord Jiu's guidance, Xiao Chen relied on the freedom wings to pass through several small restrictions, heading forward unobstructed. No, there are too many restrictions. I still have to pass through several large restrictions with Peak King grade magic treasures. Given my identity, I will definitely be discovered. At that time, I will attract even more trouble. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he quickly burned his magic energy and activated the magic skill of the freedom wings, so close yet worlds apart. The space in front of Xiao Chen folded. Many scenes of Grandmaster-level martial sages fighting over magic treasures and cultivators dying miserably in restrictions appeared. These scenes were like pictures flashing before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Chen's figure appeared. Di Wuk knocked Yi Chen into the air with a palm strike. Just as Yi Chen was about to land, a palm strike from a distance sent him flying again. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the moving scenes froze here. Then, he took a step forward and used So Close Yet World Apart. He passed through many restrictions of various sizes and stepped out. When Lord Jiu landed on the ground, the folded space bounced back. Lord Jiu was curious and wanted to take a look. Xiao Chen said directly, "Don't look back. Be careful not to pull you in, and your blood will splash for 50 kilometers around." This startled Lord Jiu, and he quickly pulled his head back. After withdrawing the freedom wings, the two of them hid in a small restriction and passed through the fog. Now they could clearly see Di Wuk, Tian Yushi, Xiao Qinghan, Xia Dongyang, and the others floating in the air 5 kilometers ahead. The others did not make a move. Only Di Wuk remained expressionless. Occasionally, he pointed with his finger, and a golden sword light shot out from his fingertip. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Yi Chen's chest. 9 finger-sized holes appeared around Yi Chen's heart. They were transparent, allowing wind to enter and exit. Lord Jiu could not help but say, "When I looked at him earlier, there were only 3 sword holes in his chest. Now they're all gaping." Yi Chen, who was in the air, was in a sorry state. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not show any sorrow on his face. Instead, he looked incredibly happy. He laughed loudly and said, "Di Wuk, even if you kill me, you cannot change this fact. You even dare to humiliate the divine daughter. Now, you are speaking such arrogant words. I will take your head on behalf of the divine son." A Frost Moon Palace disciple came out from behind Xiao Qinghan, trying to curry favor with Di Wuk. Xiao Qinghan's expression changed drastically. He tried to pull that disciple back, but he could not. Chapter 9:39. The divine daughter Tianyu, she's expression, which had not changed for 10,000 years, also showed a strange change. A rare murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Di Wuk turned his head back and glanced at that Frost Moon Palace disciple. Then his surging mental energy turned into 2 beams of golden light. Pu Ci. Then, It pierced through this person's eyes and head. The Frost Moon Palace disciple screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Then, the Frost Moon Palace disciple's corpse was crushed into powder by a restriction. The few old men of the Frost Moon Palace frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Based on their expressions, they seemed to be blaming this disciple for being insensible. Xiao Chun could not help feeling suspicious. What exactly did Yi Chun do to provoke Di Wuk into such a rage? Back then, when Xiao Chun kicked Di Wuk at the Sage Mark Monument, he had not seen Di Wuk's expression so sinister and terrifying. Suddenly, the light in the vast palace hall dimmed. Xiao Chun could not even see his own fingers when he stretched them out. Along with the light, the sounds of intense fighting in the inner hall came to a stop. The sky became terrifyingly dark. Oh no! Xiao Chen's heart sank. Di Wuk is going to kill. This is the instant initial knowledge sword. Xiao Chen leaped up and passed through the restriction. Using Thunder Dragon steps, he arrived before Yi Chun. A spot of light lit up on Di Wuk's fingertip. Instant initial knowledge was the first flash of light in the world. According to the legends of the deity race, there was originally no light in the world. When a deity appeared, he said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. The instant initial knowledge sword was a martial technique derived from this legend. When the light of the world first appeared, there would be light. It materialized the power of creation, unblockable. When the light first appeared, the divine kingdom behind Di Wuk gave off a bright light. Boundless prayers flew out and entered the golden ring of light behind Di Wuk. The sword light tore through the air, and the surroundings were filled with praises. Many different worlds appeared in the air as the sword light flew over. After 3 years, Di Wuk's instant beginning sword had become so powerful that it made people tremble. It had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated all the power of laws in his body, and a bright moon rose into the sky behind him. With the addition of the Saber Soul, Xiao Chun turned into a saber and materialized the flawless Saber Dao. The immortal will of thunder pressed down on Xiao Chen's body, and his Saber Soul turned into a powerful saber, intent radiating from every part of his body. His long hair and white robes fluttered. The world was filled with the sound of sabers humming. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chun was like a perfect treasured saber. He also stretched out his hand and pointed. The bright moon disappeared and appeared at the tip of his finger. It turned into a flawless blade light and went up against Di Wuk's sword light. The instant the two lights clashed, all the darkness in the world vanished. The sword light and the saber light clashed intensely. Shock waves spread out, shaking the entire palace and causing it to tremble intensely. Countless cultivators died miserably in the restrictions because of this sudden change. The two forces fought to a draw. Eventually, they both vanished, restoring peace to the world. However, the people behind Di Wuk and the Grandmaster-level martial sages who were attracted by the show were incredibly shocked, their hearts churning endlessly. Someone blocked Di Wuk's instant beginning sword. I heard that no more than 5 people of the younger generation can block Di Wuk's instant beginning sword. Even the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages do not dare to receive this sword strike. This person is dead for sure. He blocked Di Wuk's killing intent. No one can save him. Discussions resounded. When the cool breeze blew aside Xiao Chen's hair and the crowd recognized Xiao Chen's face, they were even more shocked and incredulous. It's Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, who is causing a huge commotion in the primal chaos domain, actually rushed over to seek his own death. Instead of hiding properly and waiting for his king conferral half a year later, he actually ran over to Di Wuk. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Donyang will not be able to outlast him. Furthermore, those loose cultivators are all eyeing his head. After recognizing Xiao Chun, Xia Donyang, and Xiao Qinghan were different from the shock of the others. They instantly attacked. 3,000 figures came out of the palace behind Xiao Qinghan. Each figure materialized a different killing move. A cold moon rose up, and Xiao Chun shouted like he was a sovereign king. The 3,000 figures charged at Xiao Chun with a destructive aura. Xia Donyang tossed out an ancient bell. Bell chimes spread out, giving off rings of blue light that pressed down on Xiao Chun at the same time. On the other hand, Di Wuk muttered to himself for a while, his expression turning sullen. He did not rush to make a move, as if he was preparing for something. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually recognized the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, he used his law energy to drive it. Many corporeal, ancient, mutated beasts flew out of the cauldron. A total of 1,000 beasts blocked Xiao Qinghan's 3,000 killing moves. With a flip of Xiao Qin's hand, the cycle banner flickered with three-colored starlight. Massacre, death, and ruin circled the banner pole. As the banner unfurled, a vast astral energy surged out. The cycle banner swung the tip of the banner and knocked over the ancient bell. The bell chimes turned chaotic as it tumbled towards Xia Donyang. Let's go. Xiao Qin raised his hand and stared at the killing moves of the two outstanding talents of the primal chaos domain. Then, he grabbed Yi Chun and prepared to leave. You want to leave? To think that you want to save the person that I, Di Wuk, want to kill. After not seeing you for 3 years, you're getting bolder. Die. Di Wuk snorted coldly, and a golden divine kingdom appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It gave off a golden light that filled the sky, and a pressure even greater than that of the profound river image pressed down on Xiao Chun. The divine country descended. Within the tens of thousands of rays of light, praises sounded continuously. This was a legendary country with 3,000 temples that nurtured countless believers. Creak, creak. The space seemed like a dangerous building that would collapse at any moment, on the verge of collapse. Like the profound river that Yao Chun summoned, this divine kingdom was an image of an emperor-grade secret treasure. Compared to the profound river, the divine kingdom was also an emperor-grade secret treasure, much stronger. The Xinshui sect only had one segment of the profound river. Furthermore, it had lost much of its mysterious aura. The Xinshui sect's founding sect master had refined it himself with divine materials. However, the divine kingdom was something that the deity race had brought from a world outside the Kunlun realm. It had been passed down since ancient times with an unknown history. By relying on the boundless power of faith, it had grown to an unfathomable level. Di Wuk's personal strength was much higher than that of the Xinshui sect's Yao Chun. Hence, he could bring out the might of the emperor-grade secret treasure image. The moment the divine kingdom appeared, everyone looked at Xiao Chun as if he were a dead man. The surrounding space had already been locked down. No matter how powerful one's movement technique was, one could not escape. Xiao Chun, let go of this person. As long as you are willing to participate in the Heroes Convention 2 years from now, I, Di Wuk, will help you settle all your grudges. Everything was under control. Seeing Xiao Chun being suppressed by the divine kingdom, Di Wuk took the opportunity to extend an invitation. He continued, no one has ever been able to save the people I want to kill. You, Xiao Chun, are no exception. You'd best not do anything stupid. Under the heavy pressure, Yi Chen's already crippled body became even weaker. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, I always said that you were a coward, an outstanding talent in vain. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. We have only met a few times. This Yi is already satisfied that you helped me block a sword strike. Just agree to it. With every word Yi Chen said, he vomited twice as much blood. Xiao Chun gestured for Yi Chen not to speak. Then he smiled faintly and said, it seems like no one can stop me from saving the people I want to save. I do not want to run to the northern sea to find your elders, to repay the favor you owe me. Let's go. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes fluttered nonstop. However, Xiao Chun ignored Di Wuk's words. He could not be bothered to reply at all as he reached out and grabbed Yi Chun. 2 pairs of pure white wings unfurled on Xiao Chen's back. Boundless voyager, so close yet world apart. Xiao Chen's magic energy burned endlessly. Scenes flashed before his eyes, extending all the way to the palace gates. When the scene stopped, Xiao Chun stepped out. Space folded under Xiao Chen's feet. When the divine kingdom landed, Xiao Chun had already left the heavenly palace. With one step, he could reach the ends of the world. He was as free as the wind. No one in the world could stop him. Who said that you, Diwuk, cannot block the instant of beginning sword? Who said that you, Diwuk, cannot save the person you want to kill? I blocked the sword, and I saved the person. What can you do to me? The place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Diwuk had named a person he wanted to kill. However, that person managed to escape from under his nose. Furthermore, that person had taken out the divine kingdom image and left openly, completely ignoring Diwuk's invitation. Right now, Diwuk was very famous. Everyone in the world knew about the Heroes Convention. He was in the limelight, suppressing Chu Xiong. Be it the son of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend race's 2 stars, the ghost race's princess Qing Cheng, the corpse race's heavenly corpse inheritor, or the newly born ancient race geniuses, they were all somewhat inferior to Diwuk. Even before Diwuk, Xiao Chun was somewhat weaker. However, the person who kicked him 3 years ago ruthlessly slapped him in the face 3 years later. The people who knew why Diwuk wanted to kill Yi Chen showed extremely strange expressions. Diwuk's usually calm expression also turned sullen. Xiao Chun stepped forward and stood on the divine kingdom image. The golden rings of light behind him glowed, looking very dazzling. Xiao Chen's eyes shone with golden light as he looked 50 kilometers away. He instantly caught sight of Xiao Chen's figure. Then he shouted coldly, "After him!" After putting away the divine kingdom, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he charged forward. The small restrictions blocking the way scattered one by one, and the 13 keepers followed closely behind. Several unlucky cultivators seeking treasures got in the way. Before they could figure out what was going on, they died mysteriously. The divine daughter, Tian Yoshi, sighed and quietly followed after them. Xia Dongyang looked around the inner hall and asked Xiao Qinghan, "Should we give chase?" There were still a few Peak King grade magic treasures in the inner hall that no one had claimed. Xia Dongyang's intention was to go and help or stay here to hunt for magic treasures. Xiao Qinghan said after some thought, "Let's follow. This heavenly palace should not be the heavenly palace in the center of the formation. The magic treasures there are peak ones. In my opinion, the pair of wings on Xiao Chen's back is the most valuable." Xia Dongyang smiled gently and said, "Great minds think alike. This Xiao Chun killed many disciples of our sections. We cannot let him leave no matter what." There were too many reasons to kill Xiao Chun. However, to these outstanding talents, there was only one true reason. Chapter 940. They wanted to prevent Xiao Chun from being conferred king, to prevent a second Qing emperor from rising up. Just think about the era when the Qing emperor was in and how sorrowful the outstanding talents of his generation were. They were not willing to let this happen. They were not willing to see one person shine too brightly, overshadowing all of them. Under the lead of the two, the experts of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace quickly followed. The cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news discussed it for a while. Many of them could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and followed. The clash between the Qing Emperor's descendant and Diwuk was not something that could be seen on a daily basis. Furthermore, everyone knew that the true treasures of this immortal sect remnant were not for them to take. With one step, Xiao Chun arrived outside the heavenly palace. He did not stop as he controlled the freedom wings. He used so close yet world apart 3 more times, draining his magic energy. Only then did he stop and heave a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun swallowed a medicinal pill and sat down cross-legged. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and quickly replenished his exhausted spiritual energy. Yi Chen's injuries were even more severe. The 9 sword holes in his chest looked very ghastly. Xiao Chen did not know how he had offended Diwuk. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chun recovered 30% of his magic energy. Then he opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. This was not truly safe yet. Yi Chen had already changed his clothes, and his complexion looked much better. However, if he wanted to recover, he would not be able to do so quickly. Do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries? Xiao Chen asked. Yi Chun smiled gently and said, Many thanks for Brother Zhao's concern. However, sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries are no longer effective for me. That you are overthinking. I only recovered 80% of my physical injuries before I attacked again. I'm asking you if you have any. I need them for myself. Yi Chun was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, No more. I already used up the 9 sage-grade medicinal pills. Thank you. If not for your 9 medicinal pills, allowing me to attack 9 times, I really would not have been able to return that palm strike. Xiao Chun was a little speechless after hearing this. Your obsession is really deep. Just for 1 palm strike, you've fallen to this state. Yi Chun recovered his usual expression, revealing his sharpness. That is natural. I have always been the one sneak attacking others in the Northern Sea. Well, have I ever been sneak attacked? Furthermore, the one who did it was a woman. If I do not vent my anger, I will not feel at ease. Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground. Yi Chun immediately placed his right hand on his saber hilt. However, Xiao Chun calmly stopped him. Xiao Chun saw Lord Jiu sneakily coming out from inside. He chuckled and said, My heart is indeed at ease now. Even the wind can come in and out. Yi Chun was clearly flabbergasted. He did not expect that this scoundrel that he looked down on could actually catch up to Xiao Chen's freakish speed. Xiao Chun was not surprised at all. Lord Jiu's ability to dig holes was amazing. It was not inferior to the Immortal technique, the Earth Escape technique. As long as there was ground under his feet and Lord Jiu remembered his scent, it would not be strange for him to catch up. Quickly, tell this Lord Jiu how you offended Di Wuk, angering him to such an extent. Lord Jiu asked impatiently as he came out. His beady eyes had a smile on them. Xiao Chen revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to know how Yi Chun offended Di Wuk. After all, Di Wuk's mental state was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. How could Di Wuk kill that Frost Moon Palace disciple who jumped out just because of Yi Chen's gaze? Di Wuk was truly angry. When Yi Chen mentioned this matter, he appeared extremely innocent. How would I know? His wife sent a palm strike at my chest. Naturally, I had to return the favor, ruthlessly sending a palm strike at his wife's chest. The moment Yi Chun said that, Lord Jiu and Xiao Chun were stunned for a long time. This was especially so when they saw Yi Chen's innocent expression. They did not know what to say. What's wrong? She sent a palm strike at my chest. Isn't it normal for me to send a palm strike at her chest? When Yi Chen saw the two's expressions, he could not help but appear even more innocent. Lord Jiu smiled wretchedly and asked, How is it? Did you feel anything when you sent a palm strike at the Divine Daughter's chest? Yi Chen raised his head and thought for a long time. Then he answered honestly, Very big, very soft, very pleasurable. Xiao Chun could no longer hold it in. He laughed loudly and said, Everyone says that I, Xiao Chun, am very bold, even daring to mess with Di Wuk. However, they do not know that you're the real awesome one. Very big, very soft, very pleasurable. Ha ha! You touch the Divine Daughter's chest and still have an innocent expression. Only you could do that. I, Xiao Chun, rarely admire others. From today onwards, there will be one more, Yi Chun. Lord Jiu laughed even harder as he fell to the ground, continuously saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. This confused Yi Chun. He could not understand what was going on with the two. Is it very funny? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from gritted teeth rang out. The three turned their heads and saw Di Wuk standing there for a long time with a dark expression and a frosty expression. Is it funny? To Lord Jiu and Xiao Chun, the chest of the aloof Divine Daughter was touched. Furthermore, it was done in front of Di Wuk. Furthermore, it was done by a simple-minded person like Yi Chun. Naturally, it was funny. However, it was not that funny for Di Wuk. The deity race's divine son and divine daughter would definitely become the future divine emperor and imperial concubine. For Di Wuk, his fiancée being humiliated in front of everyone was a great humiliation. Compared to this, the kick that Xiao Chun kicked Xiao Chun at the Sagemark Monument was nothing. Based on Di Wuk's expression, Xiao Chen knew that he had been here for a long time. He probably heard Yi Chan saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. Xiao Chen could guess how angry and conflicted this outstanding talent of the younger generation was right now. When Lord Jiu saw the dark expression on Di Wuk's face, he was frightened to death. He quickly explained, "It's not funny, not funny, not funny at all. What do you mean by very big, very soft, and pleasurable?" This Lord Jiu really did not hear anything. Every debt has a debtor. Divine Son, don't look for the wrong person. The divine light in Di Wuk's eyes blazed like fire as it shot towards Lord Jiu. Damn, Lord Jiu already said that it has nothing to do with me. Although this Lord Jiu really wants to touch it, Lord Jiu cursed. Then he leaped up and burrowed into the ground, dodging this divine light. Then he fled to somewhere unknown. Let's go. Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings, picked up Yi Chun, and quickly fled. Di Wuk's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, there was a group of outstanding talents accompanying him. This was not a good time to start a fight with him. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had recovered only 30%. He did not dare to use the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. Instead, he relied on the speed of the freedom wings to flee like the wind. Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint. Di Wuk's hands moved, and the rings of golden light behind him merged into the image of a deity sovereign. Then it followed Di Wuk's hand seals and did the same thing. Xiao Chen's vast mental energy surged and burned. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint behind him gave off a bright golden light. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint's body quickly swelled, reaching the clouds in the blink of an eye, turning into a horrifying giant. First heaven rose behind the deity sovereign. Second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, a total of 9 heavens appeared. Each heaven was a great realm. This was a true great realm, just like Xiao Chen's Sky Dome realm in the past. The difference was that these were great realms ruled by the deity race. In the 9 heavens, the believers of the deity race all felt the call of the deity sovereign. They closed their eyes and muttered to themselves. They prayed sincerely in their hearts, contributing their strength. A boundless divine might spread out. Xiao Chen looked back and saw that the deity's eyes were as huge as stars. Even though he had already fled 50 kilometers away, it seemed like he was still within the reach of the other party's palm strike. Destroy! Di Wuk shouted expressionlessly. The World Annihilation Imprint that the Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint gently smashed down on Xiao Chun. The palm strike traveled 50 kilometers. A vast aura of destruction came from it. The power of this palm strike seemed like it could really destroy a world. Before the palm strike landed, the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Such a strong deity race martial technique shocked the many older generation cultivators that flew over from the heavenly palaces. Every deity monarch of the deity race has their own title. Furthermore, they will leave behind a martial technique that surpasses a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, the one who wanted to unify the Kunlun realm and compete with the Qing Emperor for supremacy seemed to be this Tenjin Emperor Zhu. That deity sovereign was also someone who could shake the heavens with a flip of his hand, comparable to Neptune. Unfortunately, he ran into the Qing Emperor. In the end, that was his tragedy. However, compared to the deity sovereign, Di Wuk is still far inferior. The deity race rules 900 lower realms. With a thought, the Tenjin Emperor Zhu can open 900 heavens. With one palm strike, he could shatter a star. Don't say that. For Di Wuk to be able to open 9 heavens at such a young age, he is sufficient to sweep through the younger generation. That's true. Given this, it looks like he was hiding his strength when he executed the split-second beginning sword. Xiao Chen's accumulations are insufficient. Compared to Di Wuk, he is still far inferior. How unfortunate. The cultivators chasing after Xiao Chen were at least peak superior grade martial sages. There were many Grandmaster-level martial sages. Some of the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages were even more knowledgeable. With one glance, they could tell the origins of the martial technique Di Wuk executed. Yi Chun sighed softly and said, "My massacre saber Dao can also destroy the world. If I were at my peak, I would really like to try this move." Despite facing a great disaster, Yi Chun was very open-minded, not fearing death at all. Xiao Chun withdrew the freedom wings and looked at the descending Tianjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint. Yi Chun's words infected him, and lofty sentiments welled up in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "World-destroying. Let me see how you destroy the world." Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. He executed the Dragon Tone art, the Dragon's Gate's secret technique that countered the deity race. The image of a blue dragon swam about in Xiao Chen's chest. A surging dragon roar spread out uncontrollably from Xiao Chen's body. The blue dragon roared ferociously, and a strong wind blew. Driven by the Dragon Tone art, the formless dragon Qi moved about above Xiao Chen's head, forming a huge, indistinct dragon head. The dragon's body hid in layers of clouds for 50 kilometers around, making it impossible to see its true body. As Xiao Chun burned his magic energy, the dragon head became increasingly visible. From a distance, it looked like an ancient blue dragon king tore through space and peeked its head out. Xiao Chun could no longer suppress the energy stored in his chest. He opened his mouth and roared in rage. Chapter 941. The colossal dragon head in the clouds opened its jaws at the same time, and a whirlpool-like sound wave spewed out from the blue dragon king's mouth. It formed a small black hole and clashed with the descending Tianjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint. Bang! Overwhelming sounds rang out endlessly in the sky. The sky shook, the ground trembled. The 9 layers of sky behind the deity sovereign shattered. The golden light faded, and the divine might vanished. Xiao Chen's throat turned hoarse, as if it was on fire. Since he reached great perfection in the Dragon Tone art, this was the first time he brought out its full power. The martial techniques of the deity race were unexpectedly effective. Dragon Tone art, what strong mental energy! He must have summoned out the ancient Blue Dragon King's image. Otherwise, he could not have fought the Tianjin Emperor. Everyone keeps talking about the white-robed Xiao Chun, forgetting his identity. He is the descendant of a Qing emperor. Unexpectedly, the grudge from 10,000 years ago lasted until this great age. Everyone was shocked. Even after Diwok sent out the Tianjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint, he still failed to destroy Xiao Chun. A mere deity sovereign is only SOSO. A dead person dares to glare at me? Die. Earlier, Diwok said die, so Xiao Chun did the same. A banner filled with starlight, radiating the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin, flew towards the deity sovereign image in the sky. The Tianjin Emperor, who had lost his divine might, could not stop the meteor-like cycle banner. With a kacha sound, the war flag stabbed into the heaven-illuminating divine emperor's forehead. Death Qi, massacre Qi, destruction Qi, and the power of a star instantly spread out. Cracks appeared in the huge deity sovereign image before it exploded. It was so fast that Diwok could not react in time. 100,000 strands of divine light flew out. When the divine light struck some of the cultivators, they immediately felt their mental energy increase. Wild joy immediately appeared on their faces. The other martial artists immediately fought with all their might. Only the older generation grandmasters and the disciples of the big sects remained indifferent. The goddess Tianyu, she held the divine halberd in her hand and materialized a 33-sky black and yellow pagoda. The divine light scattered in all directions quickly poured into the black and yellow pagoda like a gale. Several of the cultivators who absorbed the divine light earlier had their heads explode. The divine light surged out and entered the pagoda. A bunch of fools. Without the blue-robed emperor's strength, they dared to recklessly absorb the Zhu Tianjin Emperor's divine power. The Tianjin Emperor's shadow has been destroyed. The power of faith will decrease by a lot. In the future, when Diwok uses this move, its power will be much weaker. The Dragon Tone art truly lives up to its name of the Qing Emperor's research. It specifically targets the deity race. It is indeed incredible. Diwuk showed a slightly stunned expression. It was not that he did not know that Xiao Chun knew the Dragon Tone art. However, the Dragon Tone art countered the deity race's martial techniques. It was like how water countered fire. As long as the fire grew bigger, the water would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You gave me a palm strike, so I'll give you a punch in return. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. However, Xiao Chun did not stop in the air. Deities descending, tenfold combat prowess, 10 dragon force, 50 million tons of force. Bang, bang, bang. The clothes on Xiao Chen's right fist instantly tore. His skin cracked open and blood leaked out. However, he still punched without hesitation. Diwuk narrowed his eyes. A sense of danger flashed in his heart for some reason. Aside from facing older generation experts or extremely dangerous ferocious beasts, he had never felt this before. This was something that Xiao Chun had never done before against a cultivator of the same generation. This punch did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Behind him, one could vaguely see 10 ancient heaven dragons roaring. The force of this punch carried the might of 10 dragons. 10 dragon force. When the Tenjin Emperor's deity statue broke, Diwuk's expression went blank for a moment. It was this brief blankness that Xiao Chun firmly grasped. By the time Xiao Chun recovered his wits, the fist light had already arrived before him. He had nowhere to dodge and could not summon the divine kingdom image in time. Diwuk quickly formed hand seals, and a vertical eye opened on his forehead. Then, 12 small shields flew out and formed a miniature formation. The shields turned into 12 different mutated beasts of the deity race encased in divine light. This was a king-grade secret treasure that Xiao Chun personally refined. It was different from others. Xiao Chun pursued the higher grade of the secret treasure. However, he was limited by his strength, unable to bring out its full strength. The Heavenly Beast Shield was a secret treasure that Diwuk forged based on his own strength. It could bring out 120% of its might. Once Xiao Chen's strength improved, he would immediately add divine materials to the Heavenly Beast Shield, allowing it to keep up with his improvement. The might of this secret treasure could not compare to that of peak king-grade secret treasures. However, it was the most suitable for Diwuk. This secret treasure could improve as Xiao Chen's strength improved, eventually bringing out 120% of its might. Diwuk was confident that no matter how powerful Xiao Chen's punch was, Xiao Chun would only lose one secret treasure at most with the Heavenly Beast Shield. He would not suffer any injury. However, the force of this punch far surpassed Diwuk's expectations. 10 dragons roared, 50 million tons of force. The 12 Heavenly Beast Shields shattered immediately. The mutated beasts of the deity race shrieked miserably. The force of the punch did not diminish. Before Diwuk's shocked gaze, it pierced through his protective divine light, shattered his protective armor, and sent him crashing down. Bang! The ground cracked, and a deep pit appeared. Chunks of soil the size of small hills soared into the air. Dust flew everywhere, preventing anyone from seeing the situation below. After 3 years, Diwuk got knocked into the air again. Furthermore, it was the same person, the person who kicked him at the Sage Mark Monument 3 years ago. The divine son Diwuk got knocked into the air. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe the scene before them. Whoosh! Just as everyone's minds went blank, a beam of divine light flew over. Tianyu, she held the divine halberd in her hand as she charged at Xiao Chun, who had entered a weakened state after executing deities descending. Her white hair fluttered, and her holy and flawless face appeared cold and emotionless. She did not check on Diwuk's injuries immediately. Instead, in the time it took for a spark to fly, she attacked when Xiao Chun opened up the most. She was so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. Scarlet light filled the air. A ghostly saber light appeared beside Xiao Chun. Every strand of saber light contained a boundless will of massacre, confusing one's mind and killing everything in the world. Yi Chun held the long saber in his hand as his figure flashed and landed in front of Xiao Chun. A bright scarlet light gathered in his body as he hacked at the approaching Tian Yushi. Yi Chun's black hair had already turned scarlet, and his eyes were scarlet. His entire being radiated an evil aura. He was like a killing god that walked out of hell as he sent out a ghostly saber light. Tian Yushi held the divine halberd and circulated the profound deity race cultivation technique, clashing head-on with his saber. Divine light flared, and his clothes fluttered, looking holy and inviolable. This was a stark contrast to Yi Chun's aura. In the end, Yi Chun was still injured. This full-powered saber strike from Yi Chun could not block Tian Yushi for long before Tian Yushi knocked him back. Tian Yushi's gaze turned cold as she brandished the divine halberd. Divine light fell like rain behind her. However, Xiao Chun recovered his wits at this moment. He had already passed his weakest moment. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the cycle banner in the sky. Starlight shot out and blocked Tian Yushi, who was preparing to attack Yi Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "The divine daughter is really emotionless. To think that she wants to kill brother Yi so badly. My brother's obsession with you is no stronger than the divine son's." At this moment, no one knew if Di Wuk was dead or alive. The 13 keepers covered the sky, not allowing anyone to approach. Xiao Chun's magic energy was drained, and he no longer had any vital qi. His physical body also suffered a huge backlash. Furthermore, he had already sustained injuries from earlier. His injuries had worsened. However, when facing this aloof, pure and unfathomable divine daughter, Tian Yushi, Xiao Chun could not help but feel relieved. When Xiao Chun thought about Yi Chun's one-track mind and looked at her towering chest, he could not help but relax. No matter what, Xiao Chun had knocked Di Wuk into the air and mocked the divine daughter. Even if he was surrounded by the heroes of the primal chaos domain and surrounded by danger, he had settled his debts of gratitude and revenge. Xiao Chun had used his actions to tell the 3 holy masters and everyone in the world that he would definitely rise up in this life. No matter who it was, not even Di Wuk could stop him. Xiao Chun would not die within half a year. He would appear at the king conferral ceremony as promised and inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. Bang! The rocks in the deep pit where Di Wuk landed shattered, and a figure flew out. Blood leaked out of a corner of Di Wuk's lips as he walked out. At this moment, Xiao Chun's complexion was pale, and there were bloodstains on his skin. He had already changed into a new set of clothes. The golden light behind him was gone, and he looked like an ordinary person. As he walked in the air, he stretched out his hand and tied up his drifting white hair. Then, he revealed a faint smile. White-robed Xiao Chun, descendant of the Qing Emperor. You truly live up to being a person with great luck. Even the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint could not kill you. Furthermore, you seized the opportunity to counterattack and injure me. Di Wuk's calm tone made Xiao Chun's heart sink. At this moment, Xiao Chun's mental state no longer had the rage from earlier. Now it was perfect and flawless. The injuries on Di Wuk's body were clearly very severe, but they gave Xiao Chun a sense of extreme danger. Di Wuk's eyes were calm and tranquil. He said, "Many thanks. Your punch scattered my pride and knocked me off my divine altar. My 33 Tenjin Emperor's holy scripture also successfully broke through. Now that your luck is overwhelming, I can kill you with a flip of my hand." Xiao Chun crossed his arms and smiled faintly. So, Brother D's cultivation technique is so special. You need to be kicked forcefully by others before you can truly break through. In the future, if there's a need, this Xiao does not mind kicking you a few more times." Suddenly, Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled in enlightenment. "That's not right. Your cultivation technique requires you to get angry first and let someone touch the divine daughter. After that, you get kicked before you can improve. The deity race's cultivation technique is truly wondrous. This time, Brother D needs the help of 2 people to advance. In the future, you can leave it to me alone. I will kick your face, and I can touch the divine daughter's chest." Xiao Chun had a serious expression as he explained logically. Occasionally, he would glance at the divine daughter Tianyu Shi's chest. A huge flaw immediately appeared in Di Wux's perfect mental state. He was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. The rage in his eyes burned ferociously again. The divine daughter Tianyu, she was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Chapter 942. Xiao Chun laughed heartily. Brother Di, you're angry again. Looks like someone's going to kick you again. Unfortunately, I don't have time today. I'll kick you another day. Xiao Chun had achieved his goal, successfully breaking Di Wux's mental state. His cultivation technique probably returned to normal. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chun turned around and ran with Yi Chun. Kill him. He must die today. Di Wux was incomparably furious. The 13 keepers behind him obeyed the order and chased after him. The outstanding heroes of the primal chaos domain, who had been watching the show for a long time, could now see how weak Xiao Chun was. All of them began to think of ways to deal with him, surrounding Xiao Chun. Without his magic energy, Xiao Chun could not use the Freedom Wings. His physical body was severely injured, and he was surrounded by many experts. Just as Xiao Chun was about to use the will clone of the Hao Yan Emperor, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open and a bottomless pit appeared. There was something strange at the bottom of the pit that quickly pulled the two down, leaving them unable to resist at all. When they were halfway down, a hand stretched out from the hole in the wall of the pit and pulled the two of them, who were caught off guard. It was Lord Jiu, who had fled a long time ago, coming back to kill them. Don't talk, follow me. Lord Jiu chuckled and quickly led the two underground in the heavenly ruin wasteland. On the ground, the crowd stared at the pitch-black, bottomless pit. They looked at each other and hesitated on whether or not they should give chase. There were many ancient remnants buried in the heavenly ruin wasteland. There were many unpredictable dangers underground. If one went down rashly and accidentally triggered a restriction, only death awaited them. Lord Jiu stopped and said to the two, "We are safe now." Each turned his head back to check. Indeed, there was no danger. He smiled and said, "You scoundrel, you are really capable. I underestimated you in the past." Lord Jiu said proudly, "This Lord Jiu is not very capable above ground. However, in the underground, especially in the heavenly ruin wasteland, if a great grandmaster-level martial sage dares to come, this Lord Jiu can beat them down. This Lord Jiu is the king of the underground." Rumble. While he was speaking, the cave suddenly started to shake incessantly. The rocks above Lord Jiu's head loosened, burying him in an instant. Xiao Chun and Yi Chun were still somewhat strong. They casually pushed aside the falling rocks. The shaking continued for a long time before it stopped. Xiao Chun and Yi Chun both felt that something was wrong. Lord Jiu pushed away the rocks in a sorry state. His skinny body was covered in wounds. He coughed a few times and cursed. "Damn it! Can't this Lord Jiu be cocky for a while?" Xiao Chun's expression was grave. He closed his eyes and ignored Lord Jiu's complaints. Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense out in a straight line. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The heavenly palace is destroyed and the formation is broken. The thing under the mountain is coming out." Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. "Come, let's go check it out. It is highly likely that there is an immortal artifact suppressed beneath the mountain. If I can obtain it and sell it, the resources I can get would be more than enough for me to cultivate up to the great grandmaster stage." Yi Chun countered, "You? Stop dreaming. If you really manage to snatch it, there would be no need for the blue-robed emperor to make a move. A great grandmaster-level martial sage would be able to kill you with one finger. This immortal artifact is not something we can even think about. If it really was an immortal artifact, it was indeed not something they could fight for. The three-peak sects of the primal chaos domain would definitely send out great grandmaster-level martial sages. Even the blue-robed emperor might make a move. However, Xiao Chun had seen many disciples of the heavenly music sect and the Frost Moon Palace in the heavenly ruin wasteland. However, he did not see any Muddy Sky Gate experts. Xiao Chun did not know what the other party was planning. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "Let's go and take a look. There is no need to fight for it." not to mention our severe injuries. Even if we were at our peak, we would not stand a chance. Lord Geo chuckled and immediately took action. He was born with a keen sense for danger. In the underground, he avoided many of the terrifying restrictions. After 9 turns, the three emerged from the twisted underground tunnel and looked in the direction of the immortal sect remnant. The 9-colored light in the sky vanished, and the heavenly palace shattered. The magic treasures inside shattered as well. Several of the cultivators who did not manage to flee in time were severely injured. Cracks appeared on the immortal mountain below. Resplendent spiritual light could be seen in the cracks, looking very dazzling. Bang! The immortal mountain crumbled completely, and the world shook again. The entire heavenly ruin wasteland trembled. The three quickly jumped out of the ground. Lord Ju said with lingering fear in his heart, "Fortunately, we came out to take a look. Otherwise, we would still be underground and buried alive." The instant the mountain crumbled, abundant spiritual energy poured down like spring rain. A cold drizzle drifted down from the sky. The raindrops were a faint golden color, made entirely of spiritual energy. Peak spirit vein. The three sucked in a deep breath and could not help exclaiming. The faint golden spiritual rain was the most obvious sign of a peak spirit vein. Looking at this spiritual rain covering close to 500 kilometers, it was hard to imagine how many peak spirit veins were hidden in the immortal mountain. An immortal sect magic treasure nourished by so many spirit veins was definitely an immortal artifact. Whoosh! Strong auras flew towards the immortal sect remnant. Several of the hidden great Grandmaster level martial sages finally could not hold back and revealed themselves, waiting for the immortal artifact to appear. Xiao Chun led the three back and landed on an extremely desolate mound, watching from afar. Whether it was an immortal artifact or not, the shock waves caused by it would definitely spread far and wide. Right now, Xiao Chun and Yi Chun were not in good states. If they got caught up in the shock waves, they would not feel good. The faint golden spiritual rain fell endlessly. Many golden dragons flew out of the destroyed mountain. These were the manifestations of the peak spirit veins' origins. These dragons already possessed spiritual energy and were as strong as Grandmaster level martial sages. Regular martial sages would not last more than 10 moves against these spirit dragons. 1, 2, 3, damn, it's already more than 50 and we still haven't seen the bottom. Lord Jiao was flabbergasted as he counted the spirit veins' origins. Peak spirit veins. The Haotian sect which Xiao Chun was in had accumulated only 100 peak spirit veins over the past 10,000 years. Apart from sects on the level of the 3 holy lands, no other sect had such a large number of supreme-grade spirit veins. Just one mountain gate suppressed so many peak spirit veins. When this sect was at its peak, there were many mountains around it. What a grand sight it must have been. However, such a great sect disappeared silently in the long river of history with the destruction of the immortal epic. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered. He felt very curious. The previous immortal epic was so strong. What exactly destroyed it? At the peak of the martial epic, those legendary martial gods, whose existence was unknown, must have sensed something and disappeared from this world, not leaving behind any news at all. A total of 100 peak spirit veins. This immortal artifact finally appeared. Lord Jiao's startled cry interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a treasure light soaring into the sky. A painting slowly unfurled. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, spanning 5,000 kilometers. From 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chun discovered that what he saw was not a painting, but a world. Mountains, rivers, plains, and sand dunes entered his eyes as the painting unfurled. He could clearly see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree. When the painting completely unfurled, the words "beautiful mountains and rivers" appeared on the upper right corner. This was a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. The expected shock wave did not happen. Instead, it was extremely calm. The surroundings were quiet. The cultivators nearby did not move at all. Something's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed. How could no one move when the treasure appeared? Instead, it was so quiet. This was extremely strange. When Xiao Chun squinted and looked carefully, his expression changed again. It was not that these people did not move. Rather, they no longer had the opportunity to move. The figures that Xiao Chan saw were not really standing in the air. Instead, at some point in time, they had all become people in the painting. The strange, beautiful mountain and river painting seemed to be in harmony with the surrounding space, giving people the illusion that they were in the painting or not. Several of the people sucked into the painting were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even so, they were silently sucked into the painting. Xiao Chun asked himself if he could defeat these people. However, he did not think that they would be much stronger. If he had not resisted his curiosity, he would have been sucked into the painting as well. When Xiao Chun thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It already touches on the laws of space. This beautiful mountains and rivers painting is definitely an immortal equipment, Yi Chen said. Xiao Chan said after some thought, great Grandmaster-level existences can bring out the full might of a Peak King grade secret treasure. They should be able to fight for this ownerless item. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, beams of light quickly flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting in the air. All of them were great Grandmaster-level existences. The primal chaos domain was where the loose cultivators of the world gathered. There were more great Grandmaster-level martial sages there than anywhere else. Seeing so many great Grandmaster-level martial sages appear, Xiao Chun did not find it strange. However, the two people who appeared after them startled him. Di Wuk and Tian Yushi stood on a vast divine kingdom and flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting, filling the sky with light. When the two worked together and relied on the divine kingdom image, they were not at a disadvantage against a group of great Grandmaster-level martial sages. These great Grandmaster-level martial sages were at least 500 or 600 years old. Di Wuk and Tian Yushi of the younger generation stood out among them, shining brightly. At this moment, Di Wuk's mental state recovered once more. His strength seemed to be significantly higher than before. Xiao Chen could not help frowning slightly. Di Wuk's strength was unfathomable in the first place. Even if he used all his trump cards, Xiao Chen only had a 70% chance of defeating him. Now that Di Wuk's strength had improved, Xiao Chen's chances of victory would be less than 50%. Yi Chun sighed and said, Xiao Chun, your opponent is extraordinarily horrifying. He probably still has many trump cards that he has not used in his fight with you. Xiao Chen knew that he had caught a gap in Di Wuk's deity's descending 10-dragon force punch. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Chan to knock Di Wuk away. Old Gio, did you see the 100 peak spirit veins flying in the sky clearly? Who snatched these spirit veins in the end? Help me remember their scent and come back later. Xiao Chan did not have any thoughts about the beautiful mountains and rivers painting. However, he would take as many of these 100 peak spirit veins as he could. Now that Xiao Chun was injured, he could only ask Lord Gio for help. After he recovered, he could snatch them back one by one. Chapter 943. Yi Chen could not help feeling stunned for a while. Xiao Chen's appetite was a little too big. Based on what he said, it sounded like he wanted to take away all 100 peak spirit veins. Don't worry, I prepared them long ago. I was just waiting for you to say that. Lord Gio chuckled and burrowed into the ground, not surprised at all. I thought that I was ruthless enough. Xiao Chun, you are even more ruthless than me. Yi Chen sighed as he looked at the two, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Xiao Chun smiled and said, otherwise, how do you think I obtained those 900 magic treasures? Come, let's go and recuperate first. We will do something big later. The two returned to the underground tunnel that Lord Gio made. Xiao Chun took out 2 lunar cassia flowers from the Immortal Spirit Ring and handed them to Yi Chen. When Yi Chen received the lunar cassia flowers, he was startled. Xiao Chun really had an endless supply of good stuff. He wondered where he got them. When consumed alone, the lunar cassia flowers were only as effective as a rank 9 medicinal pill. However, there was a benefit to them. They would not clash with other medicinal pills. For example, If one consumed several medicinal pills of the same grade, their effects would be greatly reduced. Sage-grade medicinal pills were no exception. If one consumed a lunar cassia flower at this moment, it would still bring out the effects of a rank 9 medicinal pill. When Xiao Chan saw that Yi Chan was about to swallow both lunar cassia flowers, he quickly said, "Conserve it. One is enough. The remaining one is for you. I don't have many lunar cassia flowers left." As the two treated their injuries underground and recovered their strength, they did not know that the outside world was already in chaos. Be it the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting or the peak spirit vein, they had already reached a miserable stage. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's injuries completely recovered. The damage from the profound river mirror, the divine kingdom image, and the backlash from Ten Dragon Force had all healed, leaving no hidden injuries. Yi Chen's injuries were much more severe than Xiao Chen's. He had not recovered in the first place. Then, he blocked that saber strike for Xiao Chen. Even with the help of the lunar cassia flowers, he had only recovered 80%. Not wanting to disturb the other party's recovery, Xiao Chen walked out of the tunnel and made many turns before arriving at another underground tunnel. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen circulated his law energy and laid down a lightning barrier. Xiao Chen took out the sealed thunder origin in the universe ring. Berserk electricity immediately spewed out everywhere in the spacious passageway. Not only did the strong force fail to break the lightning barrier that Xiao Chen laid, but it even made the barrier even more stable and transparent. The thunder origin was a mutated spirit vein's origin. It contained pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. To Xiao Chen, who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques, it was a divine treasure bestowed by the heavens, a great supplement. To Xiao Chen, it was even better. The purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer had a huge appetite. Tichen did not know. Xiao Chen did not know how. He did it. Without thunder, Xiao Chen did not know how. Xiao Ti Chen would have needed to cultivate. On. Chen Ti to Chen. Ti. Xiao Chen cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation, had a peak rank 3 sage body, and swallowed many divine materials. Although there were no obvious changes to his physical body, Xiao Chen could feel that his physical body was undergoing a great transformation. As for what these changes were, he could only figure them out after he gathered 10 Dragon Force and materialized the Blue Dragon Battle Armor. However, Xiao Chen could sense that his physical body seemed to be undergoing a huge change. As for what exactly this change was, he could only figure it out after he gathered 10 Dragon Force and materialized the Azure Dragon Battle Armor. With these cards in his hand, he could swallow up the Thunder Source without worrying about the danger of his body exploding. The other cultivators did not have such conditions, so they could only devour it step by step. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. The purple thunder origin turned into a bolt of electric light and surged into his body. The electric light surged around, and this process lasted for a long time. The law energy of thunder slowly merged into a circle. Xiao Chen understood that as long as it formed a circle, he would reach superior grade martial sage. Xiao Chen slowly formed a circle. He understood that as long as he formed a circle, he would advance to superior grade martial sage. His comprehension of heavenly sage laws reached a whole new level. When Xiao Chen completely absorbed the thunder origin, the vast lightning-attributed energy allowed him to smoothly break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage and advance to superior grade martial sage. The power of laws gathered into a circle, forming a circle, no longer a single straight line. Behind Xiao Chen, the power of laws surged out, forming circles of purple light wheels, a total of 1,000. It was similar to Di Wux's golden halo, but it was much weaker. This was a phenomenon unique to high-grade martial artists. However, very few people could be like Di Wux. At such a young age, after the power of law surged out of his body, he could still emit such an intense and dazzling light. In the past, Xiao Chen's law energy was as thick as an arm and a kilometer long. It was vast and mighty. The mysterious phenomenon it materialized was like a boundless sea of lightning, filled with a tyrannical and unblockable aura. Now that it formed a circle, it lost the tyrannical and vast aura. Instead, it gained a gentle feeling. The berserk lightning-attributed energy became docile. Xiao Chun carefully experienced the feeling of advancing to superior-grade martial sage. With a thought, the boundless spiritual energy underground was sucked into the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him. After the lightning-attributed halo circulated, the quintessence that the law energy sent to Xiao Chun was even more refined, much stronger than before. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and scattered his cultivation technique. However, the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him had not completely vanished. There was still a faint trace of it. This was because Xiao Chun's cultivation was too vast. Furthermore, he had just advanced to superior-grade martial sage, so he could not use these lightning-attributed halos as he pleased. After some time, he would be able to hide them all with a thought. Now that his cultivation had improved significantly, Xiao Chun was confident that he could defeat Grandmaster-level demonic Brilliant Two Elders without relying on the cycle banner. After he went out and snatched all 100 peak spirit veins, he would be even more confident. Xiao Chun stood up and moved as fast as lightning, arriving at the passageway where Yi Chun was. Yi Chun's complexion was much better now. He was not far from his peak state. Superior-grade martial sage. 1,000 lightning-attributed halos. Yi Chun immediately noticed the purple lightning-attributed halo behind Xiao Chun. He could vaguely hear thunder in the blurry lightning-attributed halo. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly ruin wasteland and just broke through. This is really shocking. When I first entered the heavenly ruin wasteland, I felt that I had at least a 60% chance of victory against you. Now, I feel that I barely have a 50% chance." Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the cycle banner appeared in his palm. The heavenly jade pearls massacre chi poured out endlessly. "Brother Yi, you cultivate the massacre Tao. Coincidentally, I have an item that contains a boundless amount of massacre chi. At the same time, there's also death chi and ruin chi. These two are related to massacre. I can lend it to you to cultivate for a while." Yi Chun circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed some of the massacre chi. Then his eyes lit up. "Good stuff. To think that there is such a treasure in this world. If you lend it to me for a month, when I meet Yin Shi-san again, my massacre Dao will definitely surpass his." "You met Yin Shi-san?" Xiao Chun asked doubtfully. He had not heard any news of this old friend of his for a long time. According to his first senior sister, Yin Shi-san had not appeared in the starry Heaven Silver Lake. This was a genius of the Sword Dao immersed in the martial Dao. The first time they met, Yin Shi-san gave Xiao Chun immense pressure. Back then, in the heavenly dew divine spring, Yin Shi-san did not even care about Diwuk. Half a year ago, I met him once in the heavenly starry ocean. Like me, he cultivated the massacre Dao. I wanted to swallow up his state of massacre, and he wanted to swallow up my state of massacre. Unfortunately, I lost rather miserably. I used the will clone that father gave me to escape this calamity. Yin Shi-san is the greatest enemy of my life, Yi Chun said slowly. As Yi Chun spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This murderous intent did not represent hatred. Instead, it was a dense fighting spirit. It turned out that Yin Shi-san had gone to the heavenly starry ocean. No wonder there was no news of him on the continent. I wonder how much he improved in the past 3 years. Oh, right. You already condensed a saber soul. How come I have never seen you use a saber before? Yi Chun asked as he stuck the cycle banner in the ground beside him. At first, he thought that Xiao Chun was hiding his strength on purpose. However, when he saw that Xiao Chun did not draw his saber, even when facing Diwuk, he felt suspicious. Yi Chun's question caused Xiao Chun to reveal a somewhat sorrowful expression. The flawless saber Dao. If one always did not have a saber, how could one be truly flawless? Even if one used one's thoughts as a saber and one's body as a saber, without the saber in one's heart, one would find it hard to reach consummation. After a long time, Xiao Chun squeezed out a smile and said softly, "I lost my saber." Yi Chun found this strange. It looked like he had asked a question that he should not have. There should be a story between Xiao Chun and that lost saber. Just as Yi Chun was about to say something to console him, he heard Xiao Chun say calmly, "However, one day, I will find her, no matter the price." Xiao Chen's calm tone contained an unquestionable certainty. Yi Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. The underground turned silent. Yi Chun started to absorb the killing qi of the heavenly jade star, while Xiao Chun continued to stabilize his cultivation. After some time, rustling sounds came from the tunnel. The two opened their eyes at the same time. They knew that this was Lord Jio's special method of moving. Boom! A hole appeared in the stone wall above them. Lord Jio landed between the two, covered in dust. His shifty-eyed appearance had not changed at all. Hee hee. Young heroes, your injuries should be more or less healed, right? The 100 peak spirit veins will be taken by others soon. If you still do not come out, you'll not even get the leftovers. Lord Jio asked impatiently, his eyes filled with hope. This time, he was going to strike it rich again. Who took the beautiful mountain and river painting? Yi Chun asked the question that piqued his interest as well. Xiao Chen revealed a curious expression as he looked at Lord Jio. The Muddy Sky Gate's blue-robed emperor snatched it away. Originally, Diwuk took advantage of the time when the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect's blue-robed emperors were fighting each other to send out a divine sovereign clone and obtain the beautiful mountain and river painting. Unexpectedly, the Muddy Sky Gate, which had been waiting patiently, made a move at the last moment. The blue-robed emperor descended and directly crushed the divine sovereign clone, snatching away the beautiful mountain and river painting. When Lord Jio spoke of this matter, he sounded extremely exaggerated. The scene of the blue-robed emperors making a move even caused the sky above the Immortal sect remnant to collapse. This resulted in several spatial tears in the heavenly ruin wasteland that had not been mended. Chapter 944. Let's go. I want to see who it was that stole the peak Great Spirit Vein. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he took the lead. As long as it was not Diwuk who obtained it, it would be fine. Since the Muddy Sky Gate obtained it, Xiao Chun could use his relationship with Qi Wuxue to observe it in the future. Xiao Chun was extremely interested in the spatial Tao contained in the beautiful mountain and river painting. Of course, the most important thing right now was the 100 peak spirit veins. Most of the roaming dragons formed by the 100 peak spirit veins in the heavenly ruin wasteland had already been subdued. However, the heat did not decrease. Not many people left. The cultivators who managed to obtain peak spirit veins by luck were very confident. They wanted to obtain a few more. Very few people were satisfied. Those who didn't manage to obtain a peak great spirit vein were naturally even more anxious, and they racked their brains to find a peak great spirit vein. Immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them, so they could not compete for them. However, the blue-robed emperor was not interested in top-grade spirit veins. Furthermore, there were many of them, so they had to compete for them. Pung! The ground exploded, and Xiao Chen's group of 3 appeared on flat ground. We're finally out. I wonder if Diwuk and Tianyu have left yet. At this moment, not only had Yi Chun recovered to his peak state, but his strength had also soared significantly by relying on the cycle banner's qi of massacre, death, and ruin. Right now, he was brimming with confidence, and he could not wait to have a great battle with Diwuk. Xiao Chen also felt a sense of heroism in his heart as he said, "Old Jio, lead the way. This time, we will kill our way there in an upright manner." Lord Jio sniffed twice. Then he raised his head and laughed. Coincidentally, there are 2 targets 150 kilometers to the north. I remember that they seem to have obtained a peak spirit vein not long ago. Go! Without saying anything more, the 3 of them immediately headed north. Along the way, Lord Jio was very excited. He had long since wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could only watch. With Lord Jio leading the way, the target had no chance of escaping. 1 hour later, the target appeared before the 3 of them. However, all Xiao Chan could see were 2 corpses. The spatial rings on their hands were still there, but the peak spirit vein was nowhere to be found. Yichan frowned slightly and asked, "Who is it? How could he kill 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages so quickly? We chased him all the way here." Xiaoqin bent down and checked the cause of death of the 2 corpses. There were no visible wounds on the surface. There was only a palm print on each of their chests. Their ribs were not broken, but their internal organs had all been shattered. They died in an instant. "A great Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move," Xiaoqin said with a grave expression. Even among Grandmaster-level martial sages, there were differences in strength. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages only had higher cultivations than superior-grade martial sages. As for the heir of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, they only had a basic understanding of it. At the level of the demonic, brilliant 2 elders, with the accumulation of time, 1 or 2 centuries, their understanding of the martial Tao would increase. Furthermore, Xiaoqin's cultivation was incredibly deep. When he attacked, he could bring great pressure to others. He could integrate all the martial techniques he had learned and modify them to suit himself. Above that would be the level of the Haotian sect's Han Qinghe. Not only were his cultivations deep, but he had also grasped the air of a grandmaster. With a raise of his hand, he could bring out 120% of the might of any martial technique he had learned. He was known as a great grandmaster. These people could establish their own sect and leave behind their own inheritance for 1,000 years. If they had a fortuitous encounter, they could soar to the heavens in one step, becoming an influential person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. The person who killed these 2 people was a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Yichan analyzed. Normally speaking, the great grandmaster-level martial sages of the various sects have their own things to do. Peak spirit veins are useless to them. They can use the holy spirit veins of their sects at any time. The one who did this was probably a loose cultivator. Lord Jio's lips twitched as he said, "Which old fellow is so shameless? For the sake of 1 or 2 peak spirit veins, he is not afraid of ruining his reputation." Great Grandmaster-level martial sages were people only 1 step away from ascending to the heavens. If word of such action spread, it would not be good. Xiaoqin stood up and said, 1 or 2 peak spirit veins are not worth him making a move. He is like us, probably trying to pocket 100 peak spirit veins. That's impossible. Aside from this Lord Jio, who else could remember who obtained the spirit veins and the smell of these people? Lord Jio said, unconvinced. Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to do that. Never mind. Just continue leading the way. Let's not worry about this for now. However, we need to be prepared to clash with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. As they continued forward, Lord Jio sniffed the air and revealed a smile on his face. He had found another target. However, this time they were too late. All they saw was a corpse and nothing. Damn, I'm too late again. The result of the 3rd target was the same. Someone else took away the peak spirit vein before them again. The corpses on the ground were all killed in 1 strike. Needless to say, there had to be a great Grandmaster-level martial sage with the same target as them. Xiaoqin's expression turned cold. After thinking for a while, he unfurled the freedom wings. Xiaoqin's body became as light as the wind. Crystalline, pure white feathers drifted down from his body. Lord Jio, point me in a direction. Even if it is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, I have to fight for it today. Xiaoqin looked in the direction Lord Jio pointed. A scene appeared before him, then froze. Xiaoqin took a step forward, carrying Lord Jio and Yi Chun across 50 kilometers. The space behind him scattered, forming a wondrous scene. This time, no one got ahead of them. Of the 5 targets, only 1 was a Grandmaster-level martial sage. There was no need for Xiaoqin to make a move. Yi Chun, who had grown much stronger, fully executed his massacre saber Dao within 100 moves and killed this person, snatching away the peak spirit vein's origin. Lord Jio smiled widely and quickly put away the spatial rings of the 5. Yichen handed the peak spirit vein to Xiaoqin for safekeeping. Xiaoqin spread his wings and flew away, quickly bringing the 3 away from this place. After a while, an old man in azure-colored robes landed. As he moved, he exuded an air of elegance, exuding a natural aura. If Lord Zhou were here, he would recognize this person. This azure-robed old man was Zhuang Zhenghe, who was ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. His ancient Buddhist palm technique had reached perfection, reaching an unimaginable height. Zhuang Zhenghe looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. However, he did not care. The heavenly ruin wasteland was chaotic in the first place. Killing for treasures was a common occurrence. More importantly, even if someone snatched away the spirit veins, it did not matter. They would end up in his hands sooner or later. Zhuang Zhenghe had an incomplete secret treasure called the Armillary Sphere. As long as the spirit vein left the ground, it could sense it within 250 kilometers. Normally, this secret treasure was of little value. However, it was now very useful in the heavenly ruin wasteland. The instant the 100 peak spirit veins flew out, Zhuang Zhenghe made up his mind to collect all 100 peak spirit veins. This time, the heavens are helping me. After collecting 100 peak spirit veins, I will have the capital to go to the heavenly starry ocean and establish my own sect. I will obtain great luck and become Emperor Wu's disciple. However, after that, the situation of others getting ahead of him happened. Zhuang Zhenghe's face sank as he took out the Armillary Sphere and infused it with surging law energy. Most of the heavenly ruin wasteland immediately fell within the range of the Armillary Sphere. Zhuang Zhenghe saw spots of spiritual light on the Armillary Sphere. Each spot represented a peak spirit vein. Zhuang Zhenghe looked around and discovered 10 odd spots densely packed together in the Armillary Sphere. Soon, he understood what was going on. It turns out that there is someone else with the same idea as me. With your help, I can save a lot of time. Zhuang Zhenghe laughed loudly and put away the Armillary Sphere. The battle with the blue-robed emperor had caused spatial tiers to appear everywhere in the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several hidden restrictions had been activated as well. As a result, Zhuang Zhenghe's efficiency dropped significantly. Naturally, it was great that he had someone to help. On the other side, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and continuously executed, so close yet worlds apart. His efficiency increased significantly, and no one managed to get ahead of him. After 2 days, he had collected more than 20 top-grade spirit veins. Such a harvest made Yi Chun feel embarrassed. When he thought about his actions in the heavenly starry ocean, they were simply small skirmishes, not worth mentioning. On the 4th day, the three finally met with a strong enemy. After Xiao Chun tricked the demonic Brilliant Two Elders and the Black Mountain Four Bandits in the Heavenly Palace, they actually worked together. During this time, they had also collected many peak spirit veins. Xiao Chun, you were really bold. To think that you dare to appear before us. The hemp-robed old man watched as Xiao Chun leaped through layers of space and appeared before them. Then, he stared at the freedom wings on Xiao Chen's back with a fervent gaze. The leader of the Black Mountain Four Bandits, Meng Bai, held up his heavy staff and smiled sinisterly. We are already preparing to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. Unexpectedly, a fat sheep delivered itself to us. White-robed Xiao Chun, do you know how valuable your head is now? Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be tempted. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Everyone, there is no need to worry about this, Xiao. Think about how to protect your own heads first. A strong wind howled, and the sound of killing came from the wind. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and his eyes turned scarlet as well. He took a step forward and charged at the Black Mountain Four Bandits. He smiled and said, Xiao Chun, let's treat this as our unfinished battle. Let's compete and see who can end it first. Compared to the demonic Brilliant Two Elders, the Black Mountain Four Bandits were slightly weaker. However, the difference was not too great. Yi Chen's bet was not too unfair. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and clashed with the demonic Brilliant Two Elders. Now that he thought about it, this was his 3rd time clashing with the two. The first time they clashed, it was just the middle-aged man, yet Xiao Chun was already tired out dealing with him. In the end, He had to use his immortal arts and magic skills as a trump card before he barely managed to escape. There was no chance of victory. The second time they clashed was in the Heavenly Palace's restrictions. Xiao Chen had used the cycle banner and clashed with the two briefly. In that battle, Xiao Chen had used external force to suppress the two, preventing them from getting up. Hence, it could not be considered a true fight. The hemp-robed old man took out his flaming fan, and a fiery cloud spread out for 5 kilometers around his head. It looked very horrifying. He said coldly to Xiao Chen, hand over the primal essence nature pill, and the two of us can spare your life and let you leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The primal essence nature pill was a king-grade medicinal pill. Mr. Qin had spent his life's effort and failed countless times before barely managing to refine one. Chapter 945. The demonic, brilliant two elders have been stuck at their current cultivation for 100 years already. They had exhausted all their potential and could only rely on external items to raise their strength. The demonic, brilliant two elders had originally thought that killing Xiao Chen would be a small matter. Who knew? Not only did Xiao Chen kill Mr. Qin, but he even snatched away the primal essence nature pill. The demonic, brilliant two elders had offended the Medicine God Valley and lost the primal essence nature pill. Their hatred for Xiao Chen could be easily imagined. The primal essence nature pill? Sorry, I already ate it, Xiao Chen said without any apology as he smiled faintly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What? You actually ate it? How can it be? How can you consume a king-grade medicinal pill with your accumulations? Whether I ate it or not, you will know after you receive a palm strike from me." Electric light flashed, and purple rings of electric light appeared behind Xiao Chen. The vast and surging law energy did not reveal itself. As soon as he got close to the middle-aged man, he unleashed all of his power, causing the area within 5 kilometers to be filled with a shocking rumble of thunder. It shook the fiery clouds in the sky, causing them to churn endlessly as if they would scatter at any moment. Superior grade, martial sage. It looks like you really did consume the primal essence nature pill. However, you are too naive to challenge me with that. Army-killing fist breaking 1,000 armies. The middle-aged man smiled coldly, and countless heroic spirits came out of the scarlet military mark above his head. 1,000 armies roared and tore through the sky. Although the middle-aged man said that he did not care about Xiao Chen, he did not show any intention of underestimating his punch. This was one of the most tyrannical killing moves of the army-killing fist. The fist and palm clashed, and a crack opened in the ground under the two. Xiao Chen took 100 steps back. With every step he took, thunder roared in the sky. You dare to be so arrogant with just this bit of ability? The hemp-robed old man in the air waved his flaming fan and sent out 100 flaming tornadoes. The tornadoes burned the sky, looking like they would swallow up Xiao Chen in an instant. I don't think I said that I used my full strength. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and spread out the might of the will of thunder. The slightly dim purple wheel of light behind him instantly became dazzling. The rings of light overlapped one another. With a thought, many lightning flood dragons roared out of the rings of light. Only when there were 100 of them did they stop, transforming from a jiao to a dragon. Xiao Chen shouted. The law energy in his body and the purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness drained at the fastest speed possible. The 100 lightning flood dragons grew in size, and Jin Lin had 2 horns on his head. Dragon might spread out as they roared and charged at the 100 flaming tornadoes. Bang! Bang! 2 horrifying energies clashed in the air. Chi waves surged into the sky, and lightning and fire turned chaotic. The lightning tribulation saber technique could turn a python into a flood dragon long ago. Now that his will and cultivation had improved significantly, turning a flood dragon into a dragon was only a matter of time. Amid the chaotic clumps of light, the white-robed Xiao Chen relied on his strong physical body to charge over and arrive before the hemp-robed old man. Using his body as a saber, Shao Chun materialized the flawless saber Dao. He chopped down from the side, like a saber chopping down. Electric light burst out, and a clanging saber hum soared into the clouds. The hemp-robed old man did not expect Shao Chun to arrive so quickly. He hastily condensed a flame shield in front of him. Chi! The flame shield easily broke. Shao Chun chopped down on the hemp-robed old man's body like a saber. The hemp-robed old man was not good at close combat. Shao Chun took advantage of this weakness. Before the middle-aged man arrived, he materialized the flawless 4 seasons: Spring Saber, Summer Saber, and Autumn Saber. Just as the completed Winter Saber was about to chop down, a loud rumble came from behind. Shao Chun sighed in pity. He could only give up on crippling the hemp-robed old man and turn to face the middle-aged man. Immortal art magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. The middle-aged man stored up power and charged over ferociously. The heroic spirits in the scarlet military seal came out. Shao Chun could not be bothered to be polite with him, so he sent out an immortal art magic skill. A black starry heaven storm swept out, sweeping away the vast army. Shao Chun smiled coldly and executed the flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. This move was a profound martial technique that Shao Chun created after mastering the dragon's subduing slash. It already surpassed the level of a heaven-ranked martial technique. It was not inferior to the Tenjin Emperor's world eliminating imprint that he used to deal with Dewok. 18 blue dragons appeared, and azure saber lights that could overturn rivers and seas chopped down continuously. With one chop, blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips. He took 3 steps back, and cracks appeared in the scarlet military seal. Ripples spread out in the air like water, shaking the place. Second chop, third chop, fourth chop. After 18 chop, the middle-aged man's corpse did not remain, leaving only a pool of blood mist spreading in the air. The hemp-robed old man felt horrified when he saw this. He put away the flame fan and scattered the killing move that he prepared to unleash. Then he turned and fled. Trying to leave now? It's too late. Cycle banner, set. Shao Chun stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner shot out with boundless starlight. The banner unfurled, and the 7 stars appeared. Starlight descended and encased the hemp-robed old man. Within the starlight, the hemp-robed old man immediately felt the air turn viscous, making it hard for him to move. Shao Chun's figure leaped up, and starlight bathed his body. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the hemp-robed old man and shielded him. Die then. Back then, when the demonic, brilliant 2 elders tried to kill me, you definitely did not expect such a day to come, right? I'll leave this winter saber for you. Snowflakes drifted down and gathered into a crystalline flower. Then, the flower poked out and landed on the hemp-robed old man's forehead. A strong energy pierced through the hemp-robed old man's forehead. As the hemp-robed old man showed a horrified expression, the flower slowly melted. When it completely melted, the hemp-robed old man turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! Boundless saber chi shot out of the hemp-robed old man's body, killing him without a complete corpse. Shao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring. Then, he put away the cycle banner and slowly descended from the air. Yi Chun, who was on the ground, wiped off the blood on his saber. 4 headless corpses lay beside him, blood flowing endlessly. Clearly, they had just died. Yi Chun sheathed his saber and smiled. I took advantage of you. Aside from Meng Bai, the rest of the Black Mountain 4 bandits are just trash. How about we consider this a draw? That's fine. Sooner or later, I'll make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean. When I retrieve my saber, I will fight with you to determine who is stronger. Shao Chun landed on the ground and handed the spatial ring to Lord Jiu, who appeared. Lord Jiu fiddled with the spatial ring for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "These people really collected a lot of peak spirit veins, a total of 8. Including the spirit veins that we already obtained, we now have 48 peak spirit veins, close to half 100. Yi Chun smiled and said, "This is a pretty good harvest. However, I don't want the peak spirit veins. I do not lack them. Even if Yi Chun did not lack them, the value of peak spirit veins was still there. By saying this, Yi Chun clearly wanted to leave them for Xiao Chun. Lord Jiu added, I don't want them either. This Lord Jiu's talent is only SOSO. Even if you gave me a holy spirit vein, it would be a waste. Xiao Chun thanked the two and unfurled the freedom wings. Let's go. I believe that the mysterious great Grandmaster level martial sage already collected the remaining peak spirit veins. Since we already have such a harvest, there is no need for us to clash with him. Indeed, even if Xiao Chun and Yi Chun work together, they might not even have a 50% chance of defeating a great Grandmaster level martial sage. If they could avoid clashing with him, it would be best. Lord Jiu and Yi Chun agreed with Xiao Chun. They also felt that this was the time to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The scene before Xiao Chun changed continuously. Soon, the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland entered his vision. The scene froze, and Xiao Chun took a step forward. Little friends, you helped this old man collect so many peak spirit veins. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Just as Xiao Chun's foot was about to touch the ground, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. A gigantic Buddha appeared. Zhuang Jinghe held his palms together and blocked Xiao Chun with a smile. Then, he casually threw a palm strike. The folded space slowly unfurled. This palm strike forced Xiao Chun and the other two back, who had already flown hundreds of kilometers. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Blood leaked out of the mouths of Xiao Chun and the other two. Their hearts sank at the same time. Their expressions turned grave as they looked at Zhuang Jinghe, who gave off a Buddhist light and appeared dignified as he slowly walked over. Lord Jiu recognized this person. His voice trembled as he said, Zhuang Jinghe, ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. He had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and practiced a Buddhist palm technique. People call him the Blood Monk. There was a huge difference between the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking and the Tianwu Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. The former gathered all the loose cultivators of the world, while the latter was just the loose cultivators of the Tianwu Domain. If the top 10 evil cultivators of the Tianwu Domain went to the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking, they would not even rank in the top 100. This was the difference. For Zhuang Jinghe to rank in the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking, his strength went without saying. Being able to rank in the top 10 meant that he did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Xiao Chun had heard of and seen some Buddhist sect martial techniques. When he fought Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, the other party's Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic Incarnation was the predecessor of the Buddhist sect's 10,000 Hands Buddha. Chapter 946. The Iron Demon subduing staff of the Black Mountain Four Bandits leader, Meng Bai, was also a Buddhist sect martial technique that was extremely mighty. The history of the ancient Buddhist sects could be traced back to the Immortal epic. However, with the destruction of the Immortal epic, the Buddhist sects had vanished like smoke. Magic skills no longer existed, only some fragmented Buddhist sect martial techniques that had been passed down to the martial epic. Without a complete system, it would be very difficult to gather a complete set of cultivation techniques, and movement techniques. Hence, there were very few Buddhist sect experts in the world. Most of them used them to comprehend and broaden their horizons, supplementing their own martial Tao. However, the Zhuang Jinghe before Xiao Chun seemed somewhat different. The Buddha behind him looked dignified, untainted by dust. It stood upright with a smile, as if it had seen through the mundane matters of the mundane world. If not for the indistinct evil aura at the corner of Zhuang Jinghe's lips, Xiao Chun would not have been able to see through it. He would have thought that a Buddha had descended to preach the Tao and deliver all living things from suffering. Zhuang Jinghe smiled and said, Little friends, you are all doing good. You helped this old monk collect so many peak spirit veins. Quickly hand them over to this Buddha, and it will be considered a great deed, sufficient to wash away your sins in the mundane world. acting all mysterious. My massacre saber Tao exterminates all life. I do not believe in heaven or earth, only me. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I will destroy them today. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and he instantly drew his saber. In that instant, 900 scarlet saber lights howled out. These scarlet saber lights contained extremely strong killing chi, close to 100% comprehended saber intent. One saber light could kill countless martial sages. When Yi Chen swung his saber, 900 saber lights formed a huge killing formation. Aggrieved spirits roared in the formation, ghosts and deities roared. Scarlet light filled the sky as it pressed towards Zhuang Zhenghe. Zhuang Zhenghe smiled and said, "This Buddha tried to reason with you and gave you beneficence, but you rejected it. In that case, this Buddha can only start a massacre to wash away your sins." Buddhist light illuminates the world. Zhuang Zhenghe pressed his palms together again, and the Buddha behind him chanted a Buddhist name. Then he formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed his right hand forward. The golden light on the Buddha's body faded and turned into a blood-red Buddha's light. The Buddha's amiable face also turned completely evil, overflowing with murderous intent. Scarlet Bodhi flowers flew out of the scarlet Buddhist light. When this Buddhist light shone on Yi Chen's killing saber formation, it started circulating intensely. 900 saber chi spun continuously, blocking the spreading Buddhist light. However, the blood-colored Bodhi flowers continued to appear and disappear endlessly. Yi Chen's killing saber formation came with a ferocious momentum, making ghosts and gods cry. However, under the boundless Buddhist light, the saber formation was slowly whittled down. In the end, it even assimilated into the Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He unfurled the freedom wings and carried Lord Jiao and Yi Chen back at the same time. Wherever the blood-colored Buddhist light passed, Bodhi trees grew on the ground. Under the Bodhi trees, there seemed to be Buddhas preaching, celestials playing music, and bodhisattvas standing with their palms pressed together. This should have been a scene filled with benevolence and virtue. However, what appeared in this blood-colored Buddhist light was extremely strange. Zhuang Zhenghe smiled faintly and took a step forward, passing through the various mysterious phenomena. Then, he landed before the three again, preventing them from leaving. The blood-colored Bodhi tree behind Zhuang Zhenghe suddenly shattered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. There was no sign of life at all, turning into a pile of dead soil. The lifeless color startled Xiao Chen, Lord Jiao, and Lord Jiao. If this Buddhist light struck the three, they would not even know how they died. Buddha is merciful. This Buddha is virtuous. Hand over the spirit vein and follow me to the heavenly starry ocean to establish a sect. Then this Buddha can spare you from death. Zhuang Zhenghe walked over with a smile. At this moment, the Buddha behind him looked as horrifying as it could be in the eyes of Xiao Chen, Lord Jiao, and Lord Jiao. Xiao Chen, what should we do? None of the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking are simple characters. This Zhuang Zhenghe even managed to escape from the hands of the blue-robed emperor several times. Lord Jiao said in a trembling voice. Yi Chen sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen, why don't you agree to him first? When we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that this fellow will die a miserable death. No, you two go first. I can tell that something is suspicious. We will meet up outside. Before the two could deny it, Xiao Chen stepped forward and said with a smile, "There is no reason for me, Xiao Chen, to take away the things that are in my, Xiao Chen's hands. Look at you, evil Buddha. You have killed so many people, yet you still want to establish a sect. I will destroy this Buddha image of yours." Then, Xiao Chen opened his forehead and unleashed the will of thunder. The purple talisman gave off a divine light as it charged at the Buddha image behind Zhuang Zhenghe like lightning. When Zhuang Zhenghe heard the word Xiao Chen, he said in understanding, "So, you are Xiao Chen. You have been in the limelight recently." However, with just a measly 40% comprehended will of thunder, You dare to break my dharmic incarnation? You underestimate this Buddha too much. When Zhuang threw a palm strike, he split his attention into two tasks at the same time. The Buddha image behind him sent out two palm imprints at the departing Yi Chun and Lord Jiu. A palm imprint clashed with the purple lightning talisman flying over. Zhuang clenched his fist, and a scarlet Buddhist light appeared as if he wanted to crush the talisman. However, contrary to Zhuang's expectations, the talisman gave off an immortal divine light. No matter how much force he used, there was always a clump of light that would not be extinguished. "Break!" Xiao Chun shouted, and the talisman broke the palm imprint. Then, it flew towards the Buddha image behind him like a meteor and entered the Buddha's gaping mouth. Horrifying lightning exploded in the Buddha's mouth, and the Buddha image's head immediately exploded. Scarlet light filled the air. After the Buddha image landed, a scarlet Bodhi tree sprouted, instantly sweeping away all the life force in the surroundings. The area within 5 kilometers immediately turned into a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew, and withered trees piled up. Zhuang revealed a pained expression. The Buddha image that attacked Yi Chun and Lord Jiu broke on its own, and the two took advantage of the opportunity to flee. "This old man will eat you alive." The headless Buddha image gave off a scarlet light, and its head slowly grew once more. Zhuang was thoroughly enraged. He stomped the ground, and the sky and earth shook. Even space trembled. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Zhuang leaped up and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chun. This palm strike was boundlessly tyrannical and extremely ferocious, sweeping through everything in its path. When the gigantic palm landed, it enveloped the area, stirring up mountains and rivers, moving mountains and draining seas. Great Grandmaster level martial sage. This was the strength of a great Grandmaster level martial sage. One palm strike could shake mountains and rivers. The will of thunder returned to Xiao Chen's body. Then he entered deep thought. If it were the complete Buddha image, he would not be able to block this palm strike. However, the Buddha image is already broken. If I use 10 Dragon Force, it should be enough to block this strike. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. 10 indistinct ancient heaven dragons appeared behind Xiao Chun. Divine light entered his body, and 10 dragon force merged into one. When he punched, the 10 dragons roared ferociously. The instant the fist and palm collided, the ground within a radius of 10 li cracked open. Countless rocks and soil the size of hills shot into the sky, covering the sun in the sky. Everyone in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland felt this berserk energy. No matter where they were, they all looked over. A Buddhist dharmic incarnation. This is the bloody monk Zhuang. Why is this old fellow still here? Didn't he leave after losing the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting? Who is he fighting? Is it also a great Grandmaster level martial sage? That's not right. 10 dragon roars. This seems to be white-robed Xiao Chen's killing move. Back then, he used this move to send Di Wuk flying in front of everyone. The cultivators remaining in the heavenly ruin wasteland could not help but become excited. The people of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect were looking for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he fought with a great Grandmaster level martial sage. The clash between 10 Dragon Force and the Buddha moves mountains and river caused the ground to crumble. The destructive power was even greater than the battle between Xiao Chun and Di Wuk. This was because both of their moves were wide open and extremely violent. Not only did Zhuang fail to kill Xiao Chun with a palm strike, but Xiao Chun even blocked it. Zhuang was very surprised. The Buddha head behind him was still slowly recovering. This was Zhuang's dharmic incarnation, a Buddhist cultivation technique he cultivated. He used his will to form this dharmic incarnation. Injuring the dharmic incarnation was equivalent to injuring his foundation. Due to his carelessness, Xiao Chun injured the source of his will. How could Zhuang not be angry? Zhuang Zhenghe roared furiously. His roar reverberated endlessly in the scarlet Buddhist light. It was like the roar of a Buddhist guardian deity, supported by Buddhist music. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light behind the great Buddha amplified this roar continuously. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on. This roar spread throughout half of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several cultivators rushing over to watch the battle from afar were shaken and fell from the sky, severely injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This roar was supported by thousands of layers of Buddhist light, forming 2 lines of the 8-word proverb. It was a sound wave attack, as well as a mental enticement and trap. This was an extremely profound Buddhist sect secret technique. Those with weak cultivations would directly give up on resisting, allowing the Buddhist music to strike and shatter them into dust. Even if they were destroyed, they would still feel gratitude. The sayings of the Buddhist sects were originally very wise and kind. However, Zhuang Zhenghe's roar was filled with killing qi, making these words sound like demonic music. Before the Buddhist music arrived, all sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. These were all the suffering he had suffered along the way. These illusions made Xiao Chen empathize with them, making him experience all sorts of suffering again. However, Xiao Chen's heart was tough. His mental state had already reached a perfect and flawless state. He had already experienced all sorts of suffering. What was the point of experiencing it again? Before reaching the peak, there was no turning back. As long as there were thieves and evildoers, the butcher's knife would not stop. Xiao Chen's eyes turned clear as he silently executed the dragon tone art. Auspicious clouds covered the surrounding 5 kilometers. The blue dragon king peeked its head out. As Xiao Chen roared, it clashed with Zhuang Zhenghe's scarlet Buddhist music. The two were separated by 5 kilometers. The battlefield was vast and boundless. As the sounds clashed, heaven and earth trembled. The huge pieces of soil floating in the air shattered into dust. Several cultivators who heard the commotion stood on a distant mound and watched, not daring to get close. When they saw that it really was Xiao Chen fighting with Zhuang Zhenghe, they were flabbergasted. It really is Xiao Chen. Based on the situation, he exchanged at least 2 moves with Zhuang Zhenghe. 2 moves. Zhuang Zhenghe is a famous loose cultivator. To think that he could not smash Xiao Chen to death with 1 palm strike. Xiao Chen's dragon tone art is becoming increasingly horrifying. Zhuang Zhenghe's Buddhist music once killed more than 100 martial sages in 1 breath, crippling a rank 8 sect. Chapter 9:47. However, Xiao Chen is definitely not a match for Zhuang Zhenghe. The Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace both issued orders to kill Xiao Chen. Diwuk also promised many benefits. He will definitely flee to the outside of the Heavenly Ruin. If we stand guard at the exit, we might be able to take advantage of him. After the shock, this group of people immediately started thinking. For Xiao Chen to be able to block 2 of Zhuang Zhenghe's moves head-on was already very incredible. However, defeating Zhuang Zhenghe would be impossible. At that time, Xiao Chen would definitely have to leave the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland after getting injured. This was a good opportunity to wait for him. Immediately, several people left quietly, preparing to call their friends over to kill Xiao Chen. Several people from the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect quickly left to report the news of Xiao Chen's appearance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to block the Buddhist scripture. Zhuang Zhenghe's expression turned completely sullen. He shouted a war cry and prepared to execute his killing move again. Who knew? Not only did Xiao Chen not take advantage of the moment he blocked the Buddhist scripture to flee, but he even made the first move. A blazing sun illuminated the sky. An ancient, yang character descended from the sky, looking as dazzling as the sun and carrying boundless solar true flame. Then, it landed on the huge Buddha behind Zhuang Zhenghe. Immediately, the flame blazed fiercely. The huge Buddha head that just grew out let out a pained wail. The dignified, dermic incarnation instantly shattered. Xiao Chun immediately felt the pressure from Zhuang Zhenghe's aura vanish. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like he had guessed correctly. Most of the other party's strength came from this dermic incarnation. As long as Xiao Chun attacked the dermic incarnation, he would be able to injure it, preventing it from paying attention to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun's magic energy was insufficient. Otherwise, his great sun incantation could refine this evil Buddha's dermic incarnation without a problem. Right now, his great sun incantation could only cause the other party some trouble. Moving his hands, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to send out a starry heaven storm. He moved 9 stars in one breath and pushed them together, forming an extremely intense black storm. After that, without waiting to see what the result was, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet world apart. With one step, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived before the heavenly ruined wasteland. Looking at the 50 kilometers of demonic flame before him, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Zhuang Zhenghe was indeed in some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to execute this magic skill. Xiao Chun took a large step forward and fearlessly walked into the 50 kilometers of demonic flames. If he had not taken care of Xing Qingyuan before coming, he would not have had to worry too much about these surging demonic flames. Now that his strength had soared and he had nothing to worry about, he naturally didn't have to wait for a special time to enter and exit freely. Inside the 50 kilometers of demonic flame, Xiao Chun recovered his magic energy as he thought about the earlier battle with Zhuang Zhenghe. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If he stayed for another 10 moves, he would definitely die. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and this kind of great grandmaster. It would be difficult for him to contend against him in a short period of time. Now that Xiao Chun thought about it, back then, when Di Wuk and Tian Yushi worked together, they could contend against great grandmaster martial sages. It looked like Xiao Chun had gotten lucky when he sent Di Wuk flying with one punch. Xiao Chun could summon out the image of the divine kingdom at any time. Actually, he was undefeatable. The images of Yao Chen's profound river mirror and Di Wuk's divine kingdom, 2 emperor-grade secret treasures, put Xiao Chun in a sorry state. If Xiao Chun could summon out the image of an emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not be so passive. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and he could not help thinking about the Blue Dragon Palace sealed by the space-time formation in the savage battlefield. However, Xiao Chun only thought about it. Back then, the old man from the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had said that before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he could forget about entering the 2nd floor. Without Ao Jiao's help, Xiao Chun would not be able to enter the space-time formation that even Emperor Wu could block. By the time Xiao Chun recovered most of his magic energy, the entrance to the heavenly ruined wasteland was already before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun took a large stride forward. Xiao Chun had nearly 50 peak spirit veins on him, and a great grandmaster martial sage was eyeing him. How could he dare to remain in the heavenly ruined wasteland? The moment Xiao Chun stepped out, before he could even take a breath of fresh air, he was shocked by the formation outside. A group of cultivators in the sky and on the ground guarded the exit of the heavenly ruined wasteland with surging, killing chi. A rough count gave at least 100 people. From ordinary martial sages to grandmaster-level martial sages, Xiao Chun checked with his spiritual sense and saw many martial sages rushing over. Fortunately, there were no great grandmaster-level martial sages here. There were also not many experts from the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. They probably just received the news and had not rushed over yet. The instant Xiao Chun appeared, he felt a boundless killing intent lock onto him. However, no one dared to make the first move. He was injured by Zhuang Zhenghe and is now severely injured. He is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack together, someone shouted. Xiao Chun frowned. He immediately figured out the reason. News of his fight with Zhuang Zhenghe must have spread. This group of people must be here to take advantage of him. However, they had seen Xiao Chun's strength. First, he knocked away Di Wuk. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Zhuang Zhenghe. Hence, they did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Chun could not let them work together. Otherwise, with so many martial sages, they could exhaust him to death. He had to shock them with one move. After making up his mind, right after the person who spoke, Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered. An electric light flashed under his feet. Xiao Qin instantly executed his strongest killing move, Flawless Blue Dragon's Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. The blue dragon spiraled out, roaring endlessly. The sound of sabers rang out endlessly. 18 azure saber lights soared into the sky. Each saber light was 500 kilometers long, containing the power to slay dragons. They looked unparalleled and sharp. The appearance of the first saber light caused a boundless saber hum to resound in the surroundings. Chop, chop, chop. With 3 saber strikes, this person's secret treasure, protective quintessence, and treasure armor all shattered. By the time the 18th saber strike landed, not even a mist of blood remained in the air. The surroundings were shocked. No one made a sound. Xiao Chun chopped down a Grandmaster-level martial sage, just like that. He did not even have a chance to resist. The shock waves of the saber lights spread out, and a gap appeared in the densely packed encirclement. No one dared to step forward and patch up the gap. Xiao Chun did not say a word. He looked coldly at this group of people and calmly walked out. First, he knocked away Di Wuk with one punch. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Zhuang Zhenghe before leaving easily. White Robe Xiao Chun has truly matured. It will be difficult for the lands of the 3 holy masters to kill others with a borrowed knife. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will definitely be very lively. I wonder what the 3 holy masters will think. What will the major factions that Xiao Chun slapped their faces say? After a long time, soft sighs could be heard from the crowd. A ferocious roar came from the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland, reverberating in all directions. The bloody monk is coming out. A scarlet Buddhist light and a ferocious Buddhist chant. Everyone was very familiar with this aura, so they quickly scattered. A scarlet light flashed, and Zhuang Zhenghe walked out with a sullen expression. When he looked around and saw that the surroundings were filled with people, the rage in his heart ignited. He said angrily, "Scram, bunch of trash. Are you all waiting to see this old man make a fool of himself? If you still don't scram, this Buddha will swallow you all up." With Zhuang Zhenghe's rage, the group of primal chaos domain cultivators preparing to ambush Xiao Chun did not dare to remain. They all scattered. Based on Zhuang Zhenghe's temper, it was hard not to guess that he had suffered greatly at the hands of Xiao Chun. Otherwise, given his status, there was no need for him to lose his composure. With a flip of his hand, Zhuang Zhenghe took out the armillary sphere. Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he said, "Bastard!" He ran so far away in one go. To think that he exceeded the distance and could no longer sense it. 50 peak spirit veins flew away just like that. I will settle this debt later. A palace slowly flew over in the sky. The Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan and the heavenly music sect's Xia Danyang stood side by side. As they watched the disgruntled Zhuang Zhenghe leave, their expressions turned grave. "Danyang, how many moves can you last against Zhuang Zhenghe?" Xia Danyang replied sullenly. "After using all my trump cards, I can last 3 moves. However, I will also be half dead. I probably won't be able to fight for half a month." Xiao Qinghan sighed. The White Robe King Xiao Chun has truly matured. Now that he is gone, it will be difficult to kill him in the future. If he succeeds in being conferred king, no one will be able to stop his rise. Don't worry, Di Wuk will not let him succeed in being conferred king. Haha, that's true. This time, he really drove Di Wuk into a corner. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will probably be very lively. Indeed, it will be very lively. However, I wonder who will be the main character in that excitement. After Xiao Chun left the heavenly ruin wasteland, he unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. After he landed in a forest, he started to wait. Half a day later, the ground rumbled, and 2 figures leaped out. The people Xiao Chun was waiting for had finally arrived. Naturally, These two were Lord Jiu and Yi Chun. Lord Jiu laughed loudly and said, "To think that you really managed to escape from Zhuangzhenga's hands. If this news spreads, it will be even more shocking than when you sent Diwuk flying." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I was lucky. I just gambled correctly. What are the two of you planning to do after this?" After coming to the Kunlun continent, I already met the two people I wanted to meet the most. The difference is very clear. I am too ashamed to remain here. When I return to the heavenly starry ocean, I will train properly and see if I can find Yin-Shur-san again," Yi-chan said casually with a faint smile. Yi-chan smiled faintly as he spoke casually. The two people he spoke of were clearly Diwuk and Xiao-chun. Before Xiao-chun came, he had set his sights high. He thought that these two people only had an undeserved reputation. Now, he no longer dared to think that way. As for Yin-Shur-san, Xiao-chun had gained a lot from the cycle banner's chi of massacre, death, and ruin. Now, he was confident of fighting Yin-Shur-san again. Lord Jiu chuckled and said, "What is there to be embarrassed about? After you return to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that your reputation will soar. The Divine Daughter's chest is not something that just anyone would dare to touch." Ha ha ha. Hearing Lord Jiu mention this, Xiao-chun could not help laughing. Yi-chan coughed awkwardly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I'll take my leave first. We will meet again in the future. I wish Brother Xiao success in being conferred king in advance. I will prepare some small gifts for you. We will meet again in the future." After sending off Yi-chan, Xiao-chun looked at the shifty-eyed Lord Jiu and asked, "Lord Jiu, what are your plans?" Hee. This Lord Jiu struck it rich this time. "Naturally, I have to deal with the resources on hand first. Goodbye. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again." Chapter 948. After watching Lord Jiu leave, Xiao-chun sighed to himself, "How unfortunate. After he was conferred king, he would have his own territory. At that time, he would definitely need manpower." Without a doubt, Lord Jiu was a talent. Lord Jiu had an understanding of all sorts of treasures, a miraculous skill at digging holes, and an ability to sense all sorts of restrictions. Unfortunately, after parting here, they might never meet again. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and Lord Jiu rushed back in a rush. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Speaking of which, young Master Xiao, do you have any connections? It is not easy to sell these things." The spatial rings in Lord Jiu's hands were all black goods. If there were few of them, it would not have mattered. He could just find an auction house and throw them away. However, there were also many collections of Grandmaster-level martial sages. When added together, the number would be somewhat horrifying. It would be hard for Grandmaster-level martial sages to have some power behind them. If Lord Jiu really investigated them, it would be questionable whether he could sell them or not. Of course, there were also specialized black markets to deal with these black goods. However, the prices would be extremely low. Naturally, Lord Jiu would not agree. Xiao-chun thought for a while. He should be able to use Ying Qiong's connections in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. To her, this would be a small matter. "I have some connections. I can guarantee that I will not make a loss." Lord Jiu smiled and said, "In that case, good. Let's travel together for now. After all, I am just an idle person. I am not in a rush." The Haotian sect was very far from the primal chaos domain. However, with the transportation formation and Xiao-chun's freedom wings, it did not take long for them to travel. 7 days later, the majestic silhouette of Haotian City appeared before Xiao-chun and Lord Jiu. Xiao-chun took out a medallion and handed it to Lord Jiu, telling him to head to the independent mountain that the Haotian sect had given him outside the city. Xiao-chun had something to discuss with First Elder Han Qinghe as soon as possible to figure out the truth behind the king conferral ceremony. Along the way, gazes fell on him from time to time, followed by whispers. Xiao-chun was no stranger to these things. His reputation was almost on par with Diwuk's, and in half a year's time, he would be titled Blue Dragon King. Now, he treated these inner and outer disciples of the Haotian sect the same way he treated his senior sister, Shui Lingling, when he came out of Kunlun. After checking his token, under the respectful gazes of the city gate disciples, Xiao-chun entered the city. Suddenly, Xiao Chun saw a young disciple wearing only underwear on the streets of the city. This disciple covered his face as he rushed past him, startling him. Did the disciples of the Haotian sect become so bold and unrestrained after a period of absence? Someone's in trouble again. It's really not easy to accept this top inner disciple mission. How many has it been? It's almost 100. I really don't know how such a monstrous person managed to keep the Haotian sect occupied. I heard that the elders of the mission office are considering raising the rank of the mission to a higher level so that the true inheritors can take it. That can't be. Are the true inheritors going to deal with someone who barely reached half-sage? There's no helping it. The person who just ran out is already in the top 10 of the inner disciples. The surrounding discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. Suddenly, he had a premonition. He turned to the person beside him and said, "Junior brother, can you tell me what happened earlier in detail?" That person did not seem to recognize Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, "Judging from senior brother's appearance, you should not be in the sect for some time. I went out 2 months ago." That disciple came to a realization. No wonder. It happened a month ago, but now everyone in the inner disciples knows about it. A month ago, a fatso showed up outside the sect. He said that he was senior brother Xiao Chen's friend from the lower realm. He came to collect his debt after being tricked by Xiao Chun. His tone was ridiculously arrogant, demanding for our sect master to meet him. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. There was no doubt about it. The person who came was indeed that fatso, Kim Tae-ho. Think about it. How could the sect master possibly meet him? He had no proof, and the elders could not be bothered to meet him. He wandered around the city gates a few times, and, for some reason, he got into an argument with the sect disciples. Then he attacked. That disciple was too embarrassed to continue. However, Xiao Chen asked, "What happened after that? Let's not talk about it." That fatso is very sinister. He lured a few disciples out of the sect. Our sect disciples were not strong enough. They all returned in their underwear, robbed until nothing was left. They did not mention anything about what happened. Xiao Chun could guess what happened after that. With Kim Tae-ho's actions, he would definitely be included in the Haotian sect's list of targets to be captured. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like Kim Tae-ho had gotten addicted to robbing people, returning to his old trade in the Sky Dome realm. I have to find him. Right now, this mess is not big and can be covered up. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun immediately turned around and flew out. Kim Tae-ho's sudden appearance forced Xiao Chun to temporarily stop thinking about meeting Elder Han. Back in the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun had tossed an astral coin to Xiao Chun, saying that it could buy a supreme treasure of a rank 8 sect. The scam incident that Fatty was talking about was definitely referring to this. Xiao Chun originally thought that Kim Tae-ho would not be able to go to the Kunlun realm and that this matter would not be exposed. Unexpectedly, not only did Kim Tae-ho go to the Kunlun realm, but he even came to the Haotian sect and caused so much trouble for Xiao Chun. Wherever Fatso went, he would not let others rest easy. He was as flirtatious as ever. It was not difficult to find Kim Tae-ho. Occasionally, this fellow would reveal himself to attract some inner sect disciples. Seeing Xiao Chen's swollen figure and the air of a rich landlord, there would always be some inner sect disciples who did not believe in him. They felt that they could capture this fatso and complete the mission to obtain the reward. However, Xiao Chun still found this somewhat strange. The quality of the inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect was several times higher than when Xiao Chun first arrived. As for true inheritors, they were even more incredible. The threshold was incredibly high. The first requirement was to be a martial sage. Even so, the number of true inheritors continued to increase. Now that Fatso had come from the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun estimated that he was at most a half-sage. How come none of the inner sect disciples could capture him? The difference between the half-sages of the Kunlun realm and the half-sages of the Sky Dome realm was huge. There should not be any problems with killing Fatso easily. After walking around the city and asking around, Xiao Chun found some clues. The moment Kim Tae-ho appeared in a small town in the west of the city, 4 of the top 10 inner sect disciples rushed over together, swearing to capture this perverted demon. The busybody already started a bet on whether these four would return in their underwear or not. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. This fatso was really going overboard. If Xiao Chun had not rushed back in time, the true inheritors or the sect master would have made a move. At that time, there would have been no way to resolve the situation. After arriving at the small town 50 kilometers west of the city, Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense. The surrounding 50 kilometers instantly entered his mind. Many faces quickly flashed in his mind. He is really cautious. After traveling 50 kilometers, Xiao Chun did not see Kim Taeho's figure. Then, he leaped into the air and flew another 50 kilometers before continuing his search. He did this 4 times until he was 200 kilometers away. However, Xiao Chun still did not find Fatso's figure. Strange. After I received the news, I took action. Given Kim Taeho's strength, 250 kilometers should be his limit. Xiao Chun started thinking. He felt that he had missed something. After a while, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would always appear in the inner city at the first moment, covering their faces and fleeing. If Fatso had committed the crime from a few hundred kilometers away, these people would first appear in a small town nearby and not in Haotian City. Fatso is really bold. After figuring this out, Xiao Chun immediately turned back. When he was near the east gate of Haotian City, he extended his spiritual sense far away and saw Kim Taeho's figure in a mountain range 5 kilometers away. Xiao Chun could not help but admire Kim Taeho's courage. He actually chose to commit the crime in a place so close to Haotian City. Not many people would have thought of this. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would definitely be too embarrassed to speak about their experiences. Kim Taeho was indeed outstanding for being able to roam freely under the Haotian sect for such a long time. In the scene captured by Xiao Chun's spiritual sense, he saw 4 inner disciples lying on the ground in shame after being beaten up by Kim Taeho. They were only wearing their underwear. Hee. Thank you, seniors. Feel free to exchange pointers with me at any time. Bring more spirit stones and astral coins. There is no need to bring these broken secret treasures. How embarrassing. This fat lord feels ashamed for you all. Kim Taeho chuckled as he leaned on the coffin board at the side and fanned himself with a golden folding fan. Xiao Chen's entire body shone with jewels. The rings on his hands, the shoes on his feet, the jade pendant on his neck, and the luxurious clothes he wore were actually a complete set of peak sage grade secret treasures. The 4 got up and left in sorry states. Since Fatso let them in, how could they dare to remain? How poor. The inner disciples of the Haotian sect are not very wealthy. This fat lord has not even seen a king-grade secret treasure. Kim Taeho sighed as he tidied up the spatial rings of the 4. His chubby face filled with melancholy. Hu-chi. Just at this moment, the space in front of Xiao Chun suddenly turned hazy and folded. A blurry figure approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer. You're seeking death. You even dare to sneak attack this fat lord. I will slap you to death with this. Fatso's expression turned grave. Then, he moved his hands and feet nimbly, unlike his bloated figure. He picked up the coffin board at the side and ferociously swung it. Under the fatty's control, the golden coffin lid shone with a dazzling brilliance, dazzling to the eyes. When Xiao Chun swung it, the world rumbled. How did it look like a coffin board? It clearly looked like a mountain peak in his hand. Huh! Unexpectedly, the coffin board, which had worked every time, was blocked by someone without budging at all. This greatly startled Fatso. He quickly retracted the coffin board and tossed it to his feet, preparing to flee on it. Xiao Chun swung his somewhat sore arm. He finally understood why the inner sect disciples could not do anything to Fatso. If Xiao Chun had not used his vital qi as he pleased, he would have achieved 1 dragon force. If he had been careless, Kim Taeho's coffin board would have slammed him back 50 kilometers. Seeing De Bao riding the coffin board, the space in front of him also folded. Xiao Chun quickly called out, "Brother De Bao, stop.